Today we're going to be recapping a romance manhwa called The Remarried Empress. Please consider subscribing to the channel and liking the video. It'd help a lot. Navier is a woman that comes from the Trovi family, an esteemed noble family that has produced several empresses through time. Navier herself was chosen by the former emperor to marry his son, the crown prince, and rule the kingdom next to him. Even though it was a political marriage, Navier and the crown prince, Sovieshu, had been on good terms since they were young, playing when they were kids and spending a lot of time together as young adults, discussing the future of the kingdom they would nurture together. She had always been the perfect empress. That is, until that day. We are now before a grown Navier, who stands with her arms crossed in a beautiful and elegant red gown and a crown placed upon her head. With an impassive look on her face, she says, "I accept the divorce." The room, full of nobles, erupts in murmur, and some even object. However, not Rashta. Oh no! Rashta, the silver-haired girl who is known as the emperor's lover, pretends to be nervous at the situation, but can't even hide the smirk that spreads across her lips as Navier makes the statement. When she notices Navier staring at her, she pretends to be shocked once more, looking at a now grown Sovieshu, who also looks troubled. The priest asks her if she will really agree to the divorce without any objection, with what looks to be a regretful face, but Navier is still determined as she once more says she will accept it. Sovieshu then breathes out in relief, thinking that he's sorry about the situation, but that it's fortunate it was so easily handled. Sovieshu, you little son of a... You know what, guys? I'm up to date with the story, so my anger for some characters has already escalated to way more than what is appropriate at this stage of the storytelling. I will try to refrain from making any comments about them until the story progresses a bit. Try being the key word. Moving on, the pathetic excuse of a man, that is Sovieshu, sighs in relief, but the feeling is not long-lived. Our female lead does not take long to add her own conditions to the situation. Not even 2 minutes after she's divorced, Navier requests to the priest, "I ask permission to remarry." Oh, Sovieshu, things are going to get fun for you now. Both Sovieshu and Rashta seem surprised and astonished at her words, and the murmurs in the room are even louder than before. Amidst all of that, Navier stands tall with her arms still crossed over her chest and a very confident smile playing on her lips. The priest stutters as he tries to confirm if he heard her right, to which Navier smiles in amusement. Sovieshu can be heard demanding to know who she even plans on remarrying, and right then and there a chuckle is heard from one side of the room. The puzzled audience turn their heads around. A man with golden hair and purple eyes makes his way to the center of the stage and smiles shamelessly as he removes the veil that hid his identity and asks, "Do I come up now?" The viewers quickly recognize the man and wonder why he's actually there. But he pays no attention to them and just strides past them as if he were taking a stroll in the park. His smile does not waver as he walks straight to where Navier stands. A still confused Sovieshu starts to demand an explanation, but he is cut short by the couple that stand next to each other with confident smiles as Navier states that she will be marrying him. And that, folks, is what in the Remarried Empress community we call the divorce scene. The scene actually takes place in the middle of the story, but the author showed it to us first so that it would serve as the carrot at the end of the stick that will guide us and keep us determined through chapters and chapters of backstory. The journey might be long, but that is one fine carrot. It all began some months prior to the event we just witnessed. We are in a pre-divorce Navier's chambers, where some of her ladies-in-waiting, Eliza and Laura, are complaining about something, but immediately stop themselves once they see Navier walk into the room. Navier, however, is very quick to catch on since they seem to be acting different than usual, and while they arrange her hair, she asks if something happened when she was gone. Apparently, the Emperor Sovieshu had gone hunting and came back with more than just some game. He brought back a woman covered in dirt and made the Empress's ladies-in-waiting wash her, for which they were very offended since they were only meant to serve Her Highness herself. I am honestly surprised. I mean, the issue here is not that the Emperor brought some woman he's apparently taken a liking to, but rather that they had to wash her. Anyway, Both ladies-in-waiting agree that though dirty, she seemed extremely beautiful, although not as much as the Empress herself. They then go on to hesitantly tell Navier that it seems the Emperor seemed very fond of this woman. There we go. Apparently he was really close to her, asking all about her well-being and seeming very worried about it. Navier thinks nothing of it as she takes another sip of her tea, but the ladies-in-waiting think it's something to be worried about. Navier ponders on what to do about the situation, but decides to do nothing, dismissing the issue as an act of kindness from Sovieshu, who she knows to be a very generous man, and probably brought her out of pity. Of course, Navier thinks this. Sovieshu and her have been together since they were children. She trusts him wholeheartedly. But Navier is going to have to find out just what kind of man Sovieshu really is, the hard way. Some men really suck. Curiosity wins over Navier as that night, during dinner with the Emperor, she mentions that she heard about the slave he found and asks him if it's true. Sovieshu tries to dodge the question, but is unable to do so as Navier insists on knowing the truth. He seems to be troubled when he does not reply, and after Navier seems confused, he only tells her to not press him for an answer, and that they should discuss other things since they only have dinner together once a week. This man is too generous. This child! Navier knows not to ask again since he seems irritated by the question. Back in her room, she seems rather upset and her ladies-in-waiting comfort her. She tells them the Emperor told her that he found the girl in a hunting trap and that she's not a slave, and to never bring the subject up again. Both Laura and Eliza are angry at this, but Laura seems absolutely enraged, as she says that these are clear signs of an affair, and questions the Emperor's actions. Because if he supposedly only brought her back to treat her, why is he so adamant to talk about it? Same girl, same. Eliza has to tell Laura to leave to calm down, and once alone, tells the Empress that he's just worried about the girl and it will all end soon. But Navier starts to explain that her mother had told her not to get hurt if Sovieshu ever brought a lover. Apparently, all the previous emperors had done it. She reasons that even if he takes lovers, they can only have the position of concubine since she is the Empress. And that either way, Sovieshu and her had never really loved each other passionately since they were in a political marriage. However, as she says this, she is clutching her dress and wondering why she feels so empty. Oh, Navier. The only comfort that she can now have is that since the possible mistress is a slave, she will never be able to enter high society because of their laws. So at least she won't ever have to interact with her husband's lover. Or so she thought. Navier is in the garden leisurely reading a book when she hears people gossiping about how the Emperor is extremely infatuated with the woman he brought to the palace. Tired of listening to it, Navier closes her book shut and gets up to leave. She's walking on the garden when she suddenly hears a voice she doesn't recognize. Turning her head in that direction, she comes face to face with none other than the mistress herself. Rasha looks up at Navier from the ground with a wide grin, while Navier can only look at her with a puzzled expression, not really understanding the situation. Deciding that it's best just to leave, she turns around, only for the mistress to call out to her by addressing her as, "Hey you!" Hey you? To the Empress? Navier herself is in disbelief as she turns to face her once more, while Rashta determinedly stands and makes her way to stand in front of the Empress herself. With no bows and no respect for the crown whatsoever, she simply introduces herself as Rashta with a broad smile, to which Navier barely replies. Sighing, Navier turns around to leave once more, but Rashta simply won't let it go. So she grabs onto the Empress's dress, ripping it in the process. Navier's ladies-in-waiting run to her aid and slap Rashta's hands away from her. Rashta seems to be on the verge of tears as she apologizes for not addressing her properly, saying that she didn't know what to call her, to which Laura explains that Navier is the Empress of the kingdom, and so Rashta should treat her accordingly. Much to everyone's surprise, Rashta already knows that she's the Empress, but she simply thought she need not address her as such and reintroduces herself as the woman the Emperor had brought back to the palace. Navier finally understands that Rashta is the slave Sovieshu had brought to heel, although the ladies that accompany her state that she's in fact not a slave. Rashta continues to speak to Navier casually with a total disregard to her status, saying that they are going to be seeing each other a lot more often now, so she wanted to meet her. Navier is incredulous at all of the things the girl is spouting and tells Rasha to call her Your Majesty when she asks, but Rasha seems to be taken aback by it. Navier attempts to leave once more, but Rasha still tries to grab at her, for which Laura slaps her hand once more, questioning her disrespectful attitude and calling her filthy. Guys, I know it seems like Rasha is super nice and Navier is some entitled Karen, but trust me, we are on Navier's side. We are not against Rashta because of her origins, like it really doesn't matter where she comes from or what her role in the past was. We're against her because Rashta is one colossal pile of trash who wants everyone to think she's an innocent pile of flowers. Do not root for her, even for 1 minute. Anyway, just as Laura is slapping Rashta's hand away, none other than the Emperor himself appears, and he literally dashes past his own Empress without so much as acknowledging her to comfort a crying Rashta. Navier can't help but have a strange feeling as she looks at the scene and clutches at her chest, but tries to disregard it and leaves. Sovieshu, however, calls out to her, telling her to leave her lady-in-waiting behind. Laura trembles as she fears what the Emperor will do to her. But Navier stands in front of her and blatantly refuses. Knowing that if the Emperor punishes her, who has a high status for speaking that way to a woman who isn't even an official concubine yet, it will humiliate both Laura and herself. Sovieshu is adamant to let the issue go, stating that she is his subject before her lady-in-waiting and ordering the guards to lock her up for 3 days. While Laura can only continue to tremble, Rasha lets out a small laugh that no one else can hear. She actually laughs while shedding her crocodile tears. See? I told you she's trash. Navier still defends her lady-in-waiting, telling the Emperor he's going overboard, but Sovieshu is absolutely enraged as a pitiful-looking Rashta inches closer to him. To spare the Empress of Sovieshu's wrath, Laura agrees to take on the punishment even though she is terrified, and the Emperor leaves with Rashta stuck to him as he comforts her. Not much later, Navier is once more in her room when she is told that Sovieshu requests for her presence. She goes to meet him and Sovieshu tells everyone else to go and waves for her to get closer. Now, one would have thought that he called her over to talk about the mistress he took in, but no. He actually questions Navier because she accompanied Laura herself to the punishment cell, for which he is very annoyed. He apparently expected for her to fire Laura and send her away. Sovieshu seems exasperated when Navier is still unwilling to fire Laura and literally says, "Can't you just obediently follow my orders for once?" No. No, she can't. She's the Empress? The one who doesn't have to bend to the Emperor's orders? Frustrated, Sovieshu says that it's because she's like that she can't even compare. Excuse me? Did you just say that out loud, you piece of trash? Apparently, even he has enough IQ to realize that he's gone too far, and tells Navier to leave while she wears a melancholic expression. Tired, the Emperor rings a bell to call for a servant to bring him something to drink, but Rashta walks in instead, acting all cute and innocently saying she will be serving him because she wants to help around, not to feel like a burden. Sovieshu finds her cute and refreshing and looks at her warmly as she excitedly eats some treats. He explains that he likes how happy she gets over simple things, whereas Navier will scarcely react to him gifting her the best jewels. Rasha says that it might be because since she's grown as a rich lady, she's never known the harsh reality of the world, and is not appreciative of the simplest of things. She then mentions that it appears to be that Navier still doesn't know about Sovieshu making her his concubine, but Sovieshu reassures her by telling her that they have lots of time, and for her to trust him since he has everything planned out. Ugh, I have to describe this scene. Luckily, we are all spared from having to keep on looking at that since we are back at Navier's chambers where Laura, back from the punishment, rushes in with the news that the Emperor has announced that he will make Rasha his official concubine before the new year, which is right around the corner. Laura is fuming while Navier feels empty once more. Even though sometimes the Empress sends a gift to the new concubines to welcome them, Navier resolves that she will not be sending Rasha anything, since the only two reasons to do so are as if the concubine is already an acquaintance, or if they are from a noble family. None of those apply, so she won't be partaking in the gift-giving. In other news, the ladies-in-waiting tell Navier about some hot gossip that's been going around lately. Apparently, the prince of the Western Kingdom will go to the New Year's celebration, and he's rumored to be super handsome. although a bit of a womanizer. The ladies ask the Empress if this is true, with sparkles in their eyes, since they might meet him, and Navier says that she doesn't know about his habit with the ladies, but indeed he is attending the event, which as Empress she is busy coordinating. Navier is about to take a sip of her tea when a footman tells her that Rashta is outside her door waiting to meet with her. She clenches her teacup, thinking that she doesn't want to meet her, but is still polite and tells them to let her in. In walks Rashta, and with an expressionless face that's been trained not to show her negative emotions, Navier congratulates her on officially becoming a concubine to the Emperor. Rashta seems elated by the congratulations. She says that she's there because the two of them are like sisters now. One of Navier's ladies-in-waiting literally chokes on her tea when she hears this, while Navier herself is in complete disbelief. Rashta even goes as far to say that they are like sisters because they share the same husband, to which not even Navier can hide her utterly dissatisfied and stunned expression. Navier has finally had it. I mean, she said they share her husband and wants to call her sister. Her patience reaches its limit, and whatever polite cordiality she was showing Rashta is thrown out the window as Navier resolutely says no. Of course, Rashta starts to once again rely on her only weapon, pity, and she starts getting all teary as she victimizes herself, asking if she doesn't want to call her sister because she doesn't like her. By the way, Rashta talks in the third person. Like, she says, "Is it because you don't like Rashta?" Girl, please, why are you talking like a child in this situation? You think you're cute and that will give you some extra points? Navier is firm in stating that they are not sisters of any sort and tells her to get out. Good job, Navier. Set some clear boundaries because this girl will clearly not respect any of the ones set by common sense. Rashta then complains about the whole situation with her newly assigned tutor, who can't believe she said the things she did. Tutor, teach the lady how to have some common sense since you seem to understand how out of line she is. Make that your first lesson. Anyway, while walking in the garden, Navier finds feathers swaying in the air. She's puzzled by it, but the wondering does not last long since soon after, a rustling of leaves leads her to the direction of the owner of the feathers. A golden bird is laying nearby, and Navier can't help but outstretch her hand trying to pet it. Much to her surprise, the bird flies right to her and stands perched on her hand, allowing Navier to caress it. Navier then reads the note that the bird is carrying, which says, "I'm a foreign guest who will be attending the New Year's celebration. I wrote this letter after a few drinks." She seems amused at the note and smiles at what appears to be a real wholehearted smile. Her ladies-in-waiting urge her to reply to the note from the mysterious foreign guest for fun. And she does. "Your bird flew here, so I'm sending back this reply. If it finds its way back, does this mean that this bird is smarter than its drunk master?" The bird nuzzles against Navier's hand and takes flight. Not long after, a man with golden hair is holding the reply with a smile. And he's not any man. From the divorce scene, we know that this is the prince from the Western Kingdom, and the man she is going to marry after leaving Sovieshu. Empress Navier and her fabulous ladies-in-waiting are all excited about the mysterious letter and the even more mysterious stranger who wrote it. However, the excitement is cut short, as when Empress Navier opens her door, she is met by the Emperor. He has a problem, and for some reason, he wants Navier to fix it. Who does this guy think he is? As if. Anyway, the Emperor explains that his beloved Rashta needs a lady-in-waiting. The problem is that none of the noble ladies want to fill in the role due to how low in rank Rashta is. I mean, can we really blame them? I'm definitely not cleaning up after the girl that broke up the royal couple. It's not going to look good on a resume. The Emperor thinks that if the other nobles see Empress Navier looking for Rashta's lady-in-waiting, they'll be more than willing to look for a lady-in-waiting or be one themselves. With that, he tells Navier to lead the search for Rashta's new maid. Isn't this wonderful? Navier hatches the idea to invite all the noblewomen for a tea party in order to look for a lady-in-waiting and ask all the women at once. However, when Navier asks, she's met with silence. No one seems to be really excited about the idea of waiting on the Emperor's mistress-to-be. It looks pretty hopeless, as all the noblewomen have heard rumors or stories about Rashta, making them unwilling to serve under her. And you know, I get it. After the most awkward tea party in existence, Navier is understandably exhausted. She flops into her room, but our winged friend is back. and the bird is carrying a brand new message from its mysterious stranger. The note attached to the bird's leg reads, "I'd like to think I'm a bit more intelligent than a bird. I've woken up from my drunken stupor now." Navier is excited to write back. She writes, "It seems as if you haven't awoken completely. What is the bird's name?" She ties the note to the bird and sends it off, excited for the response. Navier's attention is pulled away from her correspondence by the Emperor, who walks in to ask about the search for Roshta's lady-in-waiting. Navier tells him that none of the noblewomen want to work for his new mistress, and the Emperor blames Navier for this. The Emperor believes that Navier has been spreading rumors about Roshta. Really, Sobieshu? Really? Empress Navier is crying in her secret garden hiding place. She is interrupted by a screech, and she finds her faithful, ever-present messenger bird bringing her a new message from its master. Opening it, the message responds to Navier's previous question about the bird's name. It reads, "Is such a thing needed? You may name it if you like." Navier names the bird Queen, and the little feathered messenger flutters off into the night. Now, you would think that this would be the end of the story, but we actually see where Queen flies off too. Queen lands in a distant brush and transforms into a very handsome man. It is revealed that Queen is actually Heinrich, the first in line to the Western Kingdom. As he is scolded by his attendant for getting distracted once again, the attention is put back on Navier. Her secret garden has been invaded by Roshta, who is still begging to become friends with the Empress. Navier is less than impressed. I mean, who wouldn't be? She explains that Roshta can be friends with the next mistress that the Emperor will inevitably bring in to replace Roshta. And Roshta, for what may be the 7,000th time in the series, cries to the Emperor. The Emperor confronts Navier on Roshta's behalf and leaves his ex-wife alone, sad and confused. What a guy. It's time for the New Year's ceremony, and Navier is less than excited. As she prepares herself, Navier is once again visited by Queen, her bird friend. Queen brings a note attached, agreeing to the name Queen, but also informing the Empress that he is in fact a boy bird. It's kind of cute that Queen is really just relaying messages to Navier from himself, without really being himself. It's like a game of telephone. Anyway, Navier has the pleasure of greeting a very important royal at the New Year's ceremony. His name is Heinrich, and he is the Prince of the Western Kingdom. Heinrich in his human form is such a charmer, and he instantly makes his way to Navier to sweep her off her feet. Lucky girl, am I right? That night, Queen visits Navier with a new note, asking the Empress to guess who Queen's owner is. The two exchange notes back and forth, with Queen's owner, Heinrich, suggesting a bet between the two to guess the other's identity. And what is the prize, you might wonder? The prize is Queen. Sounds like a nice prize, don't you think? Empress Navier is greeted bright and early by Prince Heinrich, who is requesting a tour of the palace. Navier says yes, because who wouldn't? And the pair make their way through the great halls of the castle. They are soon interrupted by no one else than Roshta, who wants a turn with touring the prince through the castle. Prince Heinrich denies Roshta the opportunity, opting instead to stay with Empress Navier. As the two continue, they talk, and the prince wonders aloud if Navier thinks he is handsome. He then asks to be invited to the New Year's ball by Navier as her personal guest, instead of being a guest of the Emperor. Navier thinks about how it might look to invite the prince of the neighboring kingdom in such a way, but she leaves the invitation open nonetheless. I'd like to just add that Navier is so strong because personally, I would have folded like a lawn chair the second Heinrich asked. Later that night, Queen the Bird makes an appearance as Navier is getting ready for the ball. Navier hopes to meet Queen's owner, but when she arrives at the ball escorted by the Emperor per custom, she sees something unexpected. The Empress sees Roshta in the middle of the rest of the guests. Sobieshu wastes no time in ditching Navier for Roshta, who is enjoying the spotlight and the Emperor's attention at the New Year's ball. Meanwhile, Prince Heinrich is stealing hearts from everyone around him. People try to guess what the heir to the Western Kingdom wants from the ball. Maybe an affair? Or perhaps even an engagement? Whatever the reason, Heinrich's presence is making waves at the ball, and who can blame them? He's so pretty. As people wonder about Heinrich, Soviescu takes his first dance with his mistress, Rashta. Since no one but an emperor can ask the empress to dance the first dance of the evening, Navier prepares herself for a very lonely night. That's why she and everyone else in the room is shocked when Heinrich asks her for the first dance of the night. The two dance beautifully, talking about the things each has heard about one another, and promising each other not to believe the rumors that spread around court. Navier teases that Heinrich's reputation as a Casanova might be true, but the pair is soon interrupted by Rashta, who is once again butting in. She wants to dance with Heinrich, and Navier steps away to let her, as unfortunately, it's not polite to dance with a partner more than twice in a row. As Rashta tries to dance with Heinrich, Navier dances with Soviescu. Soviescu tells Navier that taking Heinrich as a lover would disgrace her. That is crazy coming from him. I think taking a mistress disgraced her more. Navier tries to respond, but she is cut off by the sound of crying. I wonder who that could be. Rashta is crying, and really, is anyone in the audience surprised at this point? She's upset because Prince Heinrich refuses to dance with her. Soviescu comes to her rescue, and as a result, shows everyone how head over heels he is for his new mistress. The display is kind of gross and less than proper, and Navier decides that she doesn't need to see it. Smart girl. She walks out of the ballroom and roams the hallways of the huge palace, and to her surprise, meets Prince Heinrich. He's so cute, checking up on Navier. The Empress thanks him for walking through the halls with her, goes to her room, and shuts the door. Navier starts to cry, but she's interrupted by a knock at her window. On her balcony, our favorite feathery friend is back. Queen the bird, or Prince Heinrich, as we the readers know him, flies in, and Navier is happy to see him. As Navier hugs the bird, a knock at the door grabs her attention. A countess tells the Empress that a noblewoman, Viscountess Verdi, doesn't want to be Navier's lady-in-waiting anymore. The next day, we see why Verdi doesn't want to work for Navier anymore. The reason? Rashta. Rashta has taken Verdi as her own lady-in-waiting, and Navier sees them both as she is outside gossiping with friends. Navier learns that the palace is finding out about Prince Heinrich exchanging letters with an anonymous pen pal. Sound familiar? Navier's ladies put it together that the anonymous pen pal was the Empress, but Navier wants to remain anonymous in order to remain genuine friends with the prince. Meanwhile, the gossip has reached our favorite person, Rashta. Verdi reveals to Rashta that she thinks the anonymous pen pal is the Empress. Rashta decides that it would be fun to pull a prank with Verdi, since Verdi tells Rashta that she knows what the letters were about. On the third day of the New Year's ceremony, Rashta sends one of her servants with the info about the letters to Prince Heinrich, and she makes the girl act as if the anonymous letters are from her. This doesn't really work, though, since we know Prince Heinrich is delivering his own letters. Awkward. As a result, Heinrich knows the girl is lying, and he also knows that someone gave her the information. He's right, and someone does step forward. Rashta claims herself to be Heinrich's pen pal. When it comes to attention, she can't help herself, can she? Navier's ladies-in-waiting are furious that Rashta would dare to try to steal Prince Heinrich away from their empress. But Navier isn't worried. She goes about her day as an empress should, focusing all her attention on the final task of the New Year's ceremony. She has to host a dinner for all the important guests from the neighboring kingdoms, and it must go smoothly. Navier is especially worried about one guest in particular, Grand Duke Kaufmann, Prince from the Kingdom of Lucht. Kaufmann is a new face to the rest of the royals in the Eastern Empire. His country's ways and manners are unfamiliar to Navier. He's mysterious, very gifted in magic, and very, very handsome. And Navier wants to make the best impression. But let's not get distracted or off topic. As the dinner unfolds, Rashta is still trying to convince Heinrich that she was his pen pal. The court seems to think that she's convinced him because rumors go around that Heinrich is treating Rashta well, to the point that it makes Soviescu jealous. Oh well, it's not like he doesn't deserve it. Heinrich's flirting with Rashta comes to a very sudden end, though, because she's messed up a detail that only the true recipient of the letters would know. Heinrich reveals that she's been messing up all day, and he's not happy that such an esteemed lady would be such a liar. We aren't happy either, Heinrich. Not surprised? And not happy. Sovieshu doesn't like that Rasha is finally being called out, and he warns Prince Heinrich to show some respect to his mistress. The two men butt heads, making the dinner awkward and not impressing anyone, including Grand Duke Kaufman, much to Navier's worry. Then, for what may be the 2000th time since the New Year's ceremony started, Rasha starts to cry. She says that Prince Heinrich simply hates her for not being a royal woman. Sovieshu gets even angrier and challenges Heinrich to a duel. Heinrich accepts, and Empress Navier calls off the dinner and stops Prince Heinrich and the Emperor from fighting over Rasha's lies. As Navier leaves the dining room, Rasha decides to tag along. Taking the opportunity, Navier confronts Rasha on even more of her lies. She asks Rasha why she's been telling everyone Navier is sending her gifts. Rasha doesn't give a straight answer, which is no surprise to any of us. She instead asks Navier if she is still upset over the letter incident, revealing to Navier that Rasha knows Prince Heinrich has been writing to the Empress all along. As Sovieshu and Prince Heinrich pass the two women, Rasha starts crying, which pulls the Emperor's attention to the conversation. Sovieshu accuses Navier of being vicious and petty, but our girl Navier doesn't take that lightly. She tells Sovieshu not to use her name, as it was Sovieshu who really sent the gifts to Rasha while using Navier's name. Prince Heinrich is impressed with this empowered side of the Empress, and he volunteers to correct Sovieshu's mistake and to tell everyone that Sovieshu was the one behind the gifts. Sovieshu doesn't like how this sounds, and it looks like he and Prince Heinrich are about to fight again. But suddenly, a blue-haired servant rushes up to Prince Heinrich and pulls him away. The servant is Prince Heinrich's attendant, and he's mad that Prince Heinrich is making such a show of himself and angering the Emperor. He tells the prince that his spying won't be very effective if he continues to be so bold, but Prince Heinrich doesn't want to listen. He opts instead to turn his attendant into a bird, just like how Prince Heinrich turns into a bird. He gives him a note addressed to someone named Ergi, and he promises to stay out of trouble. Later, Navier and her ladies-in-waiting are interrupted during tea by our beautiful bird Queen. Queen the bird has a note attached to his ankle. I've revealed who I am so I could lose the bet, but you aren't even participating. Why? Navier writes back that she'd just like to remain pen pals, explaining to Queen that the Empress of the Eastern Empire and the Prince of the Western Kingdom would be the subject of terrible rumors if they were to meet. Rasha is crying. Again. There's no room for her at the special banquet being held for the final day of the New Year's ceremony, and not even Sovieshu can squeeze her in on the guest list. Sovieshu has the audacity to ask Navier to squeeze his mistress in on her guest list, and of course, Navier says no. I mean, come on, man. At the ball, Navier meets Grand Duke Kaufman. He seems to be in a better mood because he actually talks to Navier. He isn't the biggest fan of Sovieshu or Rasha, and who can blame him? He explains that in his home country, Luopt, the king and queen are united in everything, and a mistress could be executed by the queen as soon as she is found. Navier tells him that she can't do this, with Kaufman warning her that she should protect what is hers. And can we just take a moment to appreciate the Grand Duke? He's tall, he's handsome, he knows relationship boundaries, and he seems like the strong, silent type. He's perfect. But I'll focus on the story. As Kaufman makes his leave, Prince Heinrich finds Navier. He says that he's gotten her message and understands why she wants to remain anonymous. We love men who can really understand us, don't we? Prince Heinrich lets Navier know that he figured out that the anonymous pen pal was her, without telling Navier that he himself was delivering his own letters in the form of Queen. Sneaky, sneaky. Navier and Prince Heinrich have a little moment where they really connect. Prince Heinrich explains that his position comes with loneliness, as he can't really trust anyone as a close friend. Navier feels the same way, and is honestly surprised that someone known as a Casanova can be so deep and thoughtful. The pair agree to remain friends, but only in secret. Meanwhile, our favorite character, Rasha, has managed to worm her way into the banquet. She's soaking in everyone's attention, and she's focused on how beautiful she is and how her beauty is almost a curse. She's so modest. Her thoughts get interrupted, however, because Rasha spots a mysterious man across the banquet hall. She drops her drink in surprise and fear. Who is this mystery man? Viscount Lachu is our mystery man. He is the lord of the house that Rasha ran from back when she was a slave, and he's just as surprised to see her as she is to see him. He lets everyone know that she used to be a slave, since Emperor Soviescu isn't around to stop him. Navier has had it with all the nonsense around Rashta, and she tells Soviescu that she wants to be done with the subject. Soviescu accuses Navier of inviting Viscount Lachu on purpose in order to sabotage his union with Rashta and to make her look bad in front of everyone in high society. The audacity is outstanding, to say the least. Of course, Navier denies she did this because she isn't crazy. Navier says that she would have no way of knowing if the Viscount knew Rashta or if he would come, and leaves the Emperor there. On her way out, Navier runs into Prince Heinrich. He checks on Navier, and Navier asks to see Queen to cheer her up. Whoops, looks like Prince Heinrich is about to get caught. What is he gonna do? While Navier and Heinrich negotiate Queen, Emperor Soviescu is out for revenge. The Emperor has summoned Viscount Lachu and has him groveling for mercy at his feet. His offense? Exposing the royal mistress Rashta to everyone as a liar and a former slave. Soviescu wants an apology for embarrassing him and his mistress. Viscount Lachu lies to Soviescu, saying that he mistook Rashta for another runaway. Meanwhile, Prince Heinrich is still trying to convince Navier that Queen is too shy to be seen right now. Navier takes the prince's excuse as not wanting to be alone with her at night, and instead asks Prince Heinrich what Queen likes. And wouldn't you know it? But Prince Heinrich gets all shy. Prince Heinrich says that Queen likes Navier. Isn't that so cute? However, Empress Navier was really asking what Queen likes to eat, and Prince Heinrich answers that Queen will eat anything. Prince Heinrich leaves to send Queen to Empress Navier, and Navier hatches an idea. While waiting for Queen to arrive, Navier gets her hands on some mealworms to feed Queen. She tries to feed the bird, unknowingly feeding mealworms to Prince Heinrich, and Queen flies into the night. The next day, Prince Heinrich is sure to tell Navier that Queen doesn't eat insects, alive or dead. As Prince Heinrich and Navier discuss Queen's diet, Rashta is breaking down about her encounter with Viscount Lachu. She's nervous about what people think of her, as being a mistress to the Emperor finally paints her in a good light, which is so much different than being a slave. I just want to say, that's a valid reason to want to remain a mistress. I wish she would go about it a different way. She meets with the Viscount, and he tells Rashta that her future in the court depends on if he tells the truth about her being a slave or not. He also tells her something surprising. He's hiding the baby Rashta left behind in her old life as a slave. Rashta breaks. She accuses Viscount Lachu of lying, saying that he had her baby killed. Lachu tells Rashta that he would never have the baby killed, as the baby is still his grandson. It's really just got interesting, didn't it? Lachu wants to be Rashta's eyes and ears in court, telling her that she won't be able to survive on her own in the Emperor's world. It's getting intense, so let's check back with Navier and Prince Heinrich. They're still talking about Queen's diet, with Navier really wanting to feed Queen for the good job he does of carrying letters. I think she'd flip if she knew it was the prince. Prince Heinrich brushes her off, distracting her with the fact that it is Queen's birthday soon. Navier's birthday is also coming up. But before the two can make any plans, they are interrupted by Soviescu. Soviescu wants to know how long Prince Heinrich plans on staying. He takes Navier away from Prince Heinrich, stating that he wants to discuss something private with her. Soviescu warns Navier once again that being with Prince Heinrich would cause a scandal. Can it be more scandalous than a mistress who's a runaway slave? Probably not. Anyway, Soviescu surprises Navier, and everyone reading, by apologizing for accusing Navier of inviting the Viscount to sabotage Rashta. He invites Empress Navier to the Imperial Villa to celebrate her birthday and make amends. Soviescu also wants an update of the Grand Duke Kaufmann. He reveals that if the Empire deals with Kaufmann's country, the Grand Duke would want Empress Navier to be in the deals personally. Navier returns to Prince Heinrich and tells him that they cannot dine together on her birthday because Emperor Soviescu wants to take his wife to the Imperial Villa. Prince Heinrich is disappointed, but no worries. He decides to get a gift for Navier instead. He discusses getting her a ring before turning into a queen. As queen, Prince Heinrich finds Navier and returns her handkerchief. Navier notices that Queen smells like Prince Heinrich. I wonder why. But this flusters Prince Heinrich and causes him to fly away. He is found by his attendant, who questions Prince Heinrich. The attendant asks the prince if the person he is constantly seeing is Empress Navier, and Prince Heinrich tries to avoid every question. Prince Heinrich's attendant is worried about scandal if word gets out that the prince is courting the empress of another empire. But both men are interrupted by Rashta. Prince Heinrich tries to ignore Rashta, but she calls his attention back to her. Seeing that her tears don't really work on Prince Heinrich, Rashta turns to another trick up her sleeve. Flattery. Rashta tells Prince Heinrich that he is a wonderful man for not treating her any differently since word got out that she might be a runaway slave. Sure, he's not too fond of her, and they both know it. But it's better than the mocking she gets now in court. Speaking of court, there is a new addition. Ergi Claude, the Duke and a good friend of Prince Heinrich, is in court, and he spent the whole day with Rashta. It looks like they're getting along pretty well, with Ergi even punching someone who tried to embarrass her by bringing up her slave's status in front of the Duke. What is it about Rashta? The girl's gotta know some magic, right? Anyway, Ergi advises Rashta to point the court's attention to someone else if she wants the rumors to stop. I wonder what he's up to. Navier wakes to a note reading, "Trust me," before her meeting with diplomats from several different countries. The task of how to hold relations with Lupt is not an easy one, and the meeting drags on forever, with the only thing decided being the fact that Navier needs to fix the situation. Not very helpful, if you ask me. On the way out, Navier sees Grand Duke Kaufmann, and she asks him why he wanted her to oversee the diplomatic relations with Lupt personally. He says that she was the only one in the royal court to care enough to understand Luptian words, and implies that her dedication to learning the language shows that she will care about the relations. Just as she is about to leave, however, Navier bumps into one last person, Sovieshu. He's not happy. Sovieshu stares Navier down, and she notices that he didn't look happy during the meeting either. He asks her one thing before the chapter ends. "Empress, do you find foreigners attractive?" Sovieshu is jealous. It's the only explanation. He confronts Navier and accuses her of sighing over Grand Duke Kaufmann. No one ever bothers him about sighing over Russia, but I guess when you're emperor, you get special privilege. Ugh. After Navier's diplomatic meetings are over, she is tasked with looking at the budget. And guess what? She has to decide how much to spend on the emperor's mistress, Rashta. The meeting goes well into the night, and as Navier is spending time in her garden, she is approached by her old lady-in-waiting. She doesn't work for Navier anymore, but she wants to tell the empress some important scoop on Rashta. She believes that Viscount Lotshu is blackmailing Rashta. Before Navier can say a word, a sound in the bushes sends the lady-in-waiting running. And who is lurking in the greenery? Rashta. Rashta says she has a question, but I think she's really there to start trouble, like she always does. Rashta asks about Duchess Tuwania. Apparently, the Duchess is always surrounded by men, and according to Rashta, she loves the attention, and such behavior isn't fit for a lady. I don't think it's proper for a lady to be the mistress of a married man either, but I guess everyone can have their opinion. Anyway, Navier shuts Rashta down completely, telling her that the Duchess would never be improper and to not bring it up again. Back in her own room, Navier wonders why Rashta would even ask about the Duchess. Because she wants to start something, girl. Navier orders her lady-in-waiting, Countess Eliza, to tell her about any strange rumors. Navier believes that Rashta is trying to find someone to spread rumors about her to keep attention off of her at court, but she doesn't have the time to focus on that. Navier's birthday is coming up soon, and as planned, she and the Emperor Sovieshu are going to travel to the imperial villa. Navier reminisces with her husband about their childhood and how she planted a special wishing tree at the villa when she and Sovieshu were children. Sovieshu still believes that Navier wished to be taller, but really? Our sweet Navier wished to have a good relationship and marriage with Sovieshu. That kind of fell through, didn't it? With her birthday ticking closer, Navier is getting all sorts of presents. Magazines, books, clothes, gems, and a mysterious love potion. The biggest surprise comes from Prince Heinrich, flying in as queen to deliver his own gift to Navier. He's such a sweetheart. But what did he get her? Navier opens Prince Heinrich's gift, and there's a note. It reads, "I think baking is another one of my talents. I'd appreciate a compliment or two." Inside the box is the most delicious, scrumptious-looking cake I have ever seen. And I'm definitely not saying this because I'm a little hungry. Man can cook. Navier agrees, and the cake has another present inside. Prince Heinrich has put diamonds in the cake. Personally, I'd love something like that for my birthday, but it's a little too much for our empress. Queen flies away, embarrassed that his owner would get the empress such an extravagant gift, and Navier decides to visit Prince Heinrich to thank him personally. She meets Prince Heinrich's personal servant, who honestly is probably stalling for time, as a crash is heard before Prince Heinrich makes his appearance to Navier. Navier notices that he doesn't look as put together as he normally does, almost as if he was undressed. Or a bird. Navier also notices that Prince Heinrich and Queen have the same eyes, but her thought is interrupted by the prince asking if she enjoyed her cake. Prince Heinrich is excited to show off some of his baking and cooking skills, and he tells Navier that it is a loved hobby of his. Navier admits she's a bad cook, but the prince tells her that bad and good cooks are made for each other. Navier also wants to know where Queen is, and Prince Heinrich covers himself by saying that Queen is out hunting. Navier accepts this and she turns to leave, but before she goes, the prince asks her if she enjoyed her gift. He asks if she thought it was too much, and Navier is shocked that he knew that she felt that way. He explains that she might have hesitated accepting the gift due to them not knowing each other for long, but he assures the empress that the Western Empire is full of gems, and a gift like hers isn't really out of touch. Navier tells Heinrich that she now understands why the prince is always accused of being a womanizer, as giving gifts like diamonds can give people the wrong impression. Prince Heinrich tells her that the real womanizer is his friend the Duke Ergi, and he warns her to stay away from him. Apparently, all the women who get involved with him get a nasty case of bad luck. Sounds pretty bad for Rashta, right? It is the day before Navier's birthday, and she and Sovieshu are supposed to be heading out to the Imperial Villa. However, Sovieshu claims that something has come up, and makes Navier travel ahead of him. Navier contemplates divorce as she travels, and she knows that asking for a divorce first isn't an option for her. Rashta bursts in on Emperor Sovieshu, who's getting ready to depart to join Navier at the Imperial Villa. She wastes no time in flattering the Emperor, telling him how handsome he looks and fawning over how nice his clothes are. Rashta also shows him a necklace, and Sovieshu identifies it as a Blue Vahan crest. Rashta is a little disappointed that he doesn't ask where she got it from, but she forgets that feeling as soon as she follows him to his carriage. Rashta isn't too keen on letting Sovieshu leave, and as she sees the present that the Emperor is going to give Navier, she decides that it would be best that she tag along as well to the villa. Sovieshu actually makes a good decision for once, and tells her that the Empress might not want the Emperor's mistress around during her birthday. But he does promise Rashta to take her to the villa during her own birthday. The man is insufferable. Anyway, Sovieshu leaves Rashta, who is worried about the married couple spending time together. She tells herself not to worry, but as she roams the halls alone, Rashta catches the eye of her former master, happy to see that Rashta is without the Emperor or his protection. Meanwhile, Navier wakes up to the villa to peace and quiet. She reads a book and is interrupted by Emperor Sovieshu finally arriving. He reveals his gift to Navier, a music box, complete with earrings, a ring, and a necklace. He offers to put the necklace on Navier, and Navier allows him to place the jewelry around her neck. As he closes the clasp, Sovieshu kisses Navier on her neck, surprising her. I wasn't expecting Sovieshu to make a move on Navier, and neither was Navier. She is obviously not into it, and Sovieshu doesn't like getting rejected. The two split for the day, with Navier dining alone. While she is eating, Navier is visited by Queen, who flew all the way to see the Empress. Just as Navier is reuniting with Queen, an attendant bursts through the door to report that Sovieshu has collapsed with fever. Navier rushes to her husband and sends for the palace physician. Meanwhile, Rashta is being blackmailed by Viscount Lotchu. The Viscount wants money, and he knows that without the Emperor around, he can get it. He tells Rashta that she should be worried. A shared vacation between the Emperor and the Empress means that their relationship could heal and she could be tossed aside. Viscount Lotchu gets his money in the form of rings from Rashta and leaves her to contemplate his words. Around the palace, word of the Emperor's sickness starts to spread, and Rashta worries that it might really be an excuse for the Emperor and Empress to spend more time together. She wants to go to the villa, but no one can really fulfill that request but for the Emperor and Empress. 4 days pass, and Navier and Sovieshu are still at the villa, and Rashta is beyond worried at this point. She thinks on how to worm her way back in between the Emperor and Empress, and is advised in the garden by Duke Urgi on what to do. I wonder what she will decide. At the Imperial Villa, Sovieshu is reaping what he has sown. He is sick, and Navier says that he's been working too hard. Personally, I think this is the universe punishing him, but I could be wrong. Navier asks if Sovieshu wants Rashta. If Rashta takes her place as Sovieshu's nurse, Navier could go back to the palace to catch up on her work. Sovieshu refuses, saying that his mistress isn't a calming presence. A week passes, and finally Sovieshu is healthy enough to return to the palace. Once there, Rashta makes a big show of sobbing and running to her love, but Navier ignores them both, opting instead to focus on catching up on all the work she's missed. The days fly by, and while she is unwinding at a tea party hosted by Duchess Tuania, Navier is accosted by Duke Urgi, who has brought along Rashta. Duke Urgi introduces himself formally to Empress Navier, and the Duchess questions why Rashta was brought along. Urgi explains that Rashta would benefit from attending a social event, and the tea party continues. Gossip turns to the subject of a Lady Alessia, and Rashta asks who the woman was. Duke Urgi explains that she was Rashta's predecessor. Lady Alessia was the mistress of the former emperor. Rashta is excited to hear about another mistress, but her excitement is cut short as Duke Urgi explains that she fell out of favor with the late emperor and was kicked out of the palace. Rashta turns the conversation in her own cute way, however, by saying that it must be common for nobles to have many lovers. She comments on the number of lovers that the Duchess Tuania has, and her comment offends the Duchess, who ends the tea party then and there. Rashta and Duke Urgi discuss the tea party after everyone leaves. Rashta questions if her rumor that she told at the tea party would be enough to turn people against the Duchess, and Urgi assures her that it will be if she keeps going. Duke Urgi leaves Rashta alone to think, and he goes to find Navier. Urgi waits for 3 hours for Navier, and he cuts right to the chase. Urgi asks Navier what Heinrich has told her about him. When Navier doesn't answer right away, Duke Urgi tells her that she and Heinrich aren't two people who would be in the same circles. The Duke calls Prince Heinrich shallow, and Navier wonders if Urgi doesn't want her to be friends with Heinrich. Duke Urgi warns Navier that Prince Heinrich is two-faced and almost reveals that the prince has been preparing to do something. But before he can say what the something is, he's interrupted by Emperor Sovieshu. Sovieshu isn't happy with all the male attention Navier has been getting lately, and accuses her once again of being attracted to foreigners. Guy can dish it out, but he can't take it, I guess. Sovieshu tries to warn Navier of men from the other nations who might sweet-talk her. So Navier sarcastically assures him that her new lover would be from their own nation. That seems to scare Sovieshu off, and he leaves Navier to wonder about what Duke Urgi said and what Prince Heinrich might be preparing. Sovieshu goes to his room to pout, and Rashta is along with him, as usual. She asks what is on his mind, and Sovieshu asks Rashta if Duke Urgi and Navier are close. Rashta thinks back to her previous conversation with Duke Urgi in the gardens. Duke Urgi offers to seduce the Empress for Rashta in order to keep her attention away from Emperor Sovieshu. Rashta told him not to, but she assumes that the Duke is going to go for it anyway. Rashta assures Emperor Sovieshu that the Duke and the Empress are not close, because the Duke is her own friend instead. Sovieshu also notices that Rashta isn't wearing the ring he gave her. Sovieshu says that the ring had a spell cast on it to make Rashta's scars disappear. So Rashta cries and says that she gave it to a poor servant to hide the fact that she really gave it to Viscount Latshu. The only other ring like that one belongs to Navier. But Sovieshu promises Rashta that if he can find another, he'll give it to her. I swear, if he takes Navier's ring, I'll lose it. Rashta tries to get the ring she gave away back, but Viscount Latshu has already sold it, so that's a dead end. Still, trying to seem superior and in control of the situation, she orders him to get information on Duchess Tuania to get some dirt on her. After that, she encounters Navier in a hallway, and to my surprise is actually polite while she asks the Empress not to befriend Duke Urgi, because she already has Heinrich, and the Duke is her only friend. Navier scoffs at this, since it was the Duke who approached her, but still tells Rashta that he's not her friend, and that she doesn't want anything of Rashta's, since she's not desperate enough to steal from others. Oh, Navier, that sunburn. After that lethal attack, Navier walks away, like the queen she is. Well, empress. To a rather unpleasant dinner in which Sovieshu asks her for her ring with healing properties. Gosh darn it, Sovieshu, how low can you get? Navier deducts it's for Rashta and says okay, but in return he must lend her a magical item of his for a local lover she will find. Sovieshu loses it completely, getting up to leave and telling her not to speak of this again. Hypocritical much? I mean, you asked for her ring for your mistress, dude. On the way back, Navier meets Heinrich, who is holding a new bird. Heinrich's expression lightens up as soon as he sees Navier. But when she asks to hug the bird, all smiles are gone and he says no with utter jealousy. Okay, that's so cute. And as the bird flies away, Navier tells him of her talk with Duke Ergi, and she thinks Heinrich is planning something, what with him inviting the Duke. Heinrich looks conflicted, as he cannot really tell her, and with an apologetic face, he says he doesn't want to lie to her, which Navier is glad about because, yes, he is planning something, but he is not dishonest with her in the least. I mean, he could have just denied everything. He still beats himself about it later in his room, worried about not trusting him anymore after that, while his attendant, the blue bird from before, looks at the ridiculous state his ruler is in. Navier still cannot let the issue go, as she is, after all, the empress, and her people come first. So she asks Lady Artina to find out whatever she can about this plan, which might harm her empire. I'm telling you, this woman is the only one who's thinking about the well-being of the empire. Sovieshu is just thinking about his little, very little, friend down below, and Trashta. Anyway, the dirt Viscount Lachu found out about Duchess Tuania is that she might have had an affair with her husband's older brother before their wedding, and that her child that was born only 7 months after their union is involved in rumors regarding who the real father is. Still, the older brother died soon after the wedding, reportedly because he committed suicide after the Duchess rejected him, and Rashta plans to use this to make the Duchess look bad, spreading the rumor that before he killed himself, he was visited by a very beautiful noble lady. Rashta plans to use this rumor to replace her runaway slave rumor. Really, Rashta? You're just going to bury someone else to get out of your own problem? Sheesh. But her problems are only getting deeper and deeper, as Sovieshu is still curious about the ring. He's proud that Rashta gave it away to help someone. Lies. So he wants to find out the person she gave it to properly compensate her, and maybe retrieve it. This should be fun. But it isn't, because as soon as Sovieshu finds out the ring was actually sold by Viscount Lachu, Rashta tells him she gave him a ring too to thank him for lying for her sake. Sovieshu seems doubtful, but after a few smiles from Rashta, he buys it. Still, he is worried Viscount Lachu is blackmailing her, so he tells her he'll be checking her jewel box from now on just in case, leaving Rashta with no more funds for her shenanigans. Navier's protege has entered the magical academy, and after she congratulates her in person, she happens to find out from the dean that Heinrich was actually a student there once, and was the best in his class. As she leaves the academy, Navier is surprised when she encounters Heinrich, and agrees to have dinner with him. There she tells him that he and Queen really look alike, and asks him what kind of magic he specializes in. Heinrich doesn't want to lie to her, but he can't really tell her he can turn into a bird, so he just tells her he can fly. She's very impressed, and asks if he can take her, but he's embarrassed when he says she might be too heavy for him, which offends Navier a bit, but she still lets it slip. Rashta is desperate because she has no money or jewels to give to Viscount Lachu, so she asks Navier, who is in charge of managing the funds, if she can please give her some of her allowance as a mistress on the side and keep it off the books. Hold up for a minute there. Allowance as a mistress? Can you imagine stealing the Empress's husband and getting paid for it? What is this society? Anyway, Navier might be able to do what Rashta asks of her, but she doesn't really want to help her keep these secrets, so she tells her to ask the Majesty for permission first. Rasha complains to Duke Urgi about how cold-hearted Navier is. Oh yes, so cold-hearted because she didn't want to help you steal money behind the Emperor's back. Upon hearing this, the Duke offers to lend her some money himself. But there is a condition. And that condition is for her to tell him what she needs the money for. Thinking he cares about her, she tells him everything. A few days later, Navier notices that Rashta has been following her for some days now, appearing everywhere she goes, so she decides to confront her about it since it bothers her. Rashta tries to deny it at first, but then confesses that she's following her because she wants to be more like her, and asks her to pretend she didn't see her. Navier tells her she shouldn't change since the Emperor loves her how she is now, but Trashta still insists. She then remembers how Rashta has been trying to copy her in several occasions, and disturbed by it, she tells Rashta that she can do as she wants as long as she doesn't notice her. But if she does, she will tell the guards to keep her away. I think that Navier is being kind by even allowing this much. However, Rashta goes overboard, as per usual, and has the audacity of showing up to the masquerade ball that the palace is holding with almost the same dress as the empress. Since the ball is open to commoners and Navier arrived later, everyone starts gossiping, saying that Navier did this on purpose to humiliate Rashta. And Trashta herself even accuses her of copying her, crying her crocodile tears after Navier takes off her mask and puts her in her place without resorting to any dirty tactics. What is even more shocking than Rashta showing up with that dress is that Sovieshu defends Navier to subdue the rumors, saying that he was the one who asked Navier to wear that color and dress. And of course, Navier does not hesitate to play along. Navier asks him why he did that, and he says that since she is the one who represents the Empire, it is her dignity that he must protect. What? Just in, guys, last-minute news. Sovieshu can actually think! More experiments will be needed to support this theory, but for now, there actually seems to be something. A little spark going on in that head of his. Navier and him keep on speaking amicably for a while, and Rashta, jealous about this, heads over to where Duke Tuania is in order to stir up some trouble. And trouble she stirs up, because 4 days later, Navier hears the news that Duke Tuania has asked the Duchess for a divorce over the fact that he has doubts that their child is his, and because her attitude in high society tells him it might actually be his brother's. Navier is surprised because this whole baby incident happened 10 years ago. Why is it resurfacing now? She is quick to understand that Rashta is the one who is pulling the strings, and is determined to stop her because allowing her to run free would mean that Rashta will have the power to manipulate high society. Not even 5 days after that, however, news reached Navier that Rashta has been stabbed by Viscount Landre. This man is Duchess Tuania's fanatic, and it seems he also deduced it was Rashta who was trying to tarnish her reputation. Her life is not in danger, but as both Sovieshu and Duke Urgi are visiting her to check in on her, the doctor tells them a piece of information that will be a before and after in this whole story. Rashta is pregnant. Oh well, hope you guys like this story. I quit this recap. Kidding! I will definitely recap at least until the divorce scene, though I would totally want to skip over this bit. So, Sovieshu at least has the decency to tell Navier himself, and well, she is upset, but keeps her composure as she says she can't really congratulate him. He leaves sighing, like the trash he is. And then we see that Queen aka Heinrich was listening and cannot contain his bird shock. Still, he instantly flies in to hug her in support. That is not enough for him though, and he visits her in her chambers only to hug her in person to bring her some comfort. He interrupts the hug quickly though, as he can't stop blushing and his heart can't stop racing even in this situation. As they are drinking tea, Duchess Tuania shows up asking for Navier's help to save Viscount Landre. Once alone, the Duchess tells Navier that Sovieshu won't let Viscount Landre have a trial because he'll try to pass it off as treason as Rashta is pregnant. but she defends him, telling him that he wouldn't do this for no reason, that something was strange. Navier tells the Duchess she also thinks something does not add up, and that she will visit the Viscount after Soviescu interrogates him to find out. The grateful Duchess tells her she will repay her for her kindness, even though Navier insists there is no need, and then hugs her. Wow, Navier is getting a lot of hugs today. Navier goes to visit the Viscount, and boy did Soviescu do a number on him. Plus, he's going to be executed without trial. But he still smiles and tries to bow to Her Majesty with respect. She tells him there is still hope for him, but he must tell her absolutely everything that happened. And so he tells her that he tracked the rumors about the Duchess back to the people Rashta had paid off to spread the lies, or at least to Viscount Lotschu, who she's deeply connected with, and he has proof of it. Navier tells him she will get him banished so that he can survive, and though he is thankful, his biggest concern is if the Duchess is okay. So committed! He is a breath of fresh air after having to deal with Soviescu, who won't hear anything about changing the sentence, or about why Landre acted like he did. He just wants him dead. And so Navier says, "Okay, deal with him as you wish, since under the law he almost harmed the Emperor's child. But then I will deal with the discoveries about Rashta's actions as the law mandates as well." Sovi Trash asks what she's speaking about, and Navier tells him that since Rashta spread false information to tarnish a noble's reputation, which he did not want to hear about, the law states that she should receive lashes. Soviescu slams his hand on the desk. He wants Rashta's stuff to be overlooked, but for Viscount Landre to suffer as he should according to their laws. He asks her if she has no sympathy, and she says yes. That's why she's helping the Viscount. She then throws a Uno +4 card, asking him if sympathy is all he feels for Rashta, since he always tells her she should feel sorry for him. That shut him up, and so he agrees to banishing the Viscount. Our queen has slayed once more. Navier leaves, but she is still upset about the pregnancy, which she hasn't had much chance to think about. Still, Heinrich is there to save the day, and he takes Navier on a walk. She can't help but notice how well toned his arm is as she holds it, and has to stop herself from having some thoughts, blushing madly. Heinrich has already noticed, though, and he teases her greatly, and then seriously suggests to take revenge on Soviescu by getting herself a good-looking, well-ranked, extraordinary fake lover. Navier takes the opportunity to tease him now, asking if maybe Duke Kaufmann would be a good option. But then she tells him that she would not want to be rumored to be cheating with someone who she doesn't even want by her side. Yeah, so for her, it would be considered cheating, but for Soviescu, it's okay, because he's the emperor, man. Really? Anyway, the conversation turns serious as Heinrich asks Navier if she would miss him if he had to return to the Western Kingdom. Against the setting sky, she tells him that she would. A lot. And that she really means it. Soviescu has gotten his hands on the report about Rashta's defamation attempts against Duchess Tuania. But instead of destroying them, for reasons not known to us, he decided to keep them safe for now. Rashta and him are very happy about the pregnancy, and Rashta is very moved because during her last secret pregnancy, she was cast aside. But Soviescu is being kind and loving to her, asking her if she needs anything, something she could never count on before. Yes, guys, this does make us feel bad for Rashta, but it does not justify her harshest actions. It is then revealed to us that the baby from her last pregnancy is indeed the one that resides in Viscount Lotschu's home, which makes Rashta extremely nervous. Duke Ergi lends her a lot of money to pay the Viscount under the table, and tells her to try to shake him off as soon as she can. Navier, being the brightest in the castle, has already figured out Rashta is being blackmailed, but will not get involved with it. She is curious about the love potion she received on her birthday, so on her next meeting with Duke Kaufmann, she asks him about it since he knows about magic. But after discussing trade and state affairs, of course. After inspecting it, he says it kind of works, and that she should use it on Soviescu. But Navier is still skeptical, so the Duke decides to drink it himself to show her it works, since he has an antidote for it. As soon as he drinks, Soviescu himself walks in. The Duke refuses to face him, and Soviescu starts getting mad, thinking that the reason is that they were kissing before he walked in and his lips are swollen, and he doesn't want to show him that. To this, I say 1. If this were so, wouldn't Navier have swollen lips too? And 2, what the heck do you care if they were? You have a pregnant mistress, so clearly y'all didn't just play Uno up in your room. Anyway, Soviescu turns the Duke around, and his expression is certainly something else. Soviescu is very weirded out by the situation, especially because the Duke starts speaking sweetly to him, so he promptly leaves. The Duke is very flushed. It seems like the potion was very effective, and he asks Navier to leave so he can calm down and take the antidote, since right now he can only think about her lips, neck, and face. Okay, this turn of events is so weird, but you know what? I'll take it. The next day, however, Navier and the Duke meet, and he tells her the antidote did not work, and that he can't stop thinking about it. He even dressed up to see her. Navier doesn't know what to do, and the Duke tells her they should not meet until the effects wear off. He really can't stay away from her, though, as he interrupts Heinrich and Navier's meeting, in which he tells her he will have to return to his country immediately, since it seems his brother is extremely ill and will probably not survive for long, so he has to go to become the next emperor. Navier is very concerned about Heinrich, but when encountering them, the Duke gets jealous about how close they are and even smacks Navier's hand away from Heinrich's back, stepping in between them and telling her not to be so close to him. Give me a minute. I'm gonna grab my popcorn real quick. Heinrich and the Duke start fighting, each getting even more jealous of the other by the minute, while Navier tries to dissipate the situation to no avail. Heinrich even pushes the Duke away, but things don't escalate anymore since his attendant arrives, telling him there's urgent news he needs to attend to. And since Navier knows about his brother's delicate situation, she urges him to go. He does, but not before kneeling before her to tell her goodbye for now. Navier and the Duke continue walking together, while he explains that he can't help getting jealous due to the potion. But now it's Soviescu's turn to interrupt, being a jealous mess and telling Navier to watch her behavior because of the recent situation. The recent situation being that he got his mistress pregnant. He even tells her that the child, being an imperial child, is hers too. And at that, Navier stands her ground, telling Soviescu that his child with Rashta, or any mistress of his for that matter, will never be a child of hers. Even more so, according to their laws, it won't even be recognized as a noble since the child is conceived out of wedlock. Soviescu gets angry, asking her why she is so self-centered, and the Duke cannot take it any longer, so he punches Soviescu right in the face. Yes, man! Thank you for doing what we've all been wanting to do since Chapter 1! Do you want to become the emperor instead of that pathetic man? Because, I know it's not a democracy, but I'll vote for you. Soviescu tries to take a punch at the Duke in return, but he is stopped before it lands. Just as Navier steps in between them, guards surround Duke Kaufmann on all sides, pointing their swords at him. Navier tells the guards to lower them, but none of them do until Soviescu says so. He then proceeds to tell the Duke that he can't trust his judgment, as he's someone who will act so rashly based on his emotions, whatever these are, and smirks as he says he won't send him to prison, but will have to reconsider whether trade with his country will actually take place or not. Dude, are you really smirking? Can you not feel the sting on your face from the punch you just received? This clown. The next day, Navier goes to talk to Soviescu to convince him not to drop the trade plan over this, but he seems more concerned about Navier not asking about how he's feeling after yesterday's punch. He asks if the benefits from trading with the Duke's country are for the Empire or only for her, as she'll get a new lover. But she stops him right there, telling him that even if she did want a lover, he shouldn't interfere with her love life when he himself brought a mistress over and had her show up with him at every single event in the palace. Soviescu slams his hand on the table, which he's doing a lot lately, telling her that a mistress is a mistress, but that she is an empress. It's different. Turns out that Rashta was overhearing this conversation and becomes fearful of Soviescu's feelings being a thing of the moment, and that since she doesn't have a position as important as empress, she might be discarded in the future. She can't worry for long, since a minute later Viscount Lachu shows up asking for obscene amounts of money to move to the capital with his grandson, aka her first child. Flustered and not having that kind of money, Rashta runs to Duke Urgi's room, which Navier happens to see as she's passing by. She doesn't give it much thought, though, and goes on a walk with Heinrich after they meet in the hall. Heinrich places his coat on her, like a gentleman, because it's chilly outside, and then gives her the terrible news. He must leave immediately since his brother doesn't seem to have much time left. After she agrees to continue writing to each other, not through Queen, but through the other bluebird he'd been holding the other day, Heinrich leaves the Empire. Please come back soon, Prince. Navier then gets the news that Duchess Tuania has decided to leave the Empire too, to search for Viscount Landre, whose actions have won over her heart. Navier is happy for her, but she can't help feeling lonely with the Duchess and Heinrich gone. Still, she doesn't have much time to be lonely, because Soviescu suddenly put her in charge of organizing a ball to celebrate the birth of his mistress's child. Really, dude? Can't you at least appoint someone else? When he encounters her, he seems worried about her health because she seems tired, which she is, but instantly turns vile when Navier reminds him once more that she is not happy about the birth of the child, will not be forced to like the child, and is not pleased with having to manage the ball, although she will. Soviescu is cold as he states that given that they have not had children till now, even though they tried, this child might have to become hers. Indeed, he just told her that if she can't get pregnant in the following years, Rashta's child will become the heir and Navier's child as well. I'm not even going to comment. He tells her he does not want her to resent the child in case this happens, but she is already resentful as she turns and leaves. Meanwhile, Lord Corsair, Navier's brother, seems to be back in the capital after being sent away for his difficult temperament and rash attitude. He really loves his sister and is buying gifts for her when he suddenly hears the news he hadn't heard of because he was very far away. The Emperor took a mistress, and she's pregnant. It seems like Navier can't stop saying goodbye to people, since now Duke Kaufman meets her to tell her he's leaving since trade with her country won't be an option, given Soviescu's reluctance. The effects of the potion have not worn off, it seems, and in the spur of the moment, he asks Navier to leave with him. He is serious about this, but Navier says she won't go with a man who is under the effects of a potion. And even if he weren't, she still wouldn't, as she is the Empress. She has prepared for this role her whole life. She won't let it go simply because Soviescu is making her life difficult. Please note how none of the reasons are, no, I don't want to leave Soviescu, thank you. The Duke tells her he's worried because being Empress is what matters most to her. But what if the Emperor asks for a divorce? She would then lose her position. Navier says the Emperor is not such a fool. We know he is. But the Duke tells her people in love do stupid things, and he's already a fool for casting her aside. He can get even dumber. Man, I'd choose Heinrich, but this Duke has the facts. Navier still refuses, and after a very affectionate embrace, the Duke leaves. It's not even a minute after that Navier's brother arrives to greet her, furious about the situation with Soviescu and Rashta, saying he'll kill them for her, which Navier fears because he actually might. She tries to calm him down by trying on his presents, but he just happens to find out about the ball for Rashta's baby. In a fury, he leaves. He's probably going to cause trouble. Oh, I don't want bad things to happen to him. He's one of the few who truly cares for Navier. Meanwhile, on the Western Kingdom, Heinrich sits next to his brother on his deathbed. His brother tells him to marry someone who is good for the Empire and to take care of his soon-to-be widowed wife. And after agreeing to both, he passes away. Tears fall from Heinrich's eyes as the whole room bows down to their new king. The news reaches Navier very shortly after, and as she wonders how he is, a letter from him arrives via his subordinate in bird form. He says he's been thinking of her and needs her to comfort him, but she writes back that she can only give him her heartfelt condolences. No, Navier, don't hold back because of Sovi trash. Anyway, Trashta is visited by Viscount Lotshu again, demanding for even more money, and telling her that his whole family will be moving to the capital too. Rashta is worried that his daughter and son might tell society of her past, and of the baby, who has been named Ian. In favor of Rashta, she was told that her child was dead and she really did love the child. Not everything is her fault. She cries as she hates herself for resenting her child, even for a minute, because of the threat he poses to her current position, which allows us to see that she's not all that bad. She is a victim of the circumstances. Still does not justify the way she's going about things now. What do you guys think? Anyway, the ill-fated ball arrives, and everyone has to present Rashta with gifts for the child. Navier politely greets a very excited Rashta and reveals her gift, a jeweled covered sword. Rashta is happy, although Sobieshu himself does not look very pleased. Rashta has no ill intentions as she asks for Navier to bless her child, but the Empress refuses, saying it would be an empty blessing. To be honest, I think Navier is being a bit too cold here, even given the circumstances. But it's true that she's in front of everyone and that every one of her actions is being judged by the audience. So blessing the child might be understood as her taking him as her own and as a possible heir. After Rashta cries and Sobieshu speaks with her, Navier agrees to bless the child, saying she wishes for them to have a life as extravagant as the sword she just gifted them. Rashta is happy with the blessing until Duke Urgi explains that the sword Navier gifted is only for show and would not be useful in battle. So the blessing means that she wishes the child will live a life of luxury, never really holding any power or real responsibilities. AKA, I don't recognize this child as a possible heir. Feeling insulted and under the gaze of everyone, Rashta is taken from the ball by Sobieshu, who has been trying to shield her from the truth behind Navier's gift. Sobieshu explains privately to Rashta that their baby cannot be recognized as a prince or princess because it is not the child of the Empress. And so, as usual, Rashta cries and cries, even though her baby will be very high-ranking and noble, and she will be well-treated all her life. No, that's not enough. It has to be an heir. Anyway, seeing Rashta so sad and angry, Sobieshu reveals that if Navier can't have a child, the baby might be adopted by her and thus become an heir. But Rashta is still angry. Meanwhile, at Viscount Lotshu's home, the Lotshu's son named Alan goes to his home and tells his father that he found out the Emperor's concubine is the Rashta he knew, mother of their son. And by his expression and words, it would seem he really did care for her. The son is shocked that his father already knew, but he is silenced by him, saying that he cannot reveal anything of her past or their whole house will fall to ruin. AKA, they will no longer have any blackmail money. The following day, Navier is walking with her brother and a friend of his when they encounter Rashta, who accuses Navier of having ill intentions with her gift to the baby, but says she will be patient because, wait for it, the Emperor told her Navier will have to adopt the children because it's highly likely she's infertile. The audacity. The sheer audacity. Woman, please, why would you say that out loud? And to the Empress herself? Of course, Navier's brother does not stay still, and furious, steps forward, frightening Rashta, who takes a few steps back. Navier and his friend tell Corsair to calm down, but as they urge him away, Rashta, from the ground now, starts screaming that her stomach is in pain. Corsair gets even angrier, saying that Rashta is now pretending to be hurt and calls her all sorts of things for what she said to Navier, who is once more able to usher him away as people go to help Rashta. In her room, Sobieshu tells Rashta to be careful with her words in front of Corsair, since he is easily angered, and that he heard of her words of infertility to Navier. She denies it, then lies, saying Navier called her a worthless human being first, then denies it again, saying that even if she had been misunderstood, she has the Emperor's baby, as if that were a green pass for anything, and then says Corsair pushed her. Lies! This woman is a liar! Not believing her fully, but still taking this into account, Sobieshu bans Corsair from entering the palace. Corsair is boiling with anger about this, but he doesn't want to make public trouble because the person who would be most affected is his sister. However, his friend tells him that there is a rumor that had circulated before of Rashta being a slave, and that maybe they can dig further to use that. And so they do. Navier keeps on exchanging letters with Heinrich, who says he wishes she were his queen. Bold. Me likey. Anyway, he asks her to come to his coronation ceremony, and Navier replies saying she will definitely try, because she really does want to. After sending the letter, she finds her ladies-in-waiting at her door, waiting to report that Rashta has been given abortive pills mixed in with her food, and that although she's okay, the baby seems a bit weak. Soviescu believes that Kosair was behind this, and so ignores Navier out of anger. Still, she confronts him about it, and Soviescu tells her that if she really thinks her brother is innocent, then she can go and investigate. If he's right, she will have to apologize to him. I will now take a minute to address something. I still don't know who did it, but in no way do I condone the use of abortive pills on Rasha out of spite, revenge, or whatever motive. The baby is not to blame for any of this, and it should not be hurt due to the problems of the adults. That is not the way. Okay, end of note. So Navier goes on to investigate the incident, and during a meal with Kosair's friend, Marquess Farang, she finds out that indeed it was them who did this. Navier is angry about the fact that people on her side would use these methods, and though Farang tries to explain that there are things that must be done, the Empress is quick to shut him up and tells him that she does not want anything like this to happen ever again. And so Navier goes to Soviescu to apologize, but he stops her, saying he only said that in a fit of anger, and that he will bury the rumors to protect her this time, but that if it ever happens again, he will always make the choice to protect his child. That's actually reasonable, huh? I'm impressed every time Soviescu is able to muster up a coherent thought. Not much later, Heinrich receives Navier's latest letter stating that she won't be able to attend his coronation event, and his aide tells him all about the issue with the abortive pills. Heinrich is concerned about Navier, who didn't even tell him about it in the letter, and resolving that he can't do it like this anymore, he quickly writes a note and gives it to his aide to take to Duke Ergi in the Eastern Empire. Poor guy can't catch a break. He just arrived back. After Rashta recovers, Soviescu holds a small party to cheer her up, but she becomes even more upset since in attendance, there are none other than Ravetti and Alan Lotshu. Ravetti, the Lotshu daughter, looks at Rashta condescendingly, but she is ushered away by Alan. Still, Rashta felt threatened by her, and upon encountering Alan later on, tells him to forget all about her. He apologizes for not helping her back then, saying it was a lot at stake and that he was scared. But Rashta pays no mind to him and shuts him up, telling him it is now her who has much to lose, and that he better keep quiet and control his little sister. Rashta is drunk with power, smiling as she leaves. She heads right to Duke Ergi's room, who is seen talking with the bluebird aide that flies away as soon as Rashta enters. Rashta confides in him, looking for some comfort, and asks him how she can make sure her child won't be hurt again. Duke Ergi calmly explains that she can either ask Soviescu for help, or she can get rid of her enemies before they hurt her. But how to get rid of someone as powerful as the Empress, who Rashta has now come to hate? Duke Ergi smiles as he says it. Rashta must become the Empress herself. Rashta is horrified by the sheer mention of such treasonous words, but slowly Duke Ergi tells her that it's not that difficult, and that he can even change her poor origin story by providing a noble couple who will act like her fake parents who lost her as a child. This will give her the status she needs to reach the seat of Empress, and he says that all will be fine as long as she never agrees to take a paternity test. He also tells her to keep on studying, and that her greatest power will come from the common people. She must get the commoner members of the Law Council on her side. There's already a gap between commoners and Navier, since she was born noble and raised noble and acts extremely noble. Ergi tells Rashta to deepen that gap to gain power. Well, guys, it has begun. The idea has been planted into Rashta's head. We're getting closer and closer to our precious divorce scene. Viscount Lotshu is living his best life in the capital while harassing his child, who actually does look after his and Rashta's baby, when Ravetti arrives all happy, saying that she will meet the Empress. Viscount Lotshu is alarmed by this and instantly tells Rashta, who of course worries, wondering why Navier would want to see her, and tells him to keep her quiet in the meeting. You can tell that Rashta is losing her temper more easily these days, as she screams at him, but the Viscount calmly tells her that Ravetti will have her debut in society soon, and that he wants for Rashta to get her a super exclusive top-tier dress for the occasion. Looking at her angry face, he mentions that if something were to happen to him, many people know about her secret and would spread it without problem, making Rashta fear him once more. We then learn that the reason Navier invited Revetti is that she heard that at the party a few days ago, Rashta reacted oddly to her and wanted to have her over as a warning to Rashta. It's all a power move. And so the meeting takes place and Revetti is super excited and happy. Navier never mentions Rashta to her because, after all, Revetti is not on her side yet. So if she asks a lot about Rashta, she might be alarmed and withdraw. She did, however, give her some important information that she hopes will reach the Lotshu Manor, and consequently, Rashta herself. I am telling you, Navier makes all these moves in the shadows. It is so hard to follow her intentions sometimes. So, like an empress, she is so good at her job. On her way back home, Revetti finds Rashta, who questions her about the talk with Navier. But Revetti only implies to her how even though she's sleeping with the Emperor right now, she will never truly become a novel. Rashta slaps her in the face, but Revetti contains herself and leaves, calling her a lowly, violent thing. Will this have repercussions later on? Probably. Sovieshu and Navier share a meal together, and Sovieshu actually seems concerned about Navier's help since she works so much, which puts Navier's guard up. They discuss that there appear to be a number of sorcerers who are losing their powers in the country, and with sorcerers being the greatest strength of the imperial family, this could become a rather serious issue. Sovieshu implores a concerned Navier to smile. A real smile, like the ones from before when she was happy, to which Navier retorts that to smile a happy smile, happy events should take place. He then presents her with a ring. She asks if it's a gift and says thank you, but Sovieshu seems offended that that's all she says. Dude, what did you expect? A Rashta-like reaction jumping around all happy because of a shiny ring? Did you ever hear about a thing called context? Anyway, Rashta learns that Navier will be holding an annual tea party soon, and her ladies-in-waiting assure her that she will get invited because even if Navier doesn't like her, she does have to uphold her image as empress. But the letters are delivered and Rashta does not receive one. Of course, she cries, saying Navier is trying to isolate her, but Duke Urgi comforts her by telling her that they will hold their own tea party on that day. Even if no one attends, she can use the story that all the nobles ignored her to get the commoners on her side. The party is held, and Navier's event is a success. Walking with Revetti after the party, Navier finds out that the young girl is actually a fangirl of hers, and holds her in great esteem. They encounter Rashta and Duke Urgi as they stroll around, and Navier decides not to pull any punches. She introduces Revetti and says she's so lovely she wishes she were her younger sister, going as far as asking her to call her big sister sometimes. This, of course, is a nod to how Rashta had asked to call Navier her sister because they share a husband. Still wondering how that thought ever crossed Rashta's head. Of course, Rashta is very upset by Navier's words, especially towards someone she hates so much like Revetti. Still, the plan worked, and commoners are starting to side with Rashta after no one went to her tea party, saying that the Empress held the party on the same date on purpose. Corsair's friend, who visits Navier in Corsair's stead since he's still banned from the palace, tells Navier that they must strike back by creating worse rumors of Rashta, just like she does about her. However, Navier declines. She must first and most importantly think of her country and her people, and them fighting like this with rumors will inevitably make Sovieshu look bad, which she can't allow, as he must uphold his dignity. If there is any left. Okay, I'll continue. Still, Navier tells Marquess Farang to look out for Duke Urgi because surely the one who must be manipulating the people's opinion is him. After all, he is a foreigner who does not want the power of the Eastern Empire to solidify. He might be doing all of this just to cause trouble within the Eastern Empire. It is finally coronation day in the Western Kingdom, and Heinrich is looking as fine as a freshly made sandwich. Crunchy and yummy. He is still set on taking Navier as his queen, though, and has started making his moves. It is spring already in the Eastern Empire, and Navier looks gorgeous. Like, Sovieshu, how can you treat this woman this way? You're such an idiot. Right. I can't say those words here. Heinrich's aide arrives as a bird carrying a ring. A ring, people! With a letter that says he wants her to be his queen. Of course, Navier thinks this is Heinrich being a flirt, but still smiles. She tries the ring on and is amazed at how well it fits on her ring finger, but decides to put it away and starts to write back. She wants to tease Heinrich and starts writing stuff like, "You'll meet a great woman someday," thinking it's funny. But the bird aide chirps desperately for her not to send that, so she writes something different. Meanwhile, Rashta is angry because she's trying to find a dress for Ravetti for her debutante ball, but they all look so pretty, and she doesn't want to give her something so fancy. But then, she decides to do the same trick she did with Navier and make her look bad by giving her the same dress as the one she herself will wear. It is the day of the debutante, and everyone is in attendance. Rashta puts her plan into action, and of course, the gossiping whispers start to echo all around the room. However, Navier will not let this stand. She gets up and puts her own shawl around Ravetti, saying that might help her stand out, since the dress she's wearing seems to be so popular this season. Everyone praises Navier for solving the situation, while Rashta takes notes in the back of the room? What? After the ball, Navier learns that Rashta will start having the same education as her, and her ladies-in-waiting are appalled at how Rashta keeps on copying her in everything. Still, the investigation on Viscount Lotshu has uncovered some dirt. A baby no one has ever seen is being raised at a closed-off part of his mansion, inaccessible to staff other than the head butler. Could this baby be not only a secret to Lotshu, but to Rashta as well? Navier will have to get more clues before she decides on anything. Speaking of Viscount Lotshu, Sovieshu passes by him as he once more goes to visit Rashta, and when he is greeted, Sovieshu does not hide the fact that he does not like how often he visits his concubine. He makes it clear that he wants him to stop and walks away. Now angered, Lotshu goes to yell at Rashta about his daughter's dress, but Rashta remains calm, telling him that he should control his daughter better. He always says that if he falls, Rashta will fall with him, but Rashta tells him the same thing will happen to him if she's the one to go down. And if that were to happen, she's still carrying the Emperor's child. What does he have to protect him? Indeed, Rashta has the upper hand. Sovieshu visits his pregnant concubine, and looking at her belly, his first thought is, it would be better if the Empress were having a baby. Are you kidding me? Are you honestly telling me the first thing you think of when looking at your pregnant concubine, the woman who is carrying your child, is wish the other one was pregnant instead? Can we please fill the comment section with clown emojis to represent how much of a hole that doesn't see the sun this man is? Anyway, he asks about her well-being and tells her not to have Lotshu visit her any longer. He reminds her about how she can tell him if she's being threatened. He will do anything to keep her safe. But Rashta thinks he will not accept all of her past and says she has nothing to hide, acting all cute like always. Sovieshu smiles at her and is about to leave when Rashta grabs his hand, asking him to put her to bed, but he insists on leaving, Rashta with a pained expression. He used to say when she asked before, could something be changing? Will her position be safe? Sovieshu is doubtful of Rashta, who denies Viscount Lotshu is blackmailing her, and is worried because now even Navier and Corsair are looking into the matter. Navier is not an issue because she always thinks of the image of the family. But if Corsair finds out that Rashta is a slave, he'll definitely reveal it, and the baby might be treated poorly for being a slave's child. So, Sobi Trash thinks the best thing to do is to confront Navier about it, and he gets angry, asking what she's so dissatisfied about, since Rashta has nothing and she has everything. Oh my goodness, dude, are you kidding me? Navier says Rashta took the Emperor, and he dares say, you already have me? To which Navier retorts, am I renting you out to Rashta? Unless I did, the Emperor is not mine. He accuses her of being jealous, and somehow he turns it all into a pity party for himself because she's not jealous out of love, but due to the threat to her position. So boo-hoo, because she doesn't love him. Still, he invites her to a work trip he has to do to investigate the magic disappearance issue, saying that they can go on vacation after. And though Navier refuses because she's actually a responsible ruler and has work to do, Rashta is, of course, ready to take her place. Sovieshu, however, decides to go by himself, and so an angry Rashta is left behind. Navier tells her people and Marquess Farang to stop investigating Lotshu since Sovieshu knows about it already. However, before anything can be stopped, Viscount Lotshu himself sends some men after Corsair to taunt him. Navier's brother is smarter than that, and after getting some information out of them, he goes for the main prize, the Viscount himself. And well, we get to see a whole new side to Corsair. He's very calm and smiles as he, tortures the Viscount to get the information he wants. Oh my, this story suddenly took a very dark turn. Turns out Corsair can be very persuasive, and so he confesses everything. About Rashta being a slave, about her having had a baby, although he lies and says he doesn't know who the father is, and he even tells him he has a certificate to prove Rashta was a slave. What none of them is aware of, however, is that one of Sovieshu's men is listening right outside the door. So a letter is delivered to Sovieshu about all of this right away, and instead of getting angry as he does with Navier, he just sighs and tells the messenger to rescue Latshu and confine Corsair? Really, dude? Trashta was hiding a baby from you and that's your reaction? Anyway, speaking of her, Alan visits her to deliver a few locks of her baby's hair, but she just swats his hand away, only to pick them up with a pained expression once he's gone. Marquess Farang visits Navier to reveal the news of Rashta's baby and that her brother was apprehended. He believes that the Emperor does not know of the child yet, and that to get the upper hand, Navier should be the one to reveal it. But Sovieshu already knows. He visits a sleeping Rashta and finds the baby's hair next to her. When his aide asks him what he plans on doing about all of this, the Emperor says he will file for a divorce. And here we think, finally, his thought process makes some sense. Well, throw that thought away, because he plans on divorcing the Empress, because regardless of any disappointment towards Rashta, she's carrying my child, so punishing her is like punishing the child. How? How is this guy the Emperor? People's lives depend on him. How? Long live democracy. Democracy for the Eastern Empire. Let's start a petition. Sovieshu's aide is as perplexed and astonished as we are by Sovieshu's statement, and even more so by his reasoning, which is as follows. He'll divorce Navier to become the bad guy, and now everyone will think he's the cruel one, and marry Rashta to make her the Empress, and make the child a legitimate heir. Since Rashta will be pretty bad at the job, the people will want Navier back, and so in a year or two, he'll divorce Rashta and marry Navier back, since she will surely stay single, as empresses don't usually remarry. Then he will have Navier as empress, Rashta as concubine, and a legitimate heir. Hey, now that he explains it like that, I see some sense in his logic. Yeah, he's only doing this to protect Navier and the baby, and what the freaking frick is freaking wrong with you, you Soviet trash? Oh my gosh! And he even explains all of this with like a solemn expression, like he has been illuminated by some divine light that brought the solution to him. This isn't the only wise decision he has come to. No. He personally tells Navier that he will banish her brother to protect the baby. Of course, Navier doesn't take this well, and a discussion ensues, but it turns out that Sovieshu does not even know Corsair was attacked by Latshu before he beat him up. Nor will he listen about it, or about anything, to be honest. He says he'll let her brother come back after some time if he repents, but Navier does not even plan on letting him go in the first place. Will she use the information she has on Rashta? Sovieshu visits Rashta, who is super nervous because he hasn't visited her since he found the baby's hair, and is stunned when Sovieshu asks her to be the Empress for 1 year. Rashta trembles. She is not ready for this yet. And why only for a year? But this opportunity is too good to just let go. And maybe if she tries very hard, and Sovieshu loves their child very much, she can be Empress forever. Yeah, okay, Trashta. As if you could ever surpass Navier as Empress. And how does Navier even find out about this? She overhears them speaking as she's walking around at night. Navier rushes away at full speed, desperate, stunned, confused, betrayed. She stumbles as she tries to go back to her room in utter disbelief. What will happen to her if he divorces her? She was born to be an empress after all. What is she without it? She is found in a disheveled state by her maids, who think she's distressed about Corsair's situation, and after taking a bath, decides to leave the palace for a while. Sovieshu, who still has not actually told her anything about the divorce, this mother fricker, takes the opportunity to confront Lachu about the blackmail. And so, the emperor of an empire, who watches over everyone, is totally fooled by a viscount who tells him he and Rashta get along well, and he visited often because he was taking care of her child for her, and only because of the child. Navier has decided to go to Wilwol, where the Magic Academy is. She goes by the place she once had dinner at with Heinrich, and enters feeling nostalgic. In there's a man who looks just like our beloved Heinrich, who has not made an appearance in a while, and oh my gosh, it's him! Rejoice, people! Heinrich is back! They are both so happy as they eat together, both smiling so much at this coincidence. He says he wanted to see her, and Navier interprets this as him being nostalgic over his days as prince, since he now has so many more responsibilities. Heinrich confesses he's worried because his subjects want him to marry, and says that he can't just marry anyone, since she raised his standards to what a queen should be. He says that he sometimes thinks his people would love to have her as a queen herself, just throwing it out there to measure her reaction. And Navier is thankful, but her eyes are pained as she thinks that back home, Sovieshu wants to divorce her. Seeing her like that, Heinrich makes a bold statement. "I wish you were my queen, because there is no one else like you." She jokes, asking what he'd do if she said yes, and he beams as he says he'd take her to his palace right then and there. Navier smiles at his attempt to cheer her up, not sure if he's sincere or just wants to make her feel better. "He's sincere, girl. Please, just go with him." Heinrich accompanies Navier as she visits Evele, her protégée at the academy, since she has been affected by the whole magic being lost thing. Indeed, she is in a crisis. All she wanted to do was being of help to the empress with her magic, but now she has nothing. Just like Navier, without her magic, she is nothing. Without being an empress, she is nothing. She thinks of this as she walks with Heinrich, and he says it's not the same because how will she ever not be empress? But when he turns, Navier is petrified with a panic-struck expression. He runs to her, caressing her face, trying to shake her out of it when she asks if he really wants her to be his queen. His lips tremble as he says he does, and placing her hand on his, Navier finally says the words, "I will become your queen." Guys! Okay, let's continue without wasting a minute. Heinrich cannot believe what he's hearing for a second, but then gets closer to her and tells her with the most sincere smile that he'd be the happiest man in the world if she did, and that he'll do his best to make her the happiest person too. She wonders if it's too much to already be looking for another marriage partner, but she needs to be safe. She promises to be a great queen to him and his people, and adds that she won't interfere if he fell in love with someone else and made her his mistress. Ouch. Too early, maybe? The comment brings Heinrich back to the real world, and as he removes her hand, she asks her reason to agree to his request, even though he does not want her to reconsider at all. Just then, Navier's men go to find her, and she has to leave, but not before mouthing to him to write to her soon. Heinrich is over the moon about all this, and though he's sure she's not marrying him for love, he's confident that he'll be able to win her over with time. Navier, on the other hand, thinks that it won't be good for Heinrich to marry her, since she will be the ex-empress of a neighboring kingdom. But there are some advantages, like how she will be able to improve his playboy reputation, and how she will indeed be a good ruler. Navier returns to the palace and thinks that even if Heinrich got a mistress, it would not be as painful as the Rashta issue. She thinks she must have liked Sovieshu more than she had thought. Oh, Navier. Don't waste another thought on him. Let's go with Birdman right away. In her room, her ladies-in-waiting tell her Sovieshu took the opportunity of her absence to already banish Corsair, and Navier can see that someone has been through her things. It is all revealed during dinner. Indeed, Sophie Trash has gone through her drawers and accuses her of hiding things from him as he presents the letters she has been exchanging with Heinrich. She says that it was something not worth reporting, but Sovieshu is besides himself with jealousy, saying he'll have any messenger bird that nears his window shot down with an arrow. You have a mistress and she can't even exchange letters with another dude? So toxic. Everything here is so toxic. Navier points out that it's not his business who she exchanges letters with, and he says, "I'm your husband," which she counters by saying he's not her lover, and leaves a stunned Sovieshu behind, thinking that no matter how much she used to like him, she no longer wants to be by his side. Yes, woman, leave that wretched place. Like, it's all his business when she wants to exchange letters with someone, but not hers when he wants to fool around with other women and get them pregnant? Okay, whatever. Everything here is wrong, so why am I even surprised? Back in her room, Navier asks for some red cloth, which is used in the Western Kingdom to signal danger, so that she can hand it from her window to alert the incoming bird of Sovieshu's threat. Meanwhile, in said kingdom, Heinrich is super happy while his aide McKenna wonders if he blackmailed her into agreeing to be his queen. Anyway, he seems happy about the turn of events and transforms into a bird to carry yet another message to her, thinking he'll be very busy from now on as more and more letters will be delivered. Heinrich still wonders what reason Navier had to agree to marry him, and it might just be what his informant is telling him about, that Navier's brother was banished. We all know it's not, but still, Heinrich asks for Corsair to be found and be brought over to him. Meanwhile, McKenna is already arriving to Navier's room and interprets the red cloth as a good sign since in the Eastern Empire, it signifies good fortune. However, Navier hears a thud and is horrified when she finds a blue feather and traces of blood on her balcony. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She looks for the bird everywhere, but then there's notice of a present from the emperor he just sent. A cooked bird, surrounded by blue feathers. What the actual heck? This is so sick! This is another level of twisted. Oh my gosh, no, just no. Good news is that Rashta is the one who actually found the bird, and thinking it was from Ergi, took it to him after reading the love letter attached to it. Ergi reacted quickly to save McKenna in bird form, and asked Rashta to keep the contents of the letter secret, saying it was supposed to be for him. I can't believe I'm saying this, but good job, Rashta. We have to give credit where credit is due, people. Meanwhile, the absolute beep that is Sovieshu holds Navier's hand with a concerned expression because she fainted from the horror of his present. Of course she doesn't want him near her. He tries to apologize, saying that the bird was not really the one he shot, and he didn't think she'd be this shocked. This man is a cruel lunatic. He leaves while Navier hides her tears under her bedsheets, thinking the bird is dead. She then decides to go to Ergi to have him tell Heinrich of the bird, but ends up finding McKenna in bandages and nothing else. Just then Ergi arrives joking about how their secret was discovered, and McKenna is so flustered with embarrassment that he says the truth, that he was injured while running an errand for Heinrich, but is interrupted with a kick to the wound since, well, he was basically admitting to being the bird. Ergi asks Navier to leave, but she stays to make sure Ergi gets her message for Heinrich. His bluebird is dead, to her knowledge, and any bird sent in the future will be shot down. Fun fact! Rashta now thinks Duke Ergi and Heinrich are in a romantic relationship because she deduced the sender was Heinrich, and the letter was pretty heavy on the romance. Just thought I'd let you know, because it's hilarious. Talking about deducing, our Empress doesn't fall far behind, and upon learning an injured bird was taken to Ergi by Rashta, she remembers the dean at the Magic Academy told him there was a clan of people who could transform into birds, though they are now believed to be extinct or hidden. Our Empress, unlike Rashta, deduces well, and is very shocked as she reaches the conclusion that McKenna might be the bird, quickly wondering if Queen might be a bird too. Sophie Trash tries to mend things with Navier by sending her a bluebird as a gift, which she sends back, interpreting it as a message to remember the bird he shot down. Like, honestly, how can you ever fix that sick gesture? On the other hand, Heinrich's sweet gesture of finding Corsair is going well, since a messenger found him, telling him the Western King wants to speak to him. He was in disbelief at first, but decided to follow the man in the end, since he said Heinrich wanted to talk about Navier. Rasha is at it again. Ah, yes. She was nervous because Soviescu was sending Navier gifts instead of telling her he'll divorce her. So when she saw the bluebird Navier had rejected, she got it into her room, plucked out some of its feathers like a psycho, and then told Soviescu that Navier had injured it and that she wanted to keep it. By the way, when injuring the bird, she asked herself why she was being forced to act like this. Girl, no one is forcing you. You're just that much of a... I think I'm losing more and more of my filter as this story goes on. I'll try to keep it safe, guys. So, Soviescu decides to keep the bird, but he's super angry at Navier for doing that to her gift, which she didn't. There appears to be an issue with finding Rashta's bill of slavery, the certificate that proves that she was a slave. Lachu apparently gave it to Corsair. Corsair said an Imperial Knight had it. It wasn't found in Navier's room, so it's nowhere to be found. Irritated, Soviescu decides to just find Rashta some fake parents to give her a better background for her new position as empress. Gosh, it's hard to say it. Our empress, however, decided to confront Ergi on the whole bird-to-human thing. He laughs it off, pretending it's the funniest thing he's ever heard, fooling Navier while admiring how perceptive and clever she is. At a meeting a few days after that, Soviescu's "let's get Rashta some noble fake parents" plan is set in motion, and it is announced that a well-known couple came forward claiming to be her parents. It kind of worked, until literally the next envoy nervously said another couple had come forward with the same claim. I don't know if you guys remember, but Ergi had also devised a plan for Rashta to be claimed by some less-known nobles, and well, the date of the announcement coincided. Navier had been upset a minute ago, thinking about how Soviescu used to be angry when his father created fake parents for his mistresses, and now he does it himself. But now she can't help but laugh at how Rashta suddenly has 4 parents, while Soviescu is red with embarrassment. Soviescu has both couples locked up because logically, at least one is lying, so he has to do something to save face. Meanwhile, Rashta rejoices at the fact that both Ergi and Soviescu care for her like that. But Ergi tells her this is a bit of a serious issue since the couple that is deemed to be lying will be punished. So, who will she choose? Ergi's couple or Soviescu's? Which also translates to, who will she choose? Ergi or Soviescu? She decides that she'll go with the couple that people are more likely to believe are her real parents, which is actually a smart choice. They decide that Ergi's option is the best for that, and that she will have to really pretend they are her real parents to fool everyone, since if she wants to be empress, she needs real noble parents. Anyway, Soviescu is in a sticky situation, what with the 2 couples and everything, so what does he decide to do? He blames everything on Corsair, writing in a letter that he was the one who hired his fake couple, and adding some other bad things that he did, and the fact that Navier is infertile, which he is strangely too sure of. He sends it to the high priest asking for a divorce. He is so pathetic, and such a coward. Rashta does not fall behind in terms of being trash, as she puts on the act of her life as she meets her fake parents, moving everyone in the room, and most importantly, the reporters. On the way to her room, she meets Lachu, who feels threatened by the news of these fake parents as he may lose his hold on Rashta, and tries to claim that they are crooks, only to be ignored. Rashta's fake parents are actually very nice people who actually do have 2 missing daughters, and they have spent their entire fortune looking for them. They smile warmly at Rashta and hold her hands, as they tell her they will keep looking for their girls, but that they'll consider her their 3rd child. That is so sweet. Sad that they don't know the true character of this 3rd child they just took in. In the Western Kingdom, Corsair has arrived at Heinrich's palace, and he's being all calculative, thinking he'll get him to pursue Rashta to take her away from the Eastern Empire, when he is turned to stone by the king himself addressing him as future brother-in-law. They sit down for tea and Heinrich tries to explain the situation, but he doesn't know much about it other than that Navier said she'd be his queen. Corsair is very struck by how he gleams as he speaks of her, and to him as he tries to win over his future in-laws. Honestly, he's so cute and sweet. Corsair chokes on his drink at basically every word Heinrich says because he's so shocked. But his expression turns cold when Heinrich says he thinks that Soviescu is planning to divorce Navier, and that's why I suggested they marry. Corsair is of course angered by this, but then he asks Heinrich why he agreed to her proposal, and he honestly says it's because he loves her. Still a bit shaken, Corsair can only agree that his sister is the best, and immediately approves of Heinrich, saying that this is what a ruler should be like. Aww, he won over Corsair already! Good job, Heinrich. Corsair then decides to help Heinrich with his correspondence issue. Apparently, Marquess Farang, his friend, raises messenger birds in his estate, so he can just send the messages there and he'll take them to Navier. He won't even check the content if Corsair tells him not to, so it all works out. Yes, I stan this Navier fan club. And so Navier gets her first letter and smiles as she reads about how Heinrich met her brother and how he wants to see her. She writes back to him saying she wants to see him too, and about the divorce and how they have to do things as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Rashta cries and cries because she can't remember in 4 days what Navier and Soviescu took 1 day to learn. Soviescu tries to teach her, but there's no point, and asks her to at least learn 1 book per day because she must at least know the basics to become empress. But she cries even harder. Let us all keep the people of the empire in our thoughts, since they will soon be ruled by this woman. Navier finds out that Soviescu decided to blame the whole second fake couple thing on her brother and went to the prison to confirm it directly. The couple say it was Corsair who forced them out of fear, but Navier cleverly confirms that they don't even know what Corsair looks like, since they keep changing their description every second, and Soviescu, who is right there, is put on the spot. Still, he pathetically claims they are confused because they're scared of her, the empress, and will agree to anything she says, to which Navier leaves. Shisu finds out that Soviescu has already delivered the divorce petition letter to the high priest, so he will come to settle the issue in no time. She needs permission from him to remarry, and she knows Soviescu will do anything in his power to stop her, so she must convince the high priest on the same visit. She needs to tell Heinrich right now, since the high priest will arrive really soon, so she sends her knight with a message to Marquess Farang's home, but he has gone to meet a friend, although he didn't say which. Navier deduces it's Corsair and asks her knight to take the letter in the direction of the Western Kingdom, and she'll find Farang there. Navier has no way of knowing if the letter reached him or not, and she despairs in the next few days, but she must work hard to get everything over for the switch. Navier had been financing some welfare organizations, and she does not want to leave them stranded. She hopes that Rashta will help them as well, but still she must prepare everything. Still, she has ran out of time. The high priest arrives and is rather sad at the outcome of everything. He was sure that they would be happy as a couple, and even defends Navier, saying the incidents he cited as cause for the divorce are not her fault, and if that he's to claim she's infertile, he must provide evidence. Well, people, hold on tight to your seats for this one, 'cause you're gonna want to break something. When they were younger, before marriage and everything, Soviescu and Navier were put on a diet to look their best, which honestly, I find unnecessary, but okay. Soviescu found some cookies, and since back then he was actually sweet, he went to share them with Navier, who loved sweets. Little did he know those cookies were for someone else, and were laced with a drug that could make people infertile. He never told anyone Navier took them, only that he did to protect her, but not even Navier knew or knows about it. So yeah, his main reason for divorcing her in the eyes of the church is that she can't produce an heir, and it might be because he made her infertile, and he never even told her! The high priest is conflicted and goes to visit Navier now. He looks very apologetic as he lists the reasons for divorce Soviescu has presented, and she says she can't accept any of the reasons provided as grounds for divorce. The high priest gives her his support, telling her she has to put up a fight because the divorce process will begin soon. And I need to pause here. Guys, Sovieshu never told Navier he was divorcing her. I just realized. He never actually told her directly. Oh my gosh, what a piece of beep! Like, officially, this is the first she's hearing of it, through the priest that will divorce them. Just let that sink in for a minute. Luckily, Navier's knight reached Marquess Farang in time, and even if the letter were delivered now, the high priest is already here. How will Heinrich ever reach the Eastern Empire before the divorce? Latshu is wondering what to do next about Rashta when he sees her child in Alan's arms. That's right, he still has the child. As long as he has the baby, he should be able to control her. However, right then, news reaches him that there's a rumor that the Emperor will divorce the Empress. And when Ravetti hears of this, she goes to see Navier immediately to help in any way she can. She says she will get revenge for her, but Navier smiles as she hugs her, telling her not to get involved with Rashta and to focus on her own happiness as she cries. Navier herself is crying alone later as she writes goodbye letters to all the people who helped her during her time as Empress. When she hears a thud in her window and notices that Queen is there. Yes! Go Heinrich! He has, however, been shot under Sovieshu's orders, and even though he carries a letter, Navier ignores it to tend to the bird first. Luckily, the arrow didn't pierce him, and Queen, seems to be enjoying the special treatment. The letter he carried said that he somehow was in Duke Ergi's room, and that he had to speak to her, so she has to visit him tomorrow whenever she can. Still, on that day, Sovieshu calls for an emergency meeting, and she must attend. When she arrives and sits, he immediately says he's sorry, saying he never meant to. He's cut short by our female lead, who says she has no intention of accepting his apologies. Yes, Queen, stay strong. The High Priest arrives, and Sovieshu announces he will divorce Navier, and though people protest, he says it has already been decided. Can we once again point out that Sovieshu never once tried to discuss it with her? Okay, even more unpleasant, on her way out, Navier is met by a crocodile-teared Rashta who says she doesn't hate Navier and that she won't forget her when she leaves the palace. She basically kicked her out. How can she even say that? People, please! Let's fill the comment section with trash cans, because she needs to be thrown out. After making sure no one is following her, Navier goes to Ergi's room, where Heinrich awaits. He blushes as he opens his arms wide for her, and she allows him to hug her, even hugging her back, being comforted by someone at last. He kneels in front of her and tells her she won't be alone for much longer as he kisses her hand. Ah! Heinrich! They sit down for tea, and Heinrich says that he sent Duke Ergi away since he's a very jealous man, and the Duke is a well-known womanizer. He's so distracted that he spills the cup he was pouring, which Navier finds cute and helps her relax. Heinrich says that he has everything ready for the divorce trial. She must accept and request for remarriage in the same instant, and he will appear at the right moment and shock everyone. Talk about making an entrance. Navier asks how he got here so fast after she sent the message, but he says he cannot tell her until they are married, which she says is fine. Navier and her ladies are locked in the Empress's palace, as is the custom with divorce matters, so she can't even tell her parents she will remarry. Sovieshu visits her on that rainy night, and she asks if it's too soon to say goodbye. All he manages to say is, "We won't be apart for too long." I told you he was a pathetic excuse of a man on day 1. It's part 10, and things have not changed at all. He says he still wants to have her close to him after the divorce, and she says it's impossible since they'll be strangers from tomorrow onwards, and leaves. Ladies and gentlemen, the day has come. It begins. As Navier is escorted to the trial, Rashta is already thinking about how she will replace her loyal maid for more prestigious and noble ladies-in-waiting. Duke Ergi helps her choose a dress, which is quite revealing for a divorce trial. But she is celebrating after all. Navier arrives dressed in red and notices how Rashta is basically dressed for a celebration as she hides behind Sovieshu. She's supposed to be the future empress, but she just hides there. Again, Keep the people of the Eastern Empire in your thoughts. Marquess Farang and Navier's parents are in attendance as the High Priest tells her that if she accepts the divorce request, she will no longer be part of the imperial family and lose the right to be the empress. He asks if she agrees to the divorce. Strong and determined, Navier accepts. Marquess Farang is outraged while Rosh just smirks, quickly going back to her weak persona when Navier looks at her. Sovieshu sighs in relief, but just then, the words come out through her lips. And I request an approval of my remarriage. Navier stands tall with her arms crossed as the room and the High Priest himself are in shock. Suddenly, a chuckle is heard from across the room. Heads turn, and Heinrich steps forward with a smile, walking confidently to Navier's side. Everyone is confused, but the High Priest asks if he is the one she wants to marry. Sovieshu trembles in anger, shouting at Heinrich, saying that this is his empire. Heinrich puts on the most innocent face ever as he says he'll do things formally later, but he rushed over because if he was too late, he might have missed this opportunity. He asks the High Priest to approve the marriage, while Sovieshu tries to object that it's illegal for him to attend the court without previous consent. The High Priest, who is considerate of Navier, looks at her as to ask what she wants, and she nods to him. He then declares it. He accepts Navier's request to marry King Heinrich. Navier smiles at Heinrich as he laughs in happiness while the trial is concluded. The High Priest approaches them and marries them right then and there. It is official now. Our female lead is now Queen Navier of the Western Kingdom. Congratulations! Let us now fill the comment section with congratulatory crowns for our queen. I hope there's more crowns than trash cans, because Navier deserves all of them crowns and all of our attention. Navier's parents are very confused about what's just happened. But Heinrich and his charming personality are very hard to not give into. Navier's ladies-in-waiting are extremely pleased with this outcome, expressing their support. And two of them, including Laura, say they'll even follow them to the Western Kingdom, for which Heinrich thanks them with his radiant smile. He also tells Navier's parents that their son Corsair is safe in his kingdom, for which they are extremely relieved. He's already gaining points as a son-in-law. Navier is very happy as she watches over the happiness of everyone in the room. Meanwhile, Trashta thinks about how a cruel woman Navier is, while telling Sovieshu that she had been cheating on him with Heinrich for a very long time. Can she really call someone else cruel? Is this twisted woman certified to do that? The public is divided. Some support Navier in her remarriage. After all, she was just left for a mistress, and she would be disgraced in the eye of the public. But they also don't want to lose their knowledgeable empress. Some even criticize her for making the emperor look bad. I wonder how the fact that he wouldn't keep it in his pants was not criticized. Navier and Heinrich are staying at her parents' residence while they gather all of her belongings to move to the Western Kingdom. Even though her parents won't be going with her, they will be staying 2 more weeks so that Navier can spend some time with them and Heinrich can win them over. However, Marquess Farang suddenly arrives with news. The residence is surrounded by knights. Ah, yes, Sovieshu's pathetic ego has done it again. At the residence's entrance, Heinrich says that detaining the king and queen of the Western Kingdom, by the way, he's really gotten used to her new title now, could make the relations between the two countries go downhill. Sovieshu then shouts that if he cared about that, he shouldn't have stolen someone else's wife. Heinrich rubs it deep in his face. They were already divorced, so she was no longer his wife, while Navier has to cover her smile from the sidelines, seeing how shaken Sovieshu is. Sovieshu's face becomes twisted when Navier says she's the one who proposed to Heinrich, and as always, he thinks everything is about him and that it's all because she wants revenge and she chose Heinrich because he hates him. Like, dude, there's a whole world besides you, you know. Navier says Heinrich and her are using each other, which strikes Heinrich a bit, and for Sovieshu to go with the person he wants to be with, to which he screams it's her. Yeah, okay, sure, Sovi Trash, say that now. He pathetically says he didn't divorce her so that she could marry whoever. And honestly, I won't even comment on this because I will get banned on YouTube for my vocabulary. Sovieshu finally leaves, since many people are watching, and over the days it becomes clear that the only ones who can't leave the residence are Navier and Heinrich. Still, they'll have to let them go soon if they want to maintain a good relationship between the countries. Heinrich is a bit bummed about what Navier had said at the gate about their marriage. With a smile, he makes it clear that to him, this isn't a marriage of convenience. He married her because he wants to be with her. Meanwhile, Sovieshu is throwing a tantrum at the palace because things are not going his way. He calls Duke Ergi over to tell him to go escort Heinrich back to the Western Kingdom to make it look like it's Ergi who's rescuing him and not Sovieshu who's letting him go. However, he wants to keep Navier here, so he asks his aides to look for any kind of law that prohibits the ex-empress from leaving the empire. So Duke Ergi heads to the Trovi residence, and as soon as he arrives, Navier moves him over to the side to make a request. She wants him to help Rashta when she becomes the empress for the sake of the people of the empire. How can Navier be so kind to the people who turn their backs on her? Our queen is truly remarkable. Ergi says he'll handle Rashta in his own way, so she shouldn't worry, and for her to pick a few things she really needs and meet him at the back door of the residence. The next thing we know, Ergi and Heinrich are leaving in a carriage alone, and they are allowed to pass through the gates. Little did the guards know, they were not the only ones in the carriage. By the time Sovieshu was told about Navier disappearing, she was already far, far away. Boy, was he mad, ordering everyone to find her. He'd been looking for some way to legally keep her in the country, but she had already escaped. How? Undercover in the carriage under one of the seats. Yes, it is not befitting of a queen, but desperate times require desperate measures. After a while, Heinrich lets her out and tells her they'll be riding separately as she'll be going with a guard and he'll be going by himself to make things safer for them. And so Navier left with a driver who did not even know of her identity. Every once in a while, they would stop to rest, and a new driver would come to take her further ahead. After a while, she was dropped off in the middle of nowhere, and not even 5 minutes passed until King Heinrich came like a shining knight riding his horse in order to pick up his bride. Only, he's actually the one sitting behind her on the horse as she rides at full speed to her heart's content. Navier is a bit uncomfortable as Heinrich presses his body against her back for support, making this fangirl of yours squeal. He teases her endlessly until they arrive to where McKenna is, who wonders why they're on one horse when he sent two, to which Heinrich shamelessly says there was only one, earning himself a glare from Navier. It's the first time that Navier meets the knights of the Western Kingdom, and you can tell they're uncomfortable with her. Everyone pretends everything is okay, but as she gets on the carriage, Navier worries about how this new country will view her, if they will accept her. Heinrich holds her hand and calms her down, saying that she's someone everyone falls in love with, so there will be no issue. They finally arrive at her new home, and respectfully, everyone bows to their king and new queen. And this is the end of the first season for this manhwa. It's quite the ending. Not to worry, we'll continue with the story right now since more chapters have already been released. They all head into the palace where Heinrich is bummed due to how Navier is rudely stared at everywhere she goes due to her circumstances. McKenna says this will soon change, and that many are actually glad she became the queen. However, as soon as they encounter Unum Cuvel, the captain of the royal guard, the first thing he says is that Heinrich was reckless and that he can't believe he put his life at risk for a woman. Wow, dude, that's your king you're talking to. Heinrich burns him in an instant, saying that it must not be that hard to believe since he himself is willing to risk his life just to say those few words. Oh, slay! He instantly apologizes, but soon there is an issue regarding where she'll sleep that night, since Unum says she can't stay in the queen's chambers since the official wedding has not taken place yet. Navier tries to earn his respect and not command him, a wise choice, and says she will respect their customs but will need accommodations akin to her status. Just then Krista, the now widow and former queen of the kingdom who is married to Heinrich's brother, shows up and politely offers Navier to stay at the queen's palace, which she gladly agrees to. On the way, however, a courtier they run into says all sorts of things about how they think Krista is their real queen, and the new one doesn't care about them, unaware that the woman next to her is Navier herself. The situation is awkward, but Navier just walks ahead. Once alone with her ladies-in-waiting who thinks Krista has to stand strong in her position and not let Navier belittle her, which she didn't, Krista thinks about how Navier is already taking over, saying she will have to replace the people she will work with closely, although they can continue to work in another position. It honestly seems reasonable, but Krista is troubled by this, and for some reason, she's even more troubled about the fact that she married Heinrich. Are we about to have a problem here with this new woman? Why is she even still staying at the palace? She's supposed to stay elsewhere as a former queen. I smell trouble here, people. Heinrich holds a meeting in the throne room to acknowledge that his decision to leave to the Eastern Empire alone must have caused concern, but that Navier is not to be blamed, and that she is to be treated like a queen. There are some protests. One noble even says that many still consider Krista to be their true queen, but Heinrich is very clear with his replies. He wants his woman to be treated with the utmost respect, and warns everyone against doing anything other than that. Navier continues to worry about how to best establish her position and have the people of the kingdom accept her when Heinrich arrives with a gorgeous bouquet filled with gems. He admits he too is concerned about this whole issue and wants to do something about it, but Navier says he must not intervene, as she herself must be the one to take care of this. You go, queen! This fangirling community supports you. There is also the matter of the wedding. Usually the queen prepares it, but in this case, if Navier were to prepare it, she would be torn down by the nobles, and if Krista handled it, it would only make her position stronger. So Heinrich decides to handle it himself, and to declare that he is now an emperor on the same day, so no one will be able to complain if the party is very extravagant. Yes, you heard it right. Heinrich is upgrading the status of his kingdom to that of an empire, which will make Navier the first empress of the country. McKenna is so happy about this news. In the Eastern Empire, Sovieshu just can't let go of how things went down, reason for which Rashta is a bit annoyed. He doesn't seem to care much about Rashta anymore, although he does tell her not to meet with Ergi anymore, not out of jealousy like she thinks, but because he's angry he helped Navier escape. Still, she continues to meet with him, and they laugh and smile at each other as he advises her on her new position and power. That relationship is sure to cause trouble in the future. Back in the Western Kingdom, Navier has a new lady-in-waiting, Rose, the little sister of Unum Cuval, who agreed to take the position to size up their new queen. Navier, however, is prepared as she instructs her on what to do. As they walk through the palace, a journalist encounters them, and Navier welcomes him with a smile, since this might be good for her image. But the first thing he asks is, "How did you get remarried so fast?" To the queen. Okay. Navier is smart about this. People who read the newspapers are either looking for the truth or an interesting story. But an affair scandal is not a good way to begin her reign, so she just says that Heinrich supported her while she was getting divorced, since he knew her beforehand and they grew closer together. This will make people feel bad for her and support her. That night, Heinrich, who has a habit of entering through her window, comes over with a lunchbox to have dinner with her alone. Oh, this sweet, sweet man. He inches his hand closer to her as he asks about the journalist and Rose, and as soon as she moves it towards his, he grabs it as if he were a Venus flytrap. She reassures him as always, and he wonders how she can make him feel so relieved but also shy at the same time as she takes her hand away. She, on the other hand, is thinking about how they will spend their first night together after the official marriage, and when he asks her for a favor, she instantly thinks he is asking to kiss her, and after a bit agrees. Well, 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 Navier, who knew you had this side to you? Heinrich just wanted to feed her, which takes Navier by surprise, but still gives us a beautiful scene. Navier is super embarrassed by the misunderstanding and feeds him a super big bite of food to cover up for it. After that, she wipes his mouth with a napkin and just drops the question, is McKenna actually the bluebird he used to send over? Heinrich doesn't even seem surprised as he replies truthfully without any hesitation that he is. However, when she asks if Queen is also a person, he asks what she'd feel if he were. She loves Queen, but would be super embarrassed about how informal she was in her presence. But the words that come out of her mouth are, "I'd be a bit upset," which in turn upsets Heinrich, who misunderstood them and ends up not revealing his true identity. He sulks in his study in front of McKenna over the fact that she might not like him anymore if he tells her, while his aide just tells him that since they're married now, he shouldn't delay it any longer. Heinrich decides to tell her after her ladies-in-waiting from the Eastern Empire arrive so that they can comfort her if she's too shocked, which is a bit dramatic, but also sweet of him. He then asks McKenna about the matter with Navier's magic protege. It seems like they're somehow behind the mages of the Eastern Empire's magic disappearance. But he is trying to restore Evely's magic because his queen is upset. Evely is seen receiving a sparkling necklace from an anonymous donor, and we know good things are to come. Navier seems concerned about how flustered Heinrich was at the answer to his question about Queen, and she finally reaches the hypothesis that he might actually be that bird. She then becomes flustered herself about how intimate she was with Queen before and can't stop thinking about this theory, which makes Rose concerned for her because she looks so troubled. They go to meet Corsair, who has always been staying at the palace but didn't make an appearance to let his sister settle first and help with her image. There is no answer at his door, but instead a man comes over and confuses Navier with her brother, instantly apologizing and kneeling when he realizes she's the queen. He introduces himself as Apron Violet, a knight of the palace, and he was the one who actually went to fetch Corsair when he was exiled. He was actually looking for Corsair because he liked him and wanted to get to know him better. And Navier wondered why her brother seems to be avoiding him, since usually he'd get along with people like him. But it doesn't take long to figure it out. He is nice, but quite annoying and oblivious to it. He rambles on and on and on about his little sister and whatnot, and Navier can't seem to shake him off. Finally, the matter of how few ladies-in-waiting she has comes about, and Apron nominates his sister to be a lady-in-waiting for Navier. Rose shakes her head desperately, but Navier agrees to meet her. The reason why Rose shook her head like so is quickly confirmed. A very tough-looking girl carrying a spear on her back introduces herself as Mistress Violet, his sister, the next day. Navier smiles at her appearance, calling her Miss Mistress, which makes her very happy since usually people don't treat her as a lady since she is a knight. Rose is struck by just about every sentence that comes out of her mouth, especially what even is a lady-in-waiting, but Navier still lets her be close to her, wondering why Apron sent her away. Heinrich himself is in shock when he hears of Navier's new lady-in-waiting. Mistress isn't only a knight, she's a member of the Knights of the Underground, a secret organization that carries out the will of the king. And she in particular is called the Red Knight because of her violent kills. He worries at the thought of her being so close to Navier with those blood-stained hands. And McKenna tells her that she's very happy because Navier calls her Miss, which is something she really desires. Besides, it seems all to be a plot of Apron to get Mistress and Corsair together since she likes him and he approves of him. But Corsair won't have anything to do with this matter. Now she'll be able to meet him all the time. Mistress is good at learning things in no time, but she's still quite rough, threatening Rose with her spear in a pretense high society fight, which she will surely have to tackle as a lady-in-waiting. Still, she is super sweet and genuinely likes Navier. Rose is completely against her officially becoming a lady-in-waiting, especially when Navier's position is being threatened by Krista. But Navier doesn't know what to do. Yes, she has much to learn, but it is hard to find people who really like her and she can trust in this new land. As Navier ponders on all of this, she walks along the park. She suddenly hears the flapping of wings and sees several birds heading into an abandoned structure. Curious, Navier goes in, just in time to see how Queen turns into a jaw-dropping, absolutely ripped King Heinrich. My, oh my, oh my. What am I to do with this image? Is anybody's heart suddenly racing? This is wallpaper material, guys. All I can say is, good job, Navier. He's very well built. It's like someone carved his body perfectly. Navier didn't expect him to be completely naked when transforming back. That body and that face, it's as if he's one of the elves that the legends speak of. How is it humanly possible to get that kind of body? That same night, Navier keeps thinking about how she actually did all those things to Queen, Heinrich, when he was naked. She has to get mad because he cunningly feigned ignorance. But why does it look like his body is the only thing you keep thinking of, Navier? But she realizes that Heinrich probably had no choice since the information about the Bird Clan was supposed to be a secret and they're married now, so she has to give him a chance to be honest about it. But if he tells her the truth, then he'll know that she sees him all naked. What should she do? Meanwhile, Sovieshu can't accept how Navier becomes the queen of another nation so soon. He's even more frustrated to burn the letter instead of looking at it for clues. He slams his fist on the table, remembering how Navier used to be his wife who promised to stay with him until death. I'm seriously out of words to say to this person. He's crazy. As he grits his teeth, he concludes that Navier is crossing the line, so he will make her regret it. Regret what, sir? Who's crazy enough to stay with you after constantly hurting them? That same day, he orders to make the wedding ceremony as lavish as possible despite Rashta's heavy pregnancy. He's aware of his pettiness, but he must do something before Navier's wedding. He's willing to stoop that low just to justify his regrets. What the public thinks of Rashta is important, since the nobles have always opposed empresses from common backgrounds. And so, he appoints Rashta's father as the Minister of State Affairs. The couple can't believe their luck, and so they hold on to their exceptional daughter, even calling her their treasure. Will everything really work out for Rashta? At breakfast, Rashta sits on the far end of the table, thinking about her current position that everyone looks up to. She's carrying the Emperor's first child, and her time as the Empress will be extended when she's pregnant with the next child, because Sovieshu doesn't want an illegitimate one. Meanwhile, it seems like her parents can't stop crying because of their other daughter, and that everyone wants to see Rashta comfort them. But the truth is, their daughter isn't Rashta's real sister. However, she doesn't want to raise any suspicions, so she gets up, assuring her mother that she'll find her sister soon. Of course, that beaming smile is just a facade. She's rather annoyed. Ugh. Later that day, the servant apologizes to Rashta for bringing up a sensitive topic back then. Also, he points out that it seems like Duke Ergi, the one who has helped her a lot, really likes her. But then again, who would be taken with a pretentious, charming beauty like her? After that, she paces back and forth in her room, still unable to move on from what the servant has said because she thought that Ergi was in a relationship with Heinrich. Funny how she can plot evil deeds but wrongly assume a boys' love genre to exist here. Meanwhile, Navier wants to help Heinrich in the preparations for their upcoming wedding because surely he doesn't want to strengthen Krista's hand by putting her in charge. She must meet with Heinrich, but she rather keeps thinking about how he looked back then. I totally agree with you, Navier. He's a total babe. Moving on, she gets up and sees Krista in front of Heinrich's office. Krista greets her, but the look on Navier's lady-in-waiting Rose says everything. When Heinrich opens the door, he's surprised to see them both. It turns out that Krista wants to handle the wedding preparations. No, girl, sit down. Krista is confident of her position as the former queen to lead the wedding preparation. Navier just looks at Heinrich and tells him to stick to his original decision. That's right, Navier, wife up. Krista is rather left speechless for a moment and understands the situation quickly. When she leaves, Navier wonders why she suddenly wants to help them. She now starts to question if it sounds like she's picking on her. When she was defending herself from Rashta, she didn't feel like this, even though she was in a more pitiful situation than Krista was. Could it be the differences in manners? The way Krista dealt with the situation is something else. She gets lost in thought and only comes back to her senses when Heinrich calls her. The way he calls her my queen is so romantic that I just want them to officially get married right away. And so Navier talks about supporting him if there are things he needs help with, but he personally wants to do it for her, except with the dress fitting, of course. The moment Heinrich mentions his size, everything flashes back to what she saw the other night. Hold on, Navier, why are you looking at it that way? Now we can't also divert our attention from it. She suddenly looks away, but her eyes are still looking at him, who's now whining like a dog. He's so cute. But well, in Heinrich's perspective, it looks like she's really angry at him. Calm down, Heinrich. Navier just can't contain your overload cuteness. But you can't be embarrassed forever, Navier. And so she is about to ask him to come clean, but his face is still whimpering. She knows this isn't the right time. What a weakness, huh? She then tells him that he should invite Grand Duke Kaufman, though she's planning to talk about diplomacy with Luke after the wedding. Inviting him will only mean that she wants to set up a trade agreement again. She then pokes his forehead to keep his focus straight. Before, things fell through due to a rift between Soviescu and Kaufman. Heinrich is quick-witted to catch up with what she meant, so he lets her have a sit to talk about it. I know you're sitting on his chair right now, Navier, but you're literally looking at something else. Not that we don't want it, though. Goodness. She's now discussing her plans while avoiding eye contact. Even Heinrich notices it, so he begs her to look at him while talking. He's literally blushing right now. In her defense, she's not avoiding his gaze, but rather his conscience. And so she stands up and asks him again, to which he agrees. Shortly after, Navier comes across Krista again. Navier isn't even surprised when Krista tells her to make sure that her lady-in-waiting won't be insulted by her people again, simply because Sir Apron isn't one of Navier's people. If she has a problem with it, then she should ask Heinrich directly. Period. Though Krista has constantly been making requests that are a little difficult, it's undeniable that she has shown herself to be dignified and elegant through her actions and character. They might have been close if they aren't competing for power. Later that day, Navier asks Rose to deliver a letter to Mostas, asking her to be her lady-in-waiting. It's quite risky, since Mostas isn't really cut out to be one, but since she isn't influenced by Krista yet, she should take this chance. Suddenly, Mostas comes into the room to introduce McClinnan, the best designer in the kingdom. When Navier invites her in, McClinnan is pacing back and forth, observing her. She then exclaims that she's going to design a gorgeous and intense dress for her while stretching the tape measure at hand. On the other hand, Rashta is displeased to know that Soviescu wants her to wear a simple dress since she's very popular with the commoners. Her wedding itself is extravagant, and if her dress is too, then she'll be moving away from the public image that the people expect from her. Of course, she can't stand it. She thinks about what the other nobles have to say in comparison to what Navier wore during Soviescu's first wedding. Still, Rashta orders the designer to make a dress that's even more eye-catching than Navier's. She then bit her nail in frustration, but then her attitude quickly changes as Ergi comes into the room, bringing along a journalist to interview her because of the rumors that Soviescu finally proposed to her. Rashta is quite nervous, but Ergi tells her not to. Clearly, everything she has said to the journalist is with Ergi's help. Meanwhile, Heinrich blushes at the sight of Navier being measured well by McClinnan for her dresses. When McClinnan hands him the sketches of dresses, McClinnan asks Navier to step back. While taking glances at Navier, she suddenly pushes him so as not to bump his head on her body. Now he thinks that she is definitely angry with him as he walks out the door. On the other hand, she isn't trying to embarrass him on purpose. In his office, Heinrich is now overthinking that she's angry because she might have realized their true identity with McKenna by now. Well, you are completely correct. And so he resolves to follow his own advice to go and deal with it. Later that night, Navier has to find him and apologize, but she doesn't have to because he goes into her room and confesses the truth. He is queen. Well, she thought he was going to talk about how much he was hurt, but Heinrich notices that by judging by her expression, it seems she's already aware. He then apologizes for it. Their clan can't reveal their true identities to anyone besides family members. That's why he couldn't tell her the truth. But he wasn't planning on deceiving her forever either. When she reaches out to him, he suddenly turns into queen and lands on her arm, intending to soothe her anger by acting cute. It's not that she's angry, but when he transforms back to a human, she knows that he'll be completely naked. So she turns around and tells him to go somewhere that's out of her sight. Poor Heinrich flies out the window. However, both Mostas and Rose notice his clothes on the floor. Judging by Rose's red face, she must be thinking that something indecent happened. But further explanations will only raise more questions than answers. So she emphasizes their status as a married couple. However, for Mostas, those people who'd come across Heinrich without clothes aren't married to him. It perfectly makes sense, Mostas. She then squeezes his clothes, smelling his fragrance that reminds her of Queen. When asked about Heinrich's reaction to a misunderstanding, Mostas points out how Heinrich hides everything behind his smile, so nobody knows what he's really thinking. And so, Navier decides to find him and apologize, but before that, she should wrap up these clothes because anyone can see his undergarments. Meanwhile, Rasha's over the moon when Sovieshu comes in his spare time during the day and night to talk or sing to the baby. Alan ignored his own child to protect his position, yet Sovieshu is doing his best to ensure that her child is legitimate. How could she not love him for that? Suddenly, a servant comes in, informing him that Marquess Karl wishes to see Sovieshu, thus leaving Rashta behind. Shortly after, Sovieshu receives a newspaper with shocking news. Navier heard him promising Rashta that he'd divorce her. Morning comes, and Navier eagerly wants to clear up the misunderstanding before the morning meeting begins. Suddenly, she sees Corsair and immediately hugs him. Corsair cries and apologizes for causing her trouble in the Eastern Empire. But no, Sovieshu would have still kicked her out even if her brother hadn't done anything. That's because he needed to cut her out of the picture so he could have Rashta beside him on the throne. Setting that aside, Corsair informs her that Heinrich lets him participate in the Knights Tour. The Knights Tour is a tradition of the Western Kingdom in which the king's knights visit several cities and help their citizens. The one who makes a name for himself will become known throughout the kingdom as a highly renowned individual. Navier is so grateful at Heinrich because this is a good opportunity to improve her brother's reputation. When she goes inside his office, Heinrich's already smiling. Navier realizes that it has always been Heinrich who makes the first move, so now she will do it. Navier clarifies that she isn't angry. Heinrich couldn't sleep at all, thinking what's the reason why she constantly avoids him until now? After all, he doesn't want her to hate him. And so Navier tells him how his image keeps appearing in her mind. She admits that she can't stop thinking about it. Heinrich lowers his head in embarrassment and excuses himself as he fans over his face to calm his nerves. When asked where she saw him like that, she recalls the fountain in the abandoned place. He was soaked. Just then, Heinrich exclaims the words, "My God!" He really looks so cute and funny in this state. Heinrich hesitantly reaches out to her, but he manages to hold her hand. Just how fast he recovers, Heinrich is now smiling at her gesture and asks her to dine together. OMG, our parents! In the dining hall, Heinrich is now teasing her if she keeps picturing him in her head. Navier isn't expecting this question, which makes her choke while eating. Heinrich offers her water, but still proceeds to tease her a bit more. Navier tells him not to get the wrong idea, but he just snickers, saying that she can see that side of him all the time after the wedding. Hold on. Where is this conversation going to, Heinrich? Well, of course Navier chokes on her food again, but this time, she's already teary-eyed. Oh God, somebody help her. Heinrich just enjoys laughing and seeing her in that state as he hands her a handkerchief. That handkerchief. It was the one she tied around Queen's neck. When confronted about it, Heinrich quickly hides it away, defending himself that she never asked him to give it back. Navier points out that she gave it to the bird, but he is that bird. Give up, Navier. He will never give it back. However, Navier doesn't mind if he gives it back or not. She just imagines how that handkerchief was tied around his neck while he transformed back into a human. Seriously, Navier, stop it already, or we will snatch your Heinrich away. Heinrich notices her poking her forehead, but she's too obvious when she says that she isn't thinking of anything. You're too easy to read, Navier. But Heinrich enticingly tells her that if there's anything she wants to see, he can make it come true. Ugh! Seriously? This man can really pull a lot of girls with his charisma. Navier, would you like to trade places with us? Just kidding. Despite how romantic and cute they are, on the other side of the kingdom, Sovieshu orders his servant to deliver a letter to Navier without letting Heinrich know because he must clear up the misunderstanding about divorcing her. Like, huh? What is he trying to prove? In Viscount Lachu's estate, the couple read the article about Rashta. Lebedi argues that Rashta might have them killed because they know her secret. However, Lachu already has countermeasures for that. And so, he visits Rashta in the palace and reveals information that Sovieshu sent a letter to Navier. Also, he reminds her of her fake parents who will abandon her if they know the truth about her true identity as a former servant. Then, the Viscount tells her that they should join forces to cover up each other's darkest secrets. On the other hand, Rashta squeezes her dress as she realizes that Sovieshu must have seen the article and has become swayed by it. Funny how she was so proud last night, only to look insignificant in the morning. After that, Lachu extends his hand, asking for money again, so Rashta throws him her bracelet. In exchange, she wants him to find the second daughter of her fake parents. A few days later, Navier notices how Mostas and Rose have grown quite closer to each other. She thinks that when Laura and Countess Jobert arrive, the place will become lively. Suddenly, an idea comes to mind. Rose tells her about Miss Merlani, who was one of the potential candidates to become queen. Clearly, she isn't in Krista's side. It won't be easy to win her over, but Navier doesn't need her to be on her side. Remembering her friend Duchess Tuania, which she often calls as Neon, she just needs Merlani to become her friend too. It will be too difficult for McKenna and Heinrich to find a missing person, so she calls Mr. Janal, the journalist who interviewed her last time, to write an article about how she adapts well in the kingdom. However, she misses her old friends, including names of countesses, the daughter of Marquess Talatal, and someone else. When the article is published, Heinrich visits her with a glooming aura, holding both of her hands as he dramatically kisses them. With a sigh, he asks her if she feels lonely because he would keep her company at night after turning into queen. He even promises to stay still no matter what, and even encourages her to dote on him to her heart's content like she did before. Seeing how Heinrich talks about dressing herself when he shows up as queen, Rose and Mostas are definitely getting the wrong idea. And so she suddenly grabs his arm, telling him to come closer to her. Wait, what? It's quite unfair. Why can't we see it too? Meanwhile, Rashta wanders around the ballroom, humming at the excitement of how everything will soon be hers. Seeing herself in the mirror, she remembers that her etiquette instructor told her about how she's become a lot like Navier. No, girl, you will never be her no matter how much of a copycat you are. Suddenly, she notices a chair with hidden files inside. These files are financial support documents that Navier left to her. The services listed will have their funding cut off after her divorce until the next time financial support is allocated. She can submit these completed documents every year during the application period, but if they reject it due to financial constraints, then she can support them with her own money. However, the situation may become complicated, so she must offer support in the imperial family's name and not her own. Just by reading it makes her seem like she pushed out a benevolent and good empress. Well, where's the lie though? However, she still convinces herself that Navier was just lucky, unlike her who survived hardships and escaped from the clutches of death, just to be where she is now. In her evil defense, she was simply doing what she could to survive, and this advice? She has taken it as Navier's way of treating her as a fool. In the Eastern Empire, Sovieshu wonders if Navier read the letter and realizes that everything was just a misunderstanding. However, he knows that she has a lot of pride. Still, he wants her to come back. And so he summons his servant and asks to bring Avalie, the orphan in Willwall that Navier was sponsoring. Avalie stays at the Academy of Magic even when she loses her magic. And so he needs to help her seek a better future, like letting her to stay in the capital if that's what she wants, thinking that if he does that, then Navier will return happy. Turns out, he can't stop thinking of her return. But will she ever do that? Shortly after, Rashta is enraged to know about this. She thought that the only person he really loved was her because he was just in an arranged marriage with Navier. Lachu is rather glad that Rashta doesn't have much she can do on her own. Meanwhile, Navier pulls Heinrich closer to her because she drags him into another room. Heinrich innocently exclaims that his heart just skipped a beat. Well, ignorance is bliss, they say. She then holds his hand, assuring him that missing her old friends doesn't mean she feels lonely living in the palace because she has everyone else, including him. This brings the brightest smile he has ever shown to her. Oh, our king is evidently in love. Setting that aside, Navier opens up about the grand banquet hall. Heinrich issued an order to make it as impressive and beautiful as possible since the Western Kingdom is the nation that produces the most gems. But still, Navier is kind of worried. Heinrich understands it right away, which is why there's something he must confess. As Heinrich nervously expresses that he has something to confess to Navier, she, on the other hand, thinks that he's finally going to confess his feelings for her. Seeing her reaction, he believes that his queen already knows what he'll be confessing. But still, he continues, and he suddenly kneels in front of her. While gently kissing her hand, he sweetly tells her that on the day of their marriage, she will also become the first empress of the Western Empire. His revelation rendered her speechless. Well, why did such a statement make our queen speechless? Let's have a quick explanation. As we all know, the western area ruled by King Heinrich is still a kingdom despite its amassing power and wealth to become an empire. Now that Heinrich will declare the Western Kingdom to be the Western Empire, it will be a historic moment. Navier being considered as a star of this event as the first empress, together with her soon-to-be Emperor Heinrich, just makes her ecstatic. Isn't it amazing to be part of such a historic event together with such a handsome and charming husband? Navier will definitely be the best empress again. While Navier is reading a record book, she gets interrupted by the arrival of the journalist named Mondre. After exchanging greetings, they don't waste any time and start the interview for the publication. However, the interview takes a dark turn when Mondre asks her about her position when the Eastern Empire and the Western Kingdom will end up competing. Meanwhile, Delisa, Rashta's servant, is worried about how Rashta treats her, and when she gets home, her brother greets her. She shares her worry that Rashta might be mad at her, but he consoles her, reasoning that Rashta might just have been sensitive due to a lot of things. Seeing how he defended Rashta, Delisa points out that he seems to like Rashta too, which he agrees with. He explains that Rashta is so amazing since she will be the symbol of hope for the commoners. That's why he supports the lady. If you only knew Rashta's true colors, you would swallow back your words, boy. Continuing with Navier's interviews with Mondre, she answers his question that when the Eastern and Western will compete against each other will come, she doesn't think she has the power to decide its outcome, reasoning that her primary role isn't dealing with foreign affairs, but rather shaping domestic policy. After concluding their interview, Rose brings Navier great news that her ladies-in-waiting who served her when she was in the Eastern Empire have reached their kingdom already. Navier excitedly greets Laura and Lady Jobert with a tight hug. She then introduces them to Massa and Rose. As they exchange greetings and get to know each other, they happily share tea together. Finally, the reliable ladies of our Navier are together. Navier has her support system that she can truly trust. When night comes, Lady Jobert brings Duchess Tuania to Navier, making the queen beam with excitement as she hugs the Duchess in an instant. The Duchess then laughingly points out to Navier that she's no longer the Duchess of Tuania. The former Duchess tells her that she can call her Nian, and informs her that she got sick of marriage. She further explains that she and Viscount Landre are just lovers, and that they'll probably just get married if she'll be bearing a child, reasoning that they can't let a child be born out of wedlock. Both of the ladies then start talking about how they have been recently. Nian shares that she's been traveling to different countries and having a lot of fun. She then expresses how she felt when she heard about Navier marrying Heinrich, and points out that Navier must have something she'd like her to do. Navier then starts sharing the story about Heinrich's brother who passed away, and Lady Krista seems to be very qualified to be queen. She is worried about how to compare herself to Krista. You've been such an excellent empress, Navier, so you can surely excel as the queen of your soon-to-be empire. On the other hand, King Heinrich has become so restless for not seeing his wife when suddenly, news is brought that a group of knights has set up a camp near the capital, and it is led by the Transnational Order of Knights. Navier also hears of the news and wonders what the knights are up to. The Order of the Shadow is managed by an alliance of various countries on the continent of Wool, and the leader of the alliance has the power to summon them in the event of an emergency. In the palace, Heinrich receives the letter of the 5th Division, ultimately asking him about the intentions of the Order's visit. Landre, the leader of the 5th Division, makes it known that his life was once saved by Navier and that he wishes to repay her kindness. Bowing, he asks for Heinrich's permission if he, together with his knights, may become Navier's guards until official guards are appointed to her. Heinrich is amazed at how Navier will be guarded by knights meant to keep the peace between continents. He remarks in awe how amazing Navier truly is. Meanwhile, Krista hears of the turn of events and prepares to send Navier a gift, despite the behest of her ladies-in-waiting not to do so. Krista and her ladies reflect on how Navier is a threat to their authority, especially how Navier decides to win over Lady Merlarni to her side. What can Krista possibly do when none of her actions can give her the upper hand in the situation? How will she win the favor of the king and the public? As everyone settles in, Navier takes the opportunity to thank both Landre and Nian for coming to support her. Suddenly, Navier is interrupted by Laura, who urgently informs her that someone from the Eastern Empire requests her presence to pass on an important letter. Upon opening the letter, she soon realizes that the letter is from her ex-husband, Sovieshu. She scans through the unwelcome letter and is grim-faced when she reads line after line of her ex-husband detailing how his original plan was supposed to play out. Navier is now left conflicted after finding out that the divorce was only intended to last a year. Will Sovieshu's letter be enough to sway Navier's resolve? It's unfair to Navier how Sovieshu is willing to put her down just to secure his own interests. Assessing the situation from Sovieshu's perspective, Navier cannot come to terms with the consequences it will weigh on her and Rashta. There's no doubt that Rashta will not cease her claim on the Empress throne despite Navier being reinstated after a year's time. In the morning, Heinrich pays a visit to Navier's quarters to check up on her. She confronts him if his visit was due to hearing of a messenger from the Eastern Empire that came by. Heinrich resigns himself and admits that he, indeed, is worried that she might have conflicted feelings and swayed resolve. The anxiety Heinrich feels must have been too off-putting for Navier to notice. She is quick to dismiss his worry, saying that she did receive a letter. However, she sent no response. The queen isn't as cold-hearted as people perceive her to be, especially when it concerns Heinrich. Navier reassures him that she is his wife now and that there's nothing for him to worry about. At Wilwol's Academy for Magic, the Grand Duke Kaufman seems to be berated by an older and superior mage. Could it be that the love potion's effect still hasn't worn off from Duke Kaufman? The older mage expresses great disdain for the Duke's actions, telling him of possible reasons why no antidote has worked yet. Their talks on magic are soon interrupted when a student looks for Duke Kaufman. It seems that someone else has been looking for him, and that the person seeking him out was from the Western Kingdom. Matters in the Eastern Empire are far from calming down. An enraged Sovieshu yells at his messenger after being told that his ex-wife Navier offered no response to his letter. Despite the contents clearing up the misunderstanding between former husband and wife, he feels as if there should have been at least a response that Navier wanted to convey. To add more fuel to the fire, the Emperor is informed that Landre and Neon are staying at the Western Kingdom and supporting Navier. Furious at the situation, he summons Duke Tuania to resolve the issue. But what will become of Sovieshu when he finds out Duke Tuania only broke up with Neon after being tipped off by none other than Lady Rashta? No matter what the situation, Sovieshu always dismisses people that are involved with Rashta. In no regard will he ever hold her accountable for any ruin. Nonetheless, he hears Duke Tuania's recount of the night when Rashta tipped him off of Neon's supposed infidelity. The Duke describes Rashta's way of extorting and giving off information as naive at first, although he couldn't help but notice that Rashta's description of the unfaithful woman matched his wife's perfectly. Hearing this, Sovieshu quickly tells Duke Tuania that the situation has nothing to do with Rashta's actions, but more so on the Duke's decision-making. Sovieshu calls the Duke out on the fact that he proceeded with a divorce purely based on assumptions, despite there being no way to pinpoint that it was truly Neon that Rashta was referring to, as she gave no name. As if the day couldn't get any worse, Sovieshu then receives news that Duke Kaufman is on his way to the Western Kingdom. He deduced that Landre, Neon, and Kaufman's gathering at the West could only be through the doing of Navier. He views the whole situation as Navier trying to rub it in how successful she was doing without him. The palace staff of the Eastern Empire are no exemption from busy and irate days. Preparations for Sovieshu and Rashta's wedding are being hastened just to outdo Heinrich and Navier's wedding. The attendance of Heinrich is greatly expected, but will he really grace Sovieshu and Rashta with his presence? Away from the worries of the East, Navier takes pride in the events before her. Ladies in waiting getting along well, and Landre's guards taking shift to protect her. At long last, on the western side of the continent, she finally allows herself a sigh of relief as she remarks that everything is falling into place. Alas, all cannot remain well, and a knock on the door stirs Navier from her thoughts, as Lady Krista's lady-in-waiting appears before her carrying a basket of flowers. The ladies in Navier's quarters all exchange looks as Emare, Krista's lady-in-waiting, brings forth the present she holds in her hands. A congratulatory gift from Krista, she says. Freshly picked flowers personally grown by Krista herself. How endearing and befitting for Navier's feat of acquiring a division of knights as her guards. As the attendant swiftly dismisses herself after the delivery, Navier's own attendants are unsure of what to make of the present. It is certainly most suspicious. Whether or not the gift was genuine mattered very little to Navier, as she says pretending to be on good terms is a much better front than both of them feuding. Still, this doesn't put Joubert at ease, as she jokingly suggests throwing the blossoms away. Days after the flower incident, Heinrich meets with Navier, but his presence is blatantly turned down as he tries to enter through the balcony window. With him making no attempts to use the door, Navier opens the window to let him in. She informs him that the next time around, she will only permit Queen to enter through the window, provided that Queen is clothed. Haughty and playful as he is, he asks if Navier will be the one to dress him if he came to see her as Queen. He is so cheeky and in love. How can a person be so hot and cute at the same time? Casting jokes and teases aside, Heinrich offers Navier with good and difficult news to impart. Going for the good news first, Navier is informed that a date for their wedding is finally set. Soon enough, both would be inextricably bound to each other by marriage, in front of everyone this time. Without delay, Navier directly cuts through the talk and asks for the difficult news. Seeing Heinrich smiling reluctantly before speaking, she is concerned about the severity of this difficult news. Heinrich tells Navier that they received an invitation to Soviescu and Rashta's wedding, and how their attendance is utmost expected. He notes that the invitation explicitly details that in the event that he, king of the Western Kingdom, could not come, then Navier was to at least attend alone. Heinrich then asks Navier if she's planning to go, to which she replies yes without missing a beat. Although Navier is aware that perhaps Heinrich would not want her to go, she tells him of how she longs to see her friends and family. Heinrich expresses how he would love to accompany Navier there, especially since it would be another avenue for him to win over her parents. Before leaving Navier's quarters, Heinrich approaches her closely, whispering if when would he know that Navier truly loved him as her husband. A look of confusion graces Navier's features as she is taken aback by Heinrich's question. She has always thought that Heinrich was lovable enough as he is. Everything is so different from her marriage with Soviescu since they never talked about such things like love and its expression. Seeing Navier's shocked look, Heinrich tells her that she can give him an answer at a later time as his question was sure to have taken her by surprise. Being left alone in her room now, Navier reflects on her relationship with Heinrich and how she doesn't actually hate certain aspects of him. She pushes her thoughts to the side as her ladies-in-waiting make an entrance carrying baskets of such red apples. The earlier news offered by Heinrich resurfaces to Navier's thoughts, and she decides to share the news with the ladies. Much like how she received the information, she starts with the good news before imparting the rather difficult news. Once more, another person makes an entrance requesting an audience with Navier. It's no other than the head butler of the empress family. The head butler informs her that he is meeting the queen on Lady Merlanie's behalf. The Lady Merlanie expresses her gratitude for the invitation and would come to meet with Her Majesty Navier when she would set a time and day. The following day, Lady Merlanie arrives and Navier receives her with a warm welcome, but both women are quick to cut to the chase. Merlanie brings up a possible reason for why the queen would send for her, stating that it was probably to help Navier integrate with higher society. Navier deduces that Merlanie is confident and bright for her to see right through. Merlanie tells Navier that she'd love to be of service to her in exchange that Lady Krista would be driven out of the palace. Merlanie recollects her earlier fight with Krista and tells the queen that Lady Krista should have vacated the palace as a new queen was already present. Politics and its complications really give me a headache. Not wanting to jeopardize her current standing, Navier tells Merlanie that she'll ponder on her request. Although gaining Merlanie as an ally would help her conquer high society, making an enemy out of Krista proves to be unwise as well. It feels like time goes by too swiftly as Navier prepares herself for two of the most pressing matters she must attend to. The matter of her relations with Krista and the matter of attending Soviescu and Rashta's wedding in the Eastern Empire. True to her word, Navier maintains a neutral relationship with Krista. As for attending the Eastern wedding, managing the delegation is going rather smoothly. Soon enough, the day of their departure dawns upon them. Navier cannot help but feel apprehensive to the idea of visiting her home country, now as the queen of the neighboring one. As she makes her way to the carriage, she inquires to Laura about the whereabouts of Miss Mostas. Almost as if on cue, Miss Mostas comes running while calling out Her Majesty's presence ever so loudly. Upon her arrival at the foot of the carriage, Miss Mostas shares that she received a letter from her brother. Despite Miss Mostas' excitement, she is made aware that none of the luggage has been put into the carriage. During their journey, Miss Mostas tells Navier of the letter's contents, including the details of Corsair's feats. Sir Apron writes to Mostas of Corsair's popularity among the knights participating in the Knights' Tour. Corsair is said to be known for his non-conventional methods of dispensing justice. Seeming unsurprised, Navier sweats as she listens to Miss Mostas continuing her account of the letter. A knock on Navier's carriage draws her attention. Appearing outside the carriage is Heinrich, who wants to share the carriage with Navier alone. Heinrich can't really bear being away with his queen. He's so whipped. As soon as both are alone, Navier asks if Heinrich can transform into queen as she wants to hold him. Without a second thought, Heinrich transforms into queen and rushes to Navier's embrace. Bumps on the road cause Navier to hit the carriage walls with a thump. Heinrich, in the form of Queen, offers his help to ease Navier's discomfort. Much to their shock, the carriage halts and attendants want to check on Heinrich's well-being, as he is asked to step out of the carriage momentarily. Caught up in the situation, Navier tells Heinrich to transform back into his human form. Moments later, Heinrich is now back in his original form when the carriage sways, causing him to lie over her. Now, Heinrich's chest is exposed in front of Navier, causing both of them to blush and feel nervous about their position. Profusely blushing, he apologizes to her. When he is about to get up, he slips, causing him to slump and hug her closer. The intimacy of the proximity arouses Heinrich. So he asks Navier to stay still as he calms himself down. After some moments of awkward yet intense silence, he gets up and exits the carriage with his messy appearance, causing a misunderstanding that he and Navier just did something. Well, Heinrich hasn't hit first base yet, but he's getting there. As they arrive at the Eastern Empire, Navier can't help but worry about how people will perceive her. Before making their way to the Eastern Palace, they decide to stay for a day at the Trovi estate and meet Navier's parents. After they have dinner together, Heinrich tells Navier that he's fascinated by how much she talked during their dinner. Our girl is clearly happy to be home. And when morning comes, her parents see them off with their carriage. On the other hand, in the Eastern Palace, Rasha is awakened by Sovieshu drinking in the middle of the night. Just as she is about to call him, she is stopped when he shouts Navier's name. When morning comes, Rasha checks her gown, and her mind is occupied by the scene of Sovieshu crying for Navier. She gets even more irritated when she hears the news of the arrival of the Western delegation. Upon hearing that Navier is with the delegation, she angrily exclaims to the servant to make her gown prettier and add more jewelry to it. The attitude of this girl! Meanwhile, Heinrich and Navier are welcomed by Sovieshu, who seems to be unbothered, but Navier knows that he is just pretending to be fine. As Heinrich and Navier are being escorted to their chamber, Navier reflects on how things have changed and remembers the days she used to spend in the palace. In Navier's room, Rose and Mastas deliver her tea, and they talk about how Laura and Joubert are not with them now. Just then, Countess Eliza enters the room and warmly greets Navier. They then start discussing how they're doing, and just seconds later, when Eliza inquires about her new husband, someone calls Navier, and it is none other than Heinrich himself, who's smiling brightly. He openly and sweetly expresses how much he misses his queen as he holds her hand and bows gently. He is so in love that he isn't ashamed to show his love for her. When can I get someone like him? Heinrich and Navier roam around the palace and reminisce about the time when Navier tried to feed Queen bugs, not knowing that he was Heinrich. The memory makes Heinrich tease Navier for being a scaredy cat. Suddenly, they bump into Sovieshu. Oh, the jealous ex-husband is here. The whole situation they are in right now is quite similar to the one they were in some time ago. Only this time, Heinrich is now her husband, and Sovieshu is now just the emperor of the Eastern Empire to her. Navier politely greets the emperor, but Sovieshu is silently standing there until he casts a haughty glance at King Heinrich. He then tells him that he wants to speak with Navier alone. Playful as ever, Heinrich refuses, stating that he will not leave his wife in the company of an angry man. He makes sure to emphasize that Navier is now his wife. Hearing this only makes Sovieshu angrier. Honestly, I don't know whether to feel sorry or frustrated with this guy at this point. He addresses Navier directly, telling her he needs to talk to her alone. Navier, on the other hand, wants to hear what the emperor has to say. However, seeing the puppy-like expression on Heinrich's face, she tells Sovieshu that she needs to stay with her husband. I mean, who can leave such an adorable man behind? Look at his face! As they walk away, Sovieshu is left standing there with a devastated expression. I'm sorry, buddy, but this is all your fault. The following day is when Sovieshu and Rashta are to be married. Everyone is in for a shock when they see what the future empress is wearing as a wedding dress. It is overly decorated, and the headdress is so elaborate to the point of being messy. Even Sovieshu is taken aback by how distasteful the outfit is. Dear Rashta, there is such a thing as too much. Nevertheless, the wedding continues as planned despite her unexpected OOTD. The couple is now married, and Navier, despite her pleasant smile, hopes that this is the last day that the two are happy. Later on, the couple has to take part in the procession, but Sovieshu, clearly displeased by what Rashta is wearing, asks her to at least take off her accessories, calling them ridiculous. Ouch! Rashta tearfully obeys. The bride's mood is sour at the beginning of the procession. However, the moment the common people begin cheering her name, a bright smile appears on her face. Navier knows that, unlike Rasha, she will not be well received the moment the Eastern Empire's people see her. And she's right. The people become utterly silent when their carriage becomes visible to the common folk. Despite her stoic expression, her discomfort is still felt by her ever-devoted husband. He holds her hand, and together they face the people's judgment. Ugh, Heinrich is such an ideal spouse. Every guy should learn from him. During the reception, Navier recalls how much her heart aches when she was shunned by the same people she served as an empress. Fortunately, the Trovi family's influence is still the same, and she still has friends who remain with her despite her new nationality. Moments later, the newlywed starts dancing, and Heinrich quickly asks her to dance with him. OMG, Navier! Your husband is so dashing. Navier knows that even Heinrich is being given cold shoulders because of her. However, when they reach the dance floor, he whispers that she should not worry about him, since he is proud to be by her side. Why is he so perfect? The next person who asks her to dance is surprisingly Duke Ergi. Even though she is wary of him, he is still Heinrich's friend and he helped them escape from the Western Empire before. She still asks him why he asked her to dance. For some reason, he looks at her with a troubled expression. He is about to say something when another voice interrupts them. It's Emperor Soviescu, and he wants to dance with her. Navier has no choice but to accept since it's rude not to. While they are dancing, he asks her what's her response to the letter he sent. And like the girl boss she is, she tells him firmly that she has nothing to say. The look on Soviescu is heartbreaking to say the least. They continue to dance despite the situation. The Emperor shakingly tells her that he never meant to let her go. She tells him that just because he sent a letter doesn't mean that she'll stop being angry. She has no idea how long he intends to keep Rashta as Empress. What shocks him the most is when she remarks that once she becomes Empress again, she doesn't want to raise a child who might cast her away and be labeled as his mother's enemy when they grow up. Based on the expression on Soviescu's face, he clearly hasn't thought about that possibility. How can you be so short-sighted, Mr. Emperor? Later on, Navier notices a commotion. Rose informs her that Rashta has just announced that she will donate 10 million kreuts to organizations that need help. The same amount that she left her along with the budget application. Clearly, she ignored the advice she gave her about not donating it under her name. When the second day of the reception comes, Navier is still thinking about how Rashta's mistake is no longer her responsibility, but she wants to elaborate a little more just to make herself feel better. And so, she approaches Rashta and asks her to dance with her. Despite her shock, the new Empress agrees. While they are dancing, Navier gives her pointers on the things she needs to do now that she's the Empress. Rashta, rather than be thankful, becomes increasingly offended. Gosh, she is so ungrateful. When Navier inquires about the money she gave her, Rashta tenses. Navier decides to end their conversation since Rashta has a history of blaming people. Suddenly, Rashta shrieks and complains about the pain in her stomach. The Emperor carries Rashta away from there to see the physician. Rashta is quick to blame Navier. She claims that she threatened her. The Emperor only sighs before looking at her menacingly, asking her what exactly did Navier threaten her with. Rashta is unable to answer instantly, her body filled with dread. Rashta is unable to form a reply to the Emperor's question because she's obviously lying. Honestly, this dreadful woman just keeps on getting worse and worse. She can only cry in front of Soviescu. The Emperor sighs and figures that Rashta may have interpreted what Navier has said to her the wrong way. He wipes some of the tears on his wife's face and tells her to rest. When the Emperor has left, only then does Rashta realize that they were still referring to Navier as the Empress. When she remembers the money that Navier gave her, her frustration increases. She slams her hand on the table out of anger. Sweet, innocent Rashta has morphed into a little monster, hasn't she? During the last day of reception, Navier intends to spend a lot of time with Heinrich since he's been complaining that she's always with her friends. Aww, he is so adorable when he needs attention. However, her plan is interrupted when she steps outside and comes face to face with her ex-husband. He looks as miserable as ever, but she can only assume that he is there to blame her for what happened to Rashta. When she haughtily tells him that he is only there to tell her that she is at fault, he desperately tells her that that is not the case. Unbeknownst to the two, Heinrich is actually hiding behind a wall, witnessing their conversation. He overhears Soviescu asking Navier to come back to him, and that he wishes she wasn't married to another man. Heinrich is sitting and sulking in Navier's chambers. He remembers the words he heard and wonders what his wife's response was. He wished he heard her, but he couldn't hear her voice properly. He knows that even though the two are no longer married, Navier might still love Soviescu like a brother, so she might still give him a chance. When Navier finally arrives, he greets her like an oversized puppy. Gosh, he's so adorable. She is amused at how much he wants to see her. She takes out a present and gives it to him. When he opens it, he sees a cute bird outfit. She sits down and tells him that she will put it on him herself. She taps her lap, indicating that he transforms into Queen and climbs on her. He is so excited that he instantly does as he's told. He quickly flies to her while carrying the outfit. When he's done wearing it, she rubs his head and calls him cute. He snuggles to her and quickly falls asleep. Sometimes he's more like a pet than a husband. Later on, the once gloomy Heinrich is now endlessly beaming. He keeps muttering that he's cute. McKenna tells himself that this is better than him moping. However, his mood is ruined when he realizes that Navier will have some expectations of him during their first night together, especially since she thinks that he's a womanizer. He's worried that she'll be disappointed in him since it won't be her first time. Oh, Heinrich, stop overthinking, will you? They are now in the Western Kingdom, and the knights who participated in the Knights Tour have returned. Heinrich has prepared a ceremony for them. It is tradition that ladies pin handkerchiefs to their knight's chest, so Navier decides to participate, especially since her brother Corsair is one of the knights and still hasn't got any romantic relations. At first, she is worried that she'll dampen the mood, just like in the wedding parade, but she is told not to worry since her brother is the most popular knight. As a matter of fact, he is at the head of the parade. Can you believe it? Hot-tempered Corsair managed to charm the people of the West. Navier is looking very proud of her older brother as she pins her handkerchief on his uniform. Aw, sibling love. Lord Corsair becomes so popular, in fact, that lots of ladies begin sending him love letters. Rose and Mostas tell her that the ladies are taken by him since he is skilled, handsome, and heir to a prominent family in the Eastern Empire. When they see that the queen is quite surprised that her brother is well liked there, they ask if he hasn't had admirers before. She doesn't answer and merely thinks about how unpopular her brother has been since the age of 7 due to his ruined reputation. However, she knows that if Corsair's popularity grows, she might not have to join forces with Miss Merlani to boost her status. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Kaufmann has just arrived, and the first thing he sees is Navier walking at a distance. He extends his hand towards her, only to realize that there is no one there. Even his companion notices that there is nothing there when he reasoned that he merely saw a butterfly. Not long after, McKenna arrives to escort him. Grand Duke Kaufmann is led to the Chamber of Stars, which is a room decorated with precious gems that make it sparkle. He observes how receiving guests in such an extravagant room is a show of power. Sitting on the throne, King Heinrich awaits. Kaufmann congratulates him for his ascension to the throne. Heinrich, cheeky as ever, demands that the Grand Duke congratulate him on his upcoming wedding as well. As expected, Kaufmann is overcome with jealousy, but he begrudgingly gives the king what he wants. However, he makes a comment about Navier looking enchanting in her wedding dress. He instantly realizes what he said and apologizes for his inappropriate comment before the king gets angry. Heinrich has to remind himself that he has to stay calm because the Grand Duke is a guest. He tells himself that he is not like Emperor Soviescu, who is consumed by jealousy. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Soviescu is throwing a fit and crumpled the wedding invitation sent to him by King Heinrich. Boy, is he fuming. He is so angry that he even forgets the fact that they have to preserve correspondence from other nations. Well, someone's bitter. He recalls how he begged Navier to come to him before she went back to the Western Kingdom. She looks at him like she pities him and outright refuses to stay. He wishes that she was angry rather than looking at him that way. He calms down and asks his attendant the other matter he wants to tell him. It is then that he is informed about the donations that Rashta has made. However, he tells him that he already knew that they were imperial checks and that Navier probably left them. He intends to let it be since Rashta needs to make grand gestures anyway. My gosh, I am so disappointed with you, Soviescu. How can you condone such actions? Meanwhile, Rashta is having the time of her life in the West Palace. She is ecstatic to have the whole palace to herself. She is feeling quite proud of her achievements at this point. However, her happiness is interrupted when she is informed that the drawing room is empty, meaning none of the ladies even bothered to send her wedding gifts. Karma really works in unexpected ways. Rashta is dismayed and angry to see that the drawing room is indeed empty. Despite her being the new empress, the nobles do not even bother to send her a gift. As usual, She blames Navier, concluding that the former empress had somehow talked to the other nobles. Girl, please, you can't simply blame others for no reason. She declares that she will give Navier a taste of her own medicine. This girl is so petty. All of a sudden, she sees a single present on the floor. It is a glittering ring, and it is from none other than Duke Ergi. Rashta is instantly touched that her only friend has given her this. I don't know where this guy's allegiance really lies, but I have a feeling that he is planning something. The question is, who would benefit from his deviousness? Meanwhile, Lady Krista is shocked that Navier has visited her. The queen has come by to ask about the acacias she sent. Krista tells her that she likes the flowers and that she'll take care of them in order to see how they bloom. Apparently, in high society, the language of flowers is used to communicate feelings. Acacias symbolize friendship, and the fact that she says that she doesn't know if it will bloom but notes that the flowers are doing well means that Krista doesn't actually want to be her enemy. However, when Krista tells her that they should keep distance from each other, Navier realizes that the woman wants to keep her advantage since she has people on her side. The audacity of this woman! Navier is queen now, and she is the wife of Heinrich. That is how Navier knows that she has to change tactics. She orders Rose to send Miss Merlani a basket of Corydaluses and Gaillardia pulchulus decorated with butterfly ornaments. When she looks down from the balcony, she sees Grand Duke Hoffman. She meets the Grand Duke and she inquires how he's been. She observes how he still acts like he's in love with her, which means that the potion is yet to wear off. She tells him to rest when she does not receive a single response from him. When he leaves, Rose notes that even if he is a Grand Duke, he shouldn't have been rude to Navier. The Queen assures her that he is just shy. Internally, Navier is worried that the potion will affect their trade negotiations. Meanwhile, one of Krista's ladies-in-waitings informs her that the Grand Duke has left the Queen's chamber looking upset. They want Krista to use this to her advantage. Girl, honestly, what is your purpose here? Stop bothering our queen, will you? Back in the Eastern Empire, Rashta invites the nobles for a meal. She takes advantage of the fact that they can't decline an invitation from the empress. The most infuriating thing, however, is the fact that she is copying Navier. She dresses like her hair is in the same style as her, and she even talks like her. That is just low. She tells them that she wants to get along with them since conflicts among the nobles will cause trouble for the emperor. She toasts to peace and stability. However, she is unaware of how the other nobles are mocking and murmuring about her. Okay, she annoys me, but these nobles are rude. When she apologizes that she can't actually drink because she has to take care of the baby, they tell her that the health of the imperial baby is indeed a priority. She recalls how she suffered when she was told by Viscount Lotschu that her baby was dead. However, she is determined to look forward to her bright future. Suddenly, she hears Marquess Fallhand snickering, so she asks him what's so amusing. He replies how funny it is that she once declared that she would be on the side of the common people, and yet here she is wanting to get close to the nobles. Bit ironic, isn't it? Empress Rashta is instantly enraged when she hears his comment. Later on, Rashta is crying in front of Duke Ergi again. Ergi explains to her that she has to choose between the nobles and the commoners because she is in no position to choose both. He then tells her not to worry since the nobles will change their mind because of the emperor and the child. Even if he is assuring her, he still manages to look menacing to me. What are you really up to? He really has her wrapped around his fingers. Rashta even blurts out that he is the only one she trusts and that even though she loves the emperor, she doesn't trust him. She tries to take it back, but Ergi is already laughing. She apparently trusts him more than her own husband. How scandalous. Later on, she manages to stress Baron Lantel when she demands that she be allowed to manage the imperial family budget now that she is the empress. However, she is devastated and crying again when the Baron tells her that she has to ask for the emperor's permission first. Back in the Western Kingdom, the guests to the wedding begin arriving a week before. As the bride, she is not tasked to greet them, so she spends her time without being interrupted. Everything is going well for her now that Lady Neon managed to charm the Western nobles by making herself the talk of the town. And now Miss Merlani has sent flowers back. She has given the queen agaritum flowers, which means trust. Our queen's allies are growing in numbers. Nadia recalls how Soviescu has begged her to come back. She can't believe that he still asked her that despite telling him why she can't possibly stay with him. Does he expect her to be the first empress to remarry twice? She'd rather not think about this matter anymore, so she requests that she stroll outside. While she's outside with her ladies-in-waiting, they stumble upon Grand Duke Kaufman. He greets her politely and apologizes for being in there. He explains that it is his first time in the Western Kingdom. While talking to her, He is adorable blushing. He even tells her that it is lovely to see her. One of the ladies is so shocked by his sweet words that she drops the basket of food to the ground. The ladies have to leave them alone to replace these ruined snacks. She comments on how the antidote that the Grand Duke has taken isn't working well. Kaufman then inquires who invited him, and when she answers that it was her, the Grand Duke blushes like a teenager again. He turns away from her, but she reaches out to get his attention again. However, he stops her, telling her that her touch will only devastate him. Oh no, poor Grand Duke. If only you had drunk the potion in front of me, you wouldn't have a problem like this. Navier takes pity on him and suggests that he brew another bottle of potion and drink it in front of someone who is less of a problem to love. I volunteer as a tribute. He chuckles and tells her that he might end up loving two people at once. It is already painful loving one person. He doesn't think he could cope with loving two. He is so devastatingly in love with her. Later on, when the Grand Duke comes back to his room, Krista is there. Ugh, what are you up to, woman? Grand Duke Kaufman accommodates Krista in his chambers. He wonders what brings her to his chambers and is told that it's her duty to welcome a guest like him. However, he finds out through her mind that she wants to get him on her side so that she can restore her influence in court. Stunned by her thoughts, he still keeps his composure and watches as Krista flashes a smile on her face. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Sovieshu tells Rashta that he is informed about how she wants to handle the imperial family's budget, which is not needed since she'll only be an empress for a year. Rashta then bursts out, saying that even if she'll only be an empress for a year, she still wants to be a good empress. With that, Sovieshu suggests that she'll start by accompanying him for his daily audiences with his subjects. Rashta's face becomes dreadful because she wants to handle the imperial family's budget in order to pay her debt to Duke Ergi and to prevent Viscount Lotshu from plotting against her. Rashta only conforms in defeat and tries to add some conditions like allowing her to punish those who belittle her. Sovieshu doesn't look concerned at all and dismisses what happened because apparently it's not something to take seriously, and so she must ignore such mockery. Moving on, Rashta brings up Navier and Heinrich's wedding, asking if they'll attend their wedding, but Sovieshu says that he'll think about it. He's about to leave Rashta's chambers, but then Rashta cheerfully reminds him to sing a lullaby for their baby. Without looking back, Sovieshu tells her that he won't be joining her in bed tonight. Ouch. Delise, a palace maid, enters Rashta's chambers and proceeds to change her sheets, while Rashta continues to sulk about how she's disappointed that nothing really changed when she became the empress. Even more in disbelief when she realizes it's just been a week. Ooh, it's just been a week and yet she's already going through this? Our poor Rashta. Then again, you've made your own bed, so you must lie on it, I guess. As if that isn't enough to get her agitated, Delise accidentally finds the feathers that Rashta pulled from Sovieshu's bird. Dun dun dun. Delise recognizes the feathers and starts to speculate that Rashta may have been the one who plucked the feathers from the bird. With a looming atmosphere, Rashta slowly rises up from the bed, her face darkening in anger. Then she shrieks, pointing a finger at Delise as she accuses her of plucking the feathers. Her ladies-in-waiting quickly rush to her aid, asking what's the matter. Delise continues to deny the accusations, while Rashta never stops and even includes Navier's name in the process, saying that Navier told Delise to do this to frame her. Wow, give this girl an Oscar! Delise resorts to begging for forgiveness, but Rashta cannot be moved and commands for Delise to be sent away. Rashta is now alone in her chambers and is amazed by her power as an empress. That with just a few words, she can have someone gone. But then a little later, she thinks of the possibility that Delise might start talking bad about her once she leaves the palace. And so she thinks of an idea. Now what does she intend to do this time? Sovieshu is on his way to Rashta's chambers after hearing what happened earlier. Although he understands that Rashta may be on the edge because of the nobles belittling her and Corsair feeding her poison back then, he still thinks that cutting off Delise's tongue is too much. So that girl really had to cut off Delise's tongue? Such an awful thing to do! Sovieshu enters Rashta's chambers and comforts her. Then he brings up that he remembers that she told him that the bird was already missing its feathers when Navier sent it back. Rashta stiffens in her spot and tells him that she suspects that Navier might have given the feathers to Delise to frighten her. Sovieshu continues to comfort her and tells her to dine with him in his chambers. While Rasha is glad to know that Sovieshu is only worried for her, she remembers that the bird is staying in his chambers, so she declines his invitation. Ha! She's scared that the bird will act up when it sees her. Sovieshu retreats to his chambers with disappointment, since he intends to confirm his suspicions that it is Rashta who plucked the feathers by making her dine inside his chambers. Meanwhile, as there are only 2 days left before Navier and Heinrich's wedding, Navier and Heinrich are discussing who'll come to their wedding until Countess Jobert informs them that Sovieshu and Rasha have arrived at the Western Kingdom. Upon hearing the news, Heinrich chuckles. Looks like it's not just us who are looking forward to Sovieshu and Rasha's arrival. Sovieshu and Heinrich dine together, tension lingering in the air. While Sovieshu looks irritated, Heinrich is making it worse by smiling smugly. Heinrich thanks Sovieshu for divorcing Navier since it helped him arrange their marriage, and he tells him that he has loved her for a long time. This aggravates Sovieshu, so he answers back by giving hints of who Heinrich really is. Well, Sovieshu is definitely frustrated at this point. Meanwhile, Rasha is left alone in her chambers, worrying that Sovieshu doesn't believe her lies, since he spent less time with her and rode in a different carriage on their way here. Starting to get worried, eh? One of Rasha's ladies-in-waiting comes inside and informs her about the things going on in the Western Kingdom. Rashta finds out that the nobles are hesitant to accept Navier as their queen because of Krista. Rashta scoffs that Navier's moving to another kingdom isn't that good after all. And like a light switch, an idea pops into Rashta's mind. What is this girl up to this time again? Rashta mixes her wine and champagne together to make it seem like it's juice. She intends to make Krista tipsy so she can gather some information from her. As Krista is summoned into her chambers, she welcomes her cheerfully. She immediately offers the juice to Krista and starts to talk about herself, such as her marriage and lack of friends. Krista drinks the juice and finds it delicious, so Rashta says she's pleased to hear she likes the juice. Or is pleased that Krista didn't find the juice suspicious. Knowing that Krista is enjoying the drink, she proceeds to ask if she's unable to remarry. Krista, who seems stunned, only dismisses the question, and Rashta apologizes to her if she ever offended her. Krista then realizes Rashta didn't ask out of malice, so she lowers her guard and opens up that she can indeed remarry. She can marry anyone except the one she wants. She shares that this man has a lot of responsibilities and might run into problems if he marries her. Rashta starts to wonder who this man could be until one man pops into her mind. She suspects that the man might be Heinrich. Only one day before the wedding, Heinrich and Navier are having their rehearsal for the wedding, while his advisors are having a debate since the exact moment when he would declare the kingdom to be an empire has yet to be decided. After the rehearsal, Heinrich slumps down anxiously because of the wedding. Navier sits down with him and asks him what he and Sovieshu talked about. He tells her that he did his best to get a rise out of him. Then he acts all cutesy as he asks for forgiveness for doing so. But Navier assures him that he doesn't have to make nice with Sovieshu, nor confront him. Changing the topic, Heinrich confesses that he has no experience of doing it, and he'd like her to guide him on their wedding night. Well, he is definitely honest. Navier and Heinrich talk until sunset, then McKenna finally takes him away to discuss something. Meanwhile, Navier spots Grand Duke Kaufman looking at her from a distance, but is called by her ladies-in-waiting, so she's unable to talk to him. On the other hand, Heinrich asks McKenna if Navier would still love him if she finds out that he's trash. McKenna only assures him and tells him not to worry because trash can be recycled. Oh, to have a friend like McKenna. Now it is finally the most awaited wedding of Navier and Heinrich. Navier shortly remembers the time she married Sovieshu, but she looks at Heinrich who's awaiting her. Together, they stand in front of the altar as the ceremony commences. Navier and Heinrich listen as the priest begins the rites of marriage. Just as he proceeds to the exchanging of vows, Heinrich stops him. The church is now filled with whispers, the people wondering what was about to happen. Heinrich then announces that the Western Kingdom shall now be known as the Western Empire, and that he will rule as the first emperor of the Western Empire. The whispers stop, and all that's left is silence and a stunned look on Sovieshu's and Rasha's face. No one dares to make a sound until McKenna claps, and that's when the rest of the people follow. With a lighter atmosphere this time, Heinrich continues exchanging vows with Navier, and so they're pronounced husband and wife. During the reception, Navier and Heinrich are dancing in the middle of the hall when Heinrich says he's glad no one can read his mind at the moment. Navier realizes that Grand Duke Kaufmann is not present. Getting his wife's attention back, he expresses that they own each other now. After dancing, they settle down to their seats. Navier wonders where Duke Ergi is, but then Heinrich is asked to speak with McKenna, so she is left to watch the people celebrating. She notices her brother socializing with the nobles, and she sees Rashta avoiding Neon. Satisfied, she smiles at the thought that everything is going well. Night has come, and it is finally Navier and Heinrich's wedding night. She's watching the lively reception hall and fireworks from the balcony until she is told that Heinrich has entered the marital bedchamber. Navier enters the marital bedchamber and is surprised to see how magical it looks with flowers surrounding the bed in the middle. Since no one else can enter the marital bedchamber, Navier thinks that Heinrich is the one who prepared everything. Heinrich appears beside Navier. He guides her to their bed and asks her to take the lead. He sits at the edge of the bed and asks her to hurry up while acting slyly. She kisses his forehead and whispers to him to move further up the bed, so he obediently follows her orders. He attempts to turn the tables around, but Navier reminds him that it's her who takes the lead by asserting dominance. When he expresses that he feels embarrassed, Navier only reassures him that he is doing great. And so they begin spending their wedding night together. While Navier and Heinrich are spending their wedding night together, Soviescu is getting drunk on the balcony of his chambers as he is heartbroken about how Navier could leave him and be happy with another man. As if he isn't the one who divorced her in the first place! In his drunken state, he starts seeing Navier telling him that they'll be late for their engagement ceremony. When he realizes that it is all in his mind, he continues to reach out to the air, climbing up the balcony rails and calling out to Navier. I kind of feel bad for him now since he's being so pitiful. Marquise Karl is just in time to stop him from making a scene. On the other hand, Rashta hears Soviescu's wails and feels her heart beating heavily at the realization that he still loves Navier after all. Something changes Rashta as anger builds up inside her. She tells herself that she's the empress now and she won't let anyone hurt her. The next day, Navier wakes up to a happy Heinrich who couldn't even let her get up the bed. Navier is surprised at how free Heinrich is in expressing his affection towards her, yet she doesn't complain. She then mentions her hopes of being able to give birth to a child this time. When Navier notices Heinrich is taken aback, she explains the importance of having an heir. Heinrich then opens up about how their bed is made using mana stones, and that the kings who are mages can turn their partners into mages as well, because if they reject the mana, it will flow into the non-mage. With this, Heinrich assures that Navier's health will slowly improve as she starts storing mana, and then she'll be able to give birth to a baby. Finally! At the reception hall, Navier notices that Rashta looks happier than usual, while Soviescu looks so distraught. But then again, she reminds herself that it's none of her business. Grand Duke Kaufmann is finally present. He apologizes for coming late and congratulates Navier and Heinrich. He suddenly asks Heinrich to discuss some matters about the trade between the continents. And with a pout, Heinrich walks away with the Grand Duke Kaufmann, leaving Navier alone for Rashta to approach with a sinister smile on her face. With Rashta's new attitude after last night's incident, how will she approach Navier this time? Rashta greets Navier, even calling her big sister just like the first time they met. She reminisces about how Navier refused to think of her as a sister and attempts to provoke Navier. Still, her tactics didn't work on Navier. Instead, Navier notices the way her speech is now refined and how she tries to dress like her. This is what Navier finds ridiculous. Rashta smirks as she notices people watching them and murmuring among themselves, just as she wants. However, the smirk on Rashta's face is soon wiped away when Navier says that her answer stays the same. Or even worse, because she tells Rashta to be a good sister to Soviescu's new mistress when he gets one. Someone gotta tell Rashta to apply cold compress to the burned area. But since Rashta has changed, she fights back by mentioning her infertility. Luckily, Corsair steps in to defend his beloved sister, Navier, by talking about her pregnancy and a certain document that has her name on it, which leaves Rashta walking out of the hall in panic. Navier wonders what Corsair could mean until she suspects that it might be Rashta's bill of slave sale. In the drawing room near the reception hall, Grand Duke Kaufmann and Heinrich continue to talk about the trade between the continents. In the midst of their conversation, Grand Duke Kaufmann asks Heinrich if they could switch glasses. Why? Without hesitation, Heinrich agrees so that they both drink their switch drinks. Heinrich suddenly loses consciousness while Grand Duke Kaufmann leaves the room without a word. Did he just spike Heinrich? But why? Filled with regret, Grand Duke Kaufmann stops at a tree. He actually filled their drinks with a love potion while knowing that this could devastate Navier. But since it has been done, Grand Duke Kaufmann needs to find someone he can look at and love without a problem. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, and just as he turns around, he sees Rashta crying. Uh-oh. Grand Duke Kaufmann just scoffs in despair, whining that it can't be her that he locked eyes first. But Rashta takes this as a sign that his peace is disturbed. However, he approaches her and shows her affection, catching Rashta off guard. Meanwhile, a few ladies are strolling in the hallway after taking a break from the party. One of them sees the drawing room door open, and as she peeks inside, she sees Heinrich lying on the floor with his head on Krista's lap, his hand holding hers. Krista, you better stay away from Heinrich. In the garden, Grand Duke Kaufmann and Rashta sit on a bench. He asks her why she's all alone, and she tells him that something bad happened to her earlier. Just as the potion seems to be working on him, he hears Rashta's unpleasant thoughts once again and turns him off in an instant. He realizes that she is indeed not fit to be an empress. That's right, no amount of potion could even make Grand Duke Kaufmann fall for her. Out of the blue, Soviescu shows up in the garden, but as he sees Rashta, he turns his back and walks away. Rashta panics at first that he might get the wrong idea, until she sees that Soviescu doesn't even care. So she turns to Grand Duke Kaufmann and asks him to stay with her until she feels better. On the third day of the wedding feast, Navier notices that a lot of things have changed after the wedding, such as the noblewomen being extra kind to her. Little did Navier know that the ladies felt bad for her because of what they saw in the drawing room yesterday. As Navier strolls along the palace, she crosses paths with Grand Duke Kaufmann. She asks him about how his conversation with Heinrich went, but then Rashta pops out of nowhere and cheerfully greets Navier and Grand Duke Kaufmann. He notices his shawl on her and firmly asks for it back, but Rashta refuses and runs away in anger. When Navier asks what is going on between the two of them, he doesn't answer and walks away, his mind full of confusion. He wonders why the potion didn't work on him and why he still feels something for Navier. Grand Duke Kaufmann halts as he sees Heinrich and Krista chatting. He hears Heinrich tell Krista to ask someone else to attend to him if he gets drunk, so Krista runs away as if she got rejected. He realizes that the potion didn't work on Heinrich too, and that he actually loved Navier even before he drank the potion. Oh, so he was truly in love with Navier all this time after all. It wasn't just the potion. A few years ago at Viscount Lotchu's estate, Rashta, whose hands were full of clothes to wash, was staring at a painting of Navier. She wondered about how nice Navier's life could be compared to hers, and if she'd give her a warm smile if they ever met. Rashta snaps out of her thoughts and slams her fist on the bed at how naive she was to think about that before. She then suspects that Navier seduced Grand Duke Kaufmann because of how his approach towards her changed overnight. But then to a more important matter, her mind trails back to the document that has her name on it. Suddenly, Soviescu enters the room and confronts Rashta about how she spoke ill to the newlywed couple, since it could cause a diplomatic incident. Rashta defends herself by bringing up what Navier and Corsair told her, especially about the document. Upon hearing it, Soviescu asks if Corsair has the document because he couldn't find it in the palace. Rashta's eyes are filled with rage as she angrily demands why he kept such important information from her, leaving Soviescu surprised and speechless. On the other hand, Heinrich finally faces Navier. He confesses that Grand Duke Kaufmann may have drugged him with something, so Navier suspects that he must have drunk a love potion and asks him if he still feels the effects. He says that he doesn't feel the effects anymore, so she asks him why he looks guilty. He tells her with teary eyes that he doesn't want to hurt her like how Soviescu did. Navier assures him that it's not his fault, and so Heinrich takes Navier's hand to his chest and tells her that he loves her. Navier's eyes widen in surprise to know that Heinrich loves her. No, Navier, you have no idea how much Heinrich loves you. Heinrich puts Navier's hand on his chest while professing his love for his queen. He gets teary-eyed looking at Navier, who maintains a shocked expression. Neither moves while she wonders if he truly confessed. Heinrich breaks the silence, asking if she doesn't want him because he's unfaithful. This snaps Navier into reality, though she doubts the possibility of Heinrich loving her. She states that he must still be affected by the potion, and withdraws her hand from his grasp. but he grips her even tighter, saying that the potion had worn off at daybreak. No matter the case, Heinrich's confession makes him look like a lovesick grade schooler. It's so cute. Navier had assumed Heinrich liked her to some extent, at least enough to ask that they marry for convenience, but love? She couldn't have predicted it. Anyway, Heinrich asks if she's angry, but she admits she isn't. In fact, she's more shocked than angry. Noting how Heinrich might misunderstand if she walks away, she hugs him and says that it's fine. Navier then has a meeting with Grand Duke Kaufmann, whom she chastises for the mistake he made against her and Heinrich. A mistake that could have made the trade agreements between the continents fall through. Kaufmann is remorseful of this, a fact that Navier notes. However, she's undecided on what to do with him, if she should criticize him, call him a bad person, or whatnot. All the while, Kaufmann is looking gloomy and staggering a bit. Still, despite feeling bad for him, Navier has to draw a line. She orders that from now on, he doesn't speak to her unless it's official business. She glances to see his reaction, but is shocked when he starts repeating back her thoughts in her head. Kaufmann says that he isn't a monster before admitting his special ability. He also asks Navier to keep his secret. Noting how he willingly told her a big secret, Navier shifts her focus into setting up 3 advantageous clauses within the trade agreement of their nations, to which Kaufmann accepts. Navier still wonders why Kaufmann is still under the potion's influence, though. Kaufmann suspects that it's more potent for him since he brewed it. Navier asks something of him, though it was kept between them by Kaufmann's ability. They end their conversation with Kaufmann noting Navier's husband loves her very much. The following day, the wedding guests started to leave. Navier is waiting for her parents to arrive, who she predicts will come after Sovieshu and Rashta leave. She wants to set their minds at ease for their worries. Suddenly, she finds herself in a hallway with Sovieshu. She asks him if he's departing today, but when he doesn't reply, she starts to leave. As they cross paths, Sovieshu suddenly calls her, hinting that he admits divorcing her was a mistake. He apologizes and with a horrid face, asks how he can set things to the way they were again. Navier calmly replies that he should take good care of the Eastern Empire. However, without warning, Sovieshu admits that he still loves Navier. Looks like Navier's a target for confession nowadays. Admittedly, Navier is reeling from Sovieshu's words of love. She couldn't comprehend his audacity, saying that after ruthlessly setting her aside. She asks if this is an attempt to win her back, but Sovieshu replies that it's instead a way for Navier to cope with their divorce. He wants her to laugh at him so she can ridicule him as a fool of a husband that is currently in agony for his regret. He wants their divorce to not be something that doesn't hurt her. As if he's doing Navier a favor. Navier looks at him defiantly, but with tears in her eyes. She thinks that if that was the case, why did he put her through all that? She reminisces of the past, of how Sovieshu banished her brother, his constant protection of Rashta, his affirmation of his feelings for Navier, yet his abandonment and humiliation of her anyway. Sovieshu almost touches her face, but instead asks Navier to remember this moment when she thinks of the divorce. Afterwards, Navier wipes her tears in front of a mirror. She thinks about how there's so much fuss about love today. She believes she's boring, and yet wonders why Heinrich still loves her. Besides, she can't trust love, as Kaufmann lost his composure, and Sovieshu became irrational because of it. But Navier's concerns lie with how long Heinrich will love her. Suddenly, she hears a thud and looks to find Heinrich in their marital bedchamber. Navier chooses to disregard whether or not Heinrich will lose interest, focusing instead on the fact that he helped her when she needed it. She checks up on him, and he again says he loves her, though not pressuring her for an answer. He asks that they sit together longer, and she agrees. Heinrich later goes back to work with Lord McKenna, who notes the increase of work for their new empire. Heinrich asks that all envoys, either supporting him or not, be invited, so as to gauge whether the support or lack thereof comes from the envoys or of the nation itself. Lord McKenna comments that it'll create more work for Marquis Catron, who kept his office of Minister of Foreign Affairs due to his competence and is close to Lady Krista. Speaking of Lady Krista, Heinrich is determined to take care of her, more so because it's her brother's dying wish, but also because her social standing is in shambles because of a rumored scandalous rendezvous between the two of them during the wedding. While in bed, Heinrich and Navier talk about how the Springwater Bandits' recent increase in the area is controlled, while the latter is laying on the former's lap, with Heinrich playing with her hair. Because of her brother's experience with the bandits, Navier recommends that they talk to him. Heinrich agrees, noting how he plans for Sir Apron to talk to Navier's brother already. More importantly for Heinrich, he asks if Navier has something to say to him, something he says only married couples discuss. After thinking, Navier gets up and gives Heinrich a to-do list. He could merely comment on how big the list was, but mentions how it isn't what he's referring to. Navier thinks he wants an answer for his confession, despite his promise to wait a lifetime for it. Sensing defeat, Heinrich gives up and lies back in the bed. Navier comments how it's her side of the bed he's on, noting how he spreads his arms. Heinrich instead laughs and reveals he's been doing so only for Navier to use his arms as a pillow. Such a sweet moment for the couple, but it makes you wonder what Heinrich was referring to. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Rasha's in a heated argument with Viscount Roteshu. When she asks him for her documents, he confidently says that he has them. But Rasha sees through his lies and throws a teacup at him. She furiously debases him for his carelessness, now that Sovieshu knows about the document. When Roteshu shifts the blame to Corsair, Rasha asks him to get out, throwing her ring at his feet. The man angrily goes home, thinking of a way how he can show he's the one in control. He goes to see Alan and asks him to request an audience with the Empress and Emperor. When asked why, the Viscount says how a visit from Alan and Ian might cheer Rashta up from her pressures as an Empress. Alan notes how Ian resembles Rashta, especially with his hair color. But Roteshu is adamant that they go, so Alan relents. As he clutches Rashta's ring, Roteshu vows to show the Empress who truly holds the power. The scene then changes to Johansson, the journalist who's searching for his sister, Delise. Without any leads, and knowing she worked under the Empress, Johansson decides to request an audience with Rashta. In the Eastern Empire, Rashta is secretly going about the mansion. She's trying to find the papers before Sovieshu does. But due to being pregnant and being easily recognizable, she finds it difficult to sneak around. Just as she plans to find an ally to search for her, she notices a carriage pull up. Rashta approaches it, and the driver tells her it's Miss Avery inside. She doesn't know her, so Rashta asks the driver to let her out, since it is rude to stay inside with the Empress right there. When she sees Avery, Rashta notes how she's around Lebedi's age. But trouble starts when Avery is asked to greet Rashta, and she declines as she's not the Empress she knows. The Baron rushes to them and informs the offended Empress that Avery is the Emperor's guest. Still, Rashta explains her right to know as the Emperor's consort. But the Baron couldn't state their business, so he had Avery apologize instead. The way he scolds her leads Rashta to assume Avery is not nobility. Afterwards, the Baron escorts Avery to the Emperor, while also reprimanding her for making an enemy of the Empress. He thinks of Avery's decline as a mage, and with no good background, he thinks this is the Emperor letting go of her services. Avery, on the other hand, is curious why Sovieshu called for her, since it was Navier who employed her. She expects to see a broken emperor, but finds his eyes full of life. He had to call her attention since she got sidetracked a little bit, but she went straight to the point. She thinks she's either there because Sovieshu's angry with her because Navier's her sponsor, or she's there to be his mistress. Sovieshu denies both, instead asking her to become an assistant for a scholar studying magic there. He also gives her a place to stay, but Avery asks to stay within the palace. The Emperor warns her that this will breed rumors about her, but Avery is adamant, so Sovieshu grants her request. Meanwhile, after 2 days have passed, Johansson and Alan are both outside the throne room, waiting for an audience with the Emperor and Empress. Johansson is happy with his new position now, and is hoping Alan, who's in front of him, to finish his turn quickly. Alan, in turn, is trying to get Ian to calm down. Suddenly, a guard motions for both of them to enter at the same time. Moments later, they're in the presence of the Emperor and Empress. At first smiling, Rasha's expression turns sour when she sees Alan and the baby he's holding. Meanwhile, Sovieshu recognizes Alan and deduces that the baby is Rashta's child. Alan starts to speak, asking only that Rashta hold Ian as a blessing since the child hadn't known the embrace of a mother. It's worth noting that Johansson notices Rashta's sudden change of expression. Thinking it would raise suspicion if she refuses, Rashta cradles the baby in her arms, though her expression doesn't improve. She remembers the dead baby that the Viscount had given her, and with a seemingly crazed face, she wonders why this one is so warm and soft. She even starts wondering if this baby will suddenly die like the other one, but she focuses herself before her thoughts are finished. As Rashta gives Ian back to Alan, Sovieshu notes how his Empress might be more ruthless than expected. But surely abandoning her child must be eating at her conscience. Anyway, it's Johansson's turn for an audience, and Rashta immediately recognizes him as the journalist who writes for the commoners, and who had interviewed her before. At any rate, she believes this one will be less worrying than Alan's turn. Oh boy, how wrong you are, Rashta. Johansson makes his case about his missing sister. When asked why this needed royal attention, he states that his investigation points to her just quitting or eloping with a knight. But as his siblings are close, he knows these are improbable situations for his sister. What's more, she's Rashta's personal maid. And when Johansson mentions Delice's name, Rashta's face takes a horrid expression as she remembers her beaten but defiant maid. The Empress instigates that Delice had quit, but Johansson argues she would have come home if that's the case. The Emperor calls for silence before things get messy, but promises to investigate the matter further, much to Johansson's delight, but to Rashta's horror. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, the noblewoman continues to discuss the rumors between Heinrich and Lady Krista. They saw him lying on her lap, but Navier knows it's when Kaufmann drugged Heinrich. Anyway, she asks that they don't jump to conclusions just yet. At least there are a lot of citizens that are supportive of the Emperor Navier. Navier promises her peers to listen to Heinrich first, and as luck would have it, the Emperor peeks his head in, asking Navier for a chat. Navier doesn't know where Heinrich is leading her to, and he seems very excited for it. The path leads to Heinrich's office, so she thinks he's got something to show him. Heinrich, however, detours and opens a door leading to a large and lavish office, saying that it's Navier's new one. Amazed by his efforts, she asks if this is the reason why he asked her favorite color, to which he grins in reply. When asked if she likes it, Navier says yes, and they share a smile, ultimately admitting that she loves it. Heinrich then tells her that he had arranged a list of potential aides for her, and Navier, of course, has the final say. He also mentions that he's got something to say, and Navier correctly deduces that it's about Lady Krista. Heinrich apologizes first about their predicament as they sit down. Navier knows it isn't his fault, but more of the Grand Duke's potion, so she reassures him. She does ask him how he's going to deal with this, though, and frankly, Heinrich's at a loss. She really ought to have moved to Compshire a long time ago, but he can't ask her to leave because of his brother's wish. He reveals that Lady Krista has been friendly to him, a little too friendly after his brother's death, in fact. This makes Navier wary of Lady Krista's intention. But as Heinrich said, sending her away would only cause trouble. She then tells Heinrich that Lady Krista has no problem if she moves to Compshire, which is large and thriving with socially significant individuals. As a former queen, she'd have people follow her there, and making a new circle of friends would be easy. On top of all that, there are rumors now that Heinrich was involved in his brother, the late king's early death. So Lady Krista has to go to Compshire of her own volition, and not from Heinrich's orders. He agrees, and Navier assures him that they'll think of a way in time. With the giddiness of a child, Heinrich thanks Navier for the advice, and they end their conversation in time for the cabinet meetings. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Rashta's crying and complaining in the presence of Duke Ergi, saying that Soviescu doesn't love her anymore, alluding to Aveli being rumored as a second mistress. She further complains about Johansson and his investigation about Delice, whom the Emperor said he'd look into personally. However, Soviescu didn't share any plans with Rashta, instead blaming her for imprisoning Delice without his permission. With all that, Duke Ergi consoles her, and the Empress leans into his shoulder, saying she'd be lost without him. This is what happens when a pick-me girl and a manipulative guy are together. In Viscount Lotschu's estate, his family are having a meal together. He asks Alan about Rashta's reaction to Ian and mentions Soviescu's rumored second mistress. His children react differently, with his daughter wanting to become a mistress to avenge Navier, while Alan becomes furious at the Emperor for taking another lover when he has Rashta. Back in the Western Empire, Heinrich and Navier attend the cabinet meeting together. Despite being unsure how the officials will react to her, Navier attends the meeting. Aside from getting a grasp of the politics of the empire, it'll also help heal the rumors surrounding her husband. Naturally, a lot of the lords were shocked at the unexpected presence of their empress. Although, it didn't take them long to compose themselves. Initially, Navier whispers to Heinrich that she should attend meetings that have to do with her, but he says that she'll be surprised to find this meeting does indeed involve her. Suddenly, the matter about the Springwater Bandit is raised. Marquise Catron presses Navier for a solution, as she had dealt with the bandits back in the Eastern Empire. He proposed the problem that there are 6 fiefs to protect, but doing so would spread their forces too thin. As Heinrich comments on Catron's incompetence, Navier thinks of the situation, realizing how different the handling of the military is in both countries. Finally, she suggests that they attack the bandits first. Catron counters that this will incite revenge against them, but Navier assures that the bandits, driven by greed, will give up as soon as the situation is hopeless. As the Marquis said, she knows because she's from the East. Cotrone then criticizes the planning, but Navier proposes her brother, Lord Corsair, lead the attack, much to the cabinet's approval. Once the plan was finalized, the army force was assembled, with Corsair at the lead. The events of the meeting also spread, particularly how Navier shut down Cotrone. Navier, on the other hand, doesn't worry for her brother in battle, but is so about something else. As Corsair departs, she notices Rose teasing Miss Mostas about not accepting Corsair's offer to go with him. The latter, however, is adamant of her duty to protect Navier. Navier then asks Rose about Marquise Merlani's unhappiness on Marquise Amare's adoption of Yuan. Rose notes that Amares thought Yuan was being wasted as he is the third son, but upon Navier's query, says that Amares hadn't forgotten Miss Merlani's desire to be a successor. They're giving her the family fortune instead. Navier then orders that the two be invited, pertaining to Krista's passive threats. Meanwhile, Rasha's in the final stages of choosing an aide. She explicitly ordered that the candidates be children of prisoners, but she subjects them to a test. In the waiting room, Rasha said she left her pearl earrings there and one of them is missing. Accusing that one of the candidates took it, she told them all will be punished if the culprit isn't found. She then instructed her maid to allow one candidate in at a time for a talk, hinting the one who spilled won't be punished. Rashta knows the value and the gravity of words spoken within the castle, and smirks at the red-haired candidate who answers that she saw a stranger in a green cloak take the earring. Rashta picks her, though her maid is cautious of it, and asks all the candidates back in, with her future aide being sent home. The woman Rashta wanted to hire had told a lie, but the Empress hired her exactly for that. It means she's desperate enough to stay loyal to her as she can pardon 3 criminals per year. Besides, that isn't Rashta's only test. She apologized to the rest of the candidates and asked them to keep the matter secret. That night, royal knights visited them and asked about the earring incident. The ones who lied were hired. As per Rashta, like her, she doesn't need someone with a conscience. Now that she has enough maids, Rashta wants to host a tea party, but only noblemen are invited. When warned that it'll cause rumors, Rashta angrily declares she doesn't care, as she wants to give Soviescu a taste of his own medicine. Rashta then talks with Nikki, the new maid she hired. She asked about her old job, and when Nikki revealed that she was a jeweler, the Empress became delighted and a sinister look overcame Rashta. Back in the Western Empire, Heinrich and Navier are having dinner together. They talk of Navier's recent accomplishments, which makes Heinrich thankful to his wife. They also talk about Yuan and Merlani's visit to the Empress, which Navier reveals is a test to see who's more competent as a business partner at handling the Amares business. However, Heinrich's worries revolve on him and Navier not spending time together, so he wants to come up with a plan. Avelie is shocked that Nikki has been assigned as her maid, by Rashta of all people. Nikki says it's to remove any misunderstanding between the two. But as Avelie knows Rashta removed Navier from being an empress, so she must have some ulterior motive. But not to cause any trouble, Avelie accepts Nikki. Nikki asks about Avelie's necklace, and she only says it's a gift from the academy. It's then revealed that Nikki was instructed by Rashta to find, steal, or destroy any valuable jewelry of Avelie. Speaking of Rashta, she really went through with her tea party, and the guests really were all men. They shower her with compliments, but as soon as she has the men figured out, Marquise Falhan insults her lineage. This results in Soviescu scolding Rashta for her carelessness, as Falhan is a well-known Navier supporter. Despite her cries, Soviescu doesn't give her any consolation, except asking her to listen to Baron Lante when he gives any advice. He also orders her to keep Duke Ergi close, as he's been suspected of colluding with pirates. Soviescu walks away, and no matter what, he doesn't turn back when Rashta calls for him. Naturally, Rashta blames Avelie and is thinking about how to best her when she gets snapped back to reality. It seems she's taking a walk with Navier's parents, who are worried for their daughter and are still looking for her. Rashta is disgusted by them and the fact that they talk about her sister. Suddenly, they meet Avelie along the pathway, which delights Rashta. The latter proceeds to be aggressive with the former, but when Avelie mentions that the Empress shouldn't be rude as they'll be like sisters soon, Rashta loses it. But even more so, Navier's parents. They assault Avelie by pushing her to the ground, all the while insulting the fact that she's an orphan. Much to the delight of Rashta, of course. The Empress, with her fake humility, urges the angered parents to stop, and the three depart, leaving Avelie tearful. The married couple, Heinrich and Navier, are cuddling when the former announces a hunting party he's got planned. Navier understands, as same with her brother and her ex-husband, Men of Heinrich's age need to be active, rather than be cooped up in an office. Heinrich tells his wife not to worry about it, as Navier caresses his face, into what seems to be a kiss. Anyway, a few days later, the hunting party is all set up. Though a lot of the members of the party with the royal couple are either excited or on alert, Heinrich instructs his men to keep their distance, as he wants some privacy with his wife. Contrary to what she thought, Navier actually ends up enjoying the occasion, savoring the breeze, the sun, and the outside, and of course, Heinrich's mischievous smile. Suddenly, Heinrich notices something and spurs his horse as fast as he can, saying he'll bring his queen a present. Poor Navier is left to find him, though it takes a few seconds for the emperor to be found because of his scream. When Navier arrives, she sees Heinrich on the ground with a cute little fox on top of him. Back at the camp, McKenna takes time to tease Heinrich of his scuffle with the fox cub, even the fact that it was the empress who took him back and praised his cute battle. This makes Heinrich too embarrassed that he hid under the sheets, right as Navier enters the tent. She finds Heinrich's antics cute, but when she leans into him and he mistakes her for McKenna, Heinrich unknowingly calls her heavy. This infuriates her so much because when they were goofing around in bed, he said she was as light as a feather. The emperor only knew of his mistake when McKenna re-entered the tent and told him that the empress was there while he wasn't. And that's the face of a man who knows he screwed up. Meanwhile, Lady Krista and her peers are discussing what to do about their current situation. The public's view of her isn't good, and the suggestion that she move to Compshire comes up. Krista murmurs that she was first, and her maid knows she's hinting at her feelings for Heinrich, feelings that existed for a long time that she rejected suitors from before. Determined not to back down, Krista says that if she goes away, her life will be essentially over, and so she'll make use of the rumors about her to her advantage. A few days after returning from the hunting grounds, Navier and Heinrich go back to working in their respective offices. Navier enters Heinrich's office to give some papers, and McKenna greets her with delight, who asks that she do something about Heinrich because Heinrich isn't able to focus on his work since that day. Apparently, Navier has been ignoring Heinrich's attempts to talk to her after she heard him unintentionally mention that she's heavy. Heinrich attempts to call out for Navier until Krista requests an audience with him. The atmosphere suddenly feels heavy. Krista enters the room with Marquise Catron and asks to have a moment alone with Heinrich. However, Heinrich refuses, so Krista directly tells him, with Navier present, to make her his mistress. Make her his what? Upon hearing Krista's request, Navier and Heinrich are taken aback. Krista confesses that she's been pining for him for a long time, and she tells him that he must take responsibility for what happened at the reception night. Now the news of Krista asking Heinrich to be his mistress spreads like wildfire, and people start to talk about her unpleasantly. Yikes. Navier is now staying in her chambers, thinking that Krista did it as a gamble, as she's already cornered to leave for Compshire. A little later, Grand Duke Kaufmann's attendant delivers a document of Krista's ladies-in-waiting. This is what Navier asked him to do through her mind. She plans to win over those who are less influential and are less loyal to Krista. A few days later, in the cabinet room, everyone is gathered to discuss Krista's request of being Heinrich's mistress. Marquess Catron defends Krista by bringing up the reception night, but Grand Duke Kaufmann speaks up, saying that he was with Heinrich that night. To further strengthen Grand Duke Kaufmann's claim, Krista's ladies-in-waiting that Navier won over are summoned. They say that Krista returned to her quarters early and looked upset, saying that she didn't look like she came from a secret meeting. McKenna concludes that Heinrich has no obligation to make Krista his mistress because although they have interacted that night, it didn't mean anything more. Krista's face is full of despair, as if her fate has been locked to doom. That's what you get for getting between Navier and Heinrich! Krista finally leaves for Compshire, and the problem seems to be solved. Navier and Heinrich spend their time together in the marital bedchamber. Navier tightly hugs Heinrich, expressing that he's hers. They share a kiss together until Heinrich asks her if she's ready to let him in her heart. Since Navier is still hesitant to let him in her heart in fear of getting hurt again, she doesn't give him her answer yet when her parents finally arrive at the Western Kingdom. Heinrich welcomes Navier's parents inside. They talk about Navier and her parents' request to prevent what happened with her ex-husband from happening again. Heinrich assures them not to worry because he loves Navier. At dinner time, Navier asks Heinrich what he talked about with her parents. He refuses to tell her and instead asks if he could borrow Mostas, which Navier allows him. That night, Heinrich orders Mostas to seal Krista's house in Compshire so she can't leave the house. He orders her to make it seem like Krista became a recluse of her own free will. Golden Retriever Heinrich is currently too busy to handle the matter, so he asks Doberman Mastas to do it. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, rumors are circulating that Rashta is turning the palace upside down and that Lebedi is trying to catch Sovieshu's attention. The rumors aggravate Rashta as she cries to Duke Ergi, asking for advice. Then she suddenly requests Duke Ergi to put her in contact with a mercenary. Now, what is she plotting this time? He asks her why she needs one, but she refuses to tell him. Since she can't tell him the reason, he tells her that he won't be able to find a mercenary for her. With that, Rashta decides to do it herself. A few days later in the Eastern Empire, Rashta confronts one of her maids for starting the rumors when in fact, the maid only said that Rashta is looking for something. When Rashta confirms that her father has been sentenced to death, she tells her lady-in-waiting to carry out the execution. Feeling in despair, the maid desperately begs Rashta for mercy, but she only rejects her. In anger, the maid lifts a chair and throws it towards Rashta, hitting her head. Oh, that's gotta hurt! Sovieshu hears about what happened and rushes to Rashta's chambers. He asks the physician what happened and asks if the child is okay. When he learns the reason why the maid attacked Rashta, he gets angry at her for trying to use her power to end someone's life. As a solution, he commands Rashta's lady-in-waiting to inform him if she ever uses her power to harm others. As he should. When Rashta is left alone with her lady-in-waiting, she reveals that she wants her maids to make their judgments based on their loyalty to her and not in line with their moral compass. This girl is really getting more and more corrupted. A few days later, Rashta presents herself in Sovieshu's office to repent for what she did and asks permission to rest in Moray for the baby. Rashta emphasizes its importance for the baby, so Sovieshu agrees to let her go to Moray. She just knows Sovieshu would do anything for the baby, and she's taken advantage of it. As Rashta leaves his office, a sinister smile creeps up on her face as she looks forward to her plan against Viscount Lotshu and Lebedi. Meanwhile, in the Western Kingdom, Navier reads a letter about Kosair's successful raid of the Springwater Bandits' temporary hideout. She sees Heinrich chatting with her parents and realizes that her parents are at ease with him than when they were in the Eastern Kingdom. She thinks about Heinrich's parents and how lonely he must be without them. Heinrich notices Navier looking at them, so he invites her to join them. Navier thinks that his love for her won't last, but she'll bring him joy like how he does. Aww. Navier's tasks are now done quicker after Heinrich gave her an office, and her aides are finally able to adapt to her way of working. She constantly exchanges letters with Grand Duke Kaufman as an excuse not to meet him, but she knows that she has too soon. Malarney and Yuan finally submit their reports. Navier is disappointed to find out that one of them copied the other's work and that the report is done poorly. Yikes! At dinner time, Navier and Heinrich discuss the report and the new rumor that there's a ghost who wears a crown, who they say is the late king, wandering in the Eastern Corridor every night. However, Navier silently suspects that this must be a setup done by those who support Krista. Heinrich suddenly asks Navier if she's afraid of ghosts. When Navier says she isn't, he confesses that he's the one who's afraid of ghosts. With that, Navier decides to uncover the truth from this rumor herself. Oh, the things Navier would also do to protect Heinrich. After dinner, Navier pretends to work overtime so she could investigate. She goes to the Eastern Corridor and sees Heinrich talking to McKenna. She hears him tell McKenna to search thoroughly and admits that he isn't scared of ghosts. What, so he lied? Navier is puzzled upon hearing it and wonders if she's seeing another side of Heinrich. The next morning, Navier and Heinrich eat breakfast together. He thinks that she overworked last night because she looks unwell. Navier finds that he doesn't know she saw him last night. Upon seeing his cheerful demeanor, she realizes that the Heinrich she knows and the Heinrich other people know are a little different. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, it has been 4 days since Rashta arrived at Moray. She tells her maid to act as a decoy of herself while she sets out to look for someone. She finds Fix, a man who helped her escape, and asks him if he knows any assassins, so he tells her where to find an assassin's guild. When she arrives at the assassin's guild, she asks one of them if they know Fix and if they could kill him if she pays them. Poor Fix! A few weeks have passed, but Navier still hasn't discovered the truth behind the ghost. The time has also come for her to meet Grand Duke Kaufman in person. Navier and Grand Duke Kaufman discuss the trade and market research until he hesitantly tells her that Marquis Catron is the mastermind behind the ghost rumor. It's that man again! Later that day, Navier tells Heinrich about it and learns that Marquess Cotron can cast illusions. With that, Navier asks Heinrich to allow her to take care of the matter. To take care of it, she fights the rumors through rumors. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, she says. Slay, Navier, slay. When the night arrives, Marquess Cotron is walking outside the palace and is about to cast an illusion when he gets knocked down by a hooded man. A week later, rumors start to spread that Marquess Cotron is beaten up brutally to the point that he wasn't able to wake up for days. The people also notice that when Marquess Cotron is bedridden, there are no signs of ghosts appearing in the corridor. With that, people begin to conclude that it must be Marquess Cotron who casted an illusion. And so, the ghost rumors were finally debunked. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Rashta has finally returned from Moray. Viscount Lotchu meets up with her alongside an assassin he got for her. After their meeting, Rashta meets up with Duke Ergi and they argue about the assassin who's going to take his bracelet. Apparently, he doesn't want to, but is secretly plotting something behind her. What could he be plotting? At dawn, Rashta meets with the assassin who successfully stole Duke Ergi's bracelet. She sees blood on the bracelet and is angry that he got harmed. The assassin reasons out that Duke Ergi and his guards are too strong, so he had to use force. In the morning, Rashta is told that Duke Ergi is leaving the palace, so she runs after him and tells him that she has something to tell him. What is she about to tell him? She's sorry or what? Rashta confesses that she has feelings for Duke Ergi and the other people hear them from the other side of the door. Another humiliation to the imperial family. Duke Ergi takes this as an opportunity to do whatever he is plotting and asks her for a port. Rashta, who is now desperate, agrees to give him one. A few days later at Sovieshu's office, Sovieshu is informed about Rashta confessing to Duke Ergi, but doesn't care unless it concerns the baby. He also learns about what happened between Navier, Krista, and Heinrich in the cabinet room. He learns that Grand Duke Kaufman lied about being with Heinrich the whole night because he's sure he saw Rashta and the Grand Duke Kaufman together that night. Good thing he and Rashta aren't there to prove him wrong. He feels bad for Navier, so he calls for Avelie to give Navier a gift without telling her that it's from him. Avelie agrees to it so she could see Navier. When Avelie leaves the room, Rashta's parents see her again and begin to speak ill of her, but she pays no mind and walks away. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, Navier and Heinrich are walking under the same umbrella. They talk about Corsair's success in driving out the Springwater bandits, and his interests such as marriage. They also discuss what Heinrich wants since his birthday is approaching. Heinrich wishes for them to bathe together, but changes it to spending the whole day together without their servants and maids. Later that day, Merlani visits Navier in her office and confesses that she is the one who copied the report. The reason she copied the report is that Marquess Remarries, the father, secretly gave Yuan information to add from the report. With that, Navier learns that Marquess Remarries purposefully gave Yuan fake information and decides to do another way to help Merlani shine. Meanwhile, in Duke Rivertee's estate, Marquess Remarries tells Yuan to do a good job if Navier gives him another task, even if its purpose is to make Merlani look good. So he's aware that Navier favors Merlani? Changing the topic, Marquess Remarries orders Duke Rivertee to look into a letter from Krista that explains the cause of Navier's divorce. He also tells him to send someone to Rashta to check if it's true. What could be in the letter? In the borderlands of the Western Empire, Mostas is looking for Corsair. As she strides along the town square, she hears a commotion and finds Corsair fighting some men who are now knocked out. She takes the opportunity to spar with him, which Corsair in turn makes a deal with her to not tell Navier about what she saw earlier. They begin to spar, and Corsair is taken aback by Mostas' exceptional skills. He still thinks he should go easy on her, but Mostas unintentionally knocks him out in the process. There wasn't even a need to go easy on her in the first place. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Western Kingdom, McKenna gives Heinrich a report from their spy in the Eastern Kingdom. The report is about the declining number of mages and that the extraction of mana from an experienced mage carries a high risk. Heinrich and McKenna discuss when it would be the right time to extract their manas. Changing the topic, McKenna tells Heinrich that Sovieshu is taking in a new mistress, and it's Avelie. Heinrich gets shocked because he knows how young Avelie is. To a more serious matter, he finds this as a problem because Sovieshu might connect the dots about the declining number of mages. Heinrich also worries that Navier might find out too. Yikes! McKenna then suggests to leave this matter to his successors and instead just focus on strengthening the Empire's foundation because he doesn't like to see Heinrich stressing about it. McKenna is definitely one of a kind. At bedtime, Heinrich tells Navier that he'd like to make Corsair the first Golden Knight because of his courage and loyalty. He then presents a liquor from Grand Duke Kaufmann as an apology gift. The two drink until they get drunk, and Navier wakes up with her hands full of feathers. She then sees Heinrich in his bird form knocked out. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Johansen continues to search for his sister Delise, growing more impatient despite Sovieshu's promise to look for her. He then spots Arione, one of Roshta's maids, and asks her for any bit of information. Arione then tells him to be suspicious of the person he trusts the most. She walks away and meets Sovieshu in the library. She tells him that she did what he asked her to do. Sovieshu then tells her to keep it up so she'll be spared from punishment. What did Sovieshu possibly tell her to do? A few days after Roshta stopped Duke Ergi from leaving, people are now talking about Delise, who is sentenced to death. Some people defended Roshta, while others defended Delise based on an article written by Johansen. The article contains claims about Roshta's questionable character. Roshta reads the newspaper and is furious, but Sovieshu doesn't care and only tells her not to fuss about it. Sovieshu then leaves, and a maid enters the chambers to hand a letter to Roshta, telling her that an immediate response is needed. So Roshta reads the letter and finds that someone overheard her talk about Navier's infertility. With a smirk, she instantly writes back a reply. Meanwhile, in the Western Empire, Heinrich opens up that he feels like Navier is avoiding him. With that, Navier realizes that she is too focused on keeping her distance to keep herself from crossing a line, and forgets to consider that Heinrich may get hurt. So she shows him affection physically. Heinrich then tells her if she's only interested in his body as a joke, which then infuriates her. Later that day, Grand Duke Kaufmann comes over to tell Navier that one of the merchant groups that is trying to set sail as a trial run is captured at the port. Navier, Heinrich, McKenna, Grand Duke Kaufmann, and Marquess Catrone have an emergency meeting about the problem concerning the White Monde, which is where their merchant group was captured. They discuss the possibilities of why they're suddenly on bad terms. After the meeting, Navier ignores Heinrich because of what happened before the meeting. He apologizes, and Navier feels bad that while she's trying to keep a distance, he's constantly walking on eggshells for her. In the middle of their reconciliation, someone calls him Dad, and a kid jumps into his arms. A kid just called him what? It turns out that the kid Sebastian is McKenna's nephew who calls everyone Dad. Woo! Navier watches Heinrich happily carry Sebastian in his arms and wonders if he desperately wants a child like Sovieshu. She then worries if she'll fail to give birth to a baby like Krista and the late king. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, an assassin tells Roshta that he has abducted Lebedi and handed her over to an illegal slave trader. Oh no! The next day, Roshta realizes that the Trovi family is a threat to her child, so she borrows money from Duke Ergi to assassinate them. Don't you dare lay a finger on them, Roshta! A few days later in the Western Kingdom, Heinrich tells Navier that Roshta is plotting to kill her parents. Heinrich tells her not to worry because the assassin Roshta hired to kill her parents is his informant's subordinate. Heinrich is one step ahead of Roshta. Navier is relieved but wants to do something as she wants to hold Roshta accountable for her actions. A few days later, Navier discusses matters with Florencio, the head of Bazari Merchants Corps, and tells him to scrutinize the Veyer Consortium's checks the next time he trades with them, just to give them a little scare. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Empire, Roshta's maid presents Aveli's necklace, which Roshta then destroys. In the middle of destroying the necklace, Viscount Lotshu arrives and distraughtly tells her that Lebedi is missing. Roshta pays no care to his concerns, and only hides a sinister smile on her face. On the other side of the fence, Lebedi cries inside the prison cell as she misses her father and brother. Suddenly, a hooded man comes to buy Lebedi. Is this man the assassin? The hooded man takes Lebedi to a house surrounded by a small garden and lush woods. Lebedi walks inside with her head hung low, as she realizes that she'll be doing housework for the rest of her life. However, the hooded man suddenly reveals himself and tells Lebedi that he is Aurorio of the Imperial Guard. Apparently, he is sent by Sovieshu to rescue her. He tells her that Sovieshu has guards who secretly watch her ever since the incident with Delise. Even Sovieshu is one step ahead of Roshta, too. Lebedi is then told to stay in the house for a while and to not forget what happened today since it will serve her well later. And that's it for today, guys. What did you think? As always, don't forget to like the video and comment for the next part so we know you want more. Remember to subscribe and turn on notifications for updates. See you in the next one!